Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
And swings the corner, and Buzz will get yet another ace this weekend.
Match found.
Less than a second to spare as an abuse comes in. Unbelievable. Come on, let's go.
Own them. Done.
제일 큰 세계대회에서 한번 우승컵을 들어보고 싶어요.
챔피언스는 또 중요한 대회니까
모든 선수들이 기다려왔던 무대죠.
챔피언스 우승이 목표예요.
진짜 우승밖에 없는 것 같아요. 무조건 이제 우승해야 되고.
발로란트 챔피언스 우승 트로피 아닐까요?
마스터즈는 챔스를 가기 위한 하나의 길일 뿐이니까.
챔피언스를 기약하고 챔피언스는 또 중요한 챔피언스 우승이
우승 못하는 제일 큰 세계대회에서
가기 위한
이제 저희
길일
목표는 이제 챔피언스 우승이 되는 거니까 진짜 우승밖에 없어요.
우승하고 당당히 트로피를 들어올리고 싶습니다.
작년에 후회되는 점은 일단 저희끼리 의사소통이 부족했던 점과 제가 너무 부진했던 거. 초반에 4연승을 달리고 있을 때도 저희가 분위기가 그렇게 좋진 않았어요. 저희끼리 치고받고 싸울 때도 있어가지고 그렇게 해서 그냥 무너진 것 같아요. 올해 젠지는 멤버들이 다 똑똑하고 그리고 개인적으로 총을 진짜 잘 쏜다고 생각하거든요. 이번에는 진짜 무서운 팀이 되지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
사실 처음에는 거의 메테오 텍스처 같은 경우는 확정했어요. 사실 머리가 좀 아팠어요. 왜냐면 둘 다 듀얼리스트고 타격대 출신이고 둘 중 한 명은 무조건 포지션을 변경해야 되는 상황이니까.
그 중간에서 저희 감독님이 어떻게 잘 조율을 해주셔서 일단 지금 Z를 플레이하고 있는 게 좀 많이 재밌어요.
감시자로서는 처음 하는 것과 아직 저도 제 플레이를 제가 어떻게 해야 되는지 모르는데 옆에서 이제 먼치킨 형이 좀 도와준단 말이에요.
아, 이 친구도 정말 배우려고 하고 열심히 하고 잘하는 선수구나 느낍니다.
다른 선수들은 일단 피지컬 위주로 많이 뽑으려고 생각을 했고요. 총 잘 쏘고 피지컬 좋은 선수 중 한 명이 카론 선수?
카론 선수.
카론이?
카론 선수는 순수 에임.
저는 이제 카론 선수를 원래 몰랐어요. 랭크에서 만난 적도 없고 이 선수를 테스트를 본다 이러고 얘가 누구야? 이러고 있었는데
근데 총을 진짜 잘 쐈거든요. 그래가지고 아 얘다 하고 이제 데리고 온 경향이 있죠.
모르시는 분들께 저를 소개하자면 군대에서도 총을 잘 쏴서 명사수로 인정받은 카론이라고 합니다.
지금 당장에는 백지긴 하지만 충분히 포텐셜 있는 선수라 생각하고
인도 대회에서도 보셨다시피 헤드율이 64%가 넘었기 때문에 이례적인 선수가 아닐까 싶습니다.
그리고 좀 기어 올라가지고 얘가 스크림 하다가 나온 썰이 하나가 있는데 제가 막 장난식으로 아니 이것도 못 이겨? 이러면 막 형이 먼저 죽고 왜 내 탓이야? 막 이런 식으로 너무 기어 올라요. 조만간 손을 좀 봐야 될 것 같습니다.
라키아 선수 같은 경우는 그나마 경력이 있고 먼치킨 선수도 챔스를 거의 무조건 지금까지 2, 3년 정도 갔었기 때문에 거기다가 IGL인데 비해서 총도 잘 쏘고 그래가지고 뽑게 된 것 같습니다.
T1에서는 완전히 다른 방향성을 추구하기 위해서 제가 나가게 됐었거든요. 그 방향성이 문제가 아니었다는 거를 저는 젠지에서 증명하고 싶어요.
탑급까지 떠올랐다가 완전히 밑에까지 다녀왔거든요. 저는 그가 다시 돌아왔다? 이런 이미지를 남기고 싶어요.
사실 이번에 인도 이벤트 대회 나갔을 때 좀 많은 걸 보여드리면서 좀 안심도 시켜드리고 싶었고 기대를 더 하게 만들어드리고 싶었는데 일단 그건 성공적이지 못한 것 같아서 조금 많이 아쉽고
차라리 기대를 하지 않고 보셔도 기대보다 잘할 수 있기 때문에 믿고 응원만 해주시면 될 것 같습니다.
저희 팀을 애니메이션에 빗대자면
좀 성장물 같은 느낌이 될 것 같아요.
만년 2등만 하는 놈들이 모여가지고 이제 결국에는 1등을 탈환을 해내는 그런 스토리가 이제 젠지의 스토리로 마무리되면은 되게 좋을 것 같아요.
이번 연도는 특히 간절한 선수들만 남았다라고 표현을 할 수밖에 없는 게 누구는 지금 처음 시작하고 누구는 자기 커리어의 마지막이 될 수도 있는 순간이기 때문에 모두들 간절한 시기거든요. 그렇기 때문에 더욱더 저희의 시간이 아닐까 싶습니다.
제 자신에 대해서 좀 많은 기대감을 좀 부응시키고 싶어요, 사람들에게.
제가 IGL로서 다른 팀들에게 저희 팀을 쉽게 생각할 수 없게 그렇게 게임을 하는 게 제 IGL 방향성입니다.
이제는 젠지가 트로피를 질 시간이다.
이제는 제가 누군지 사람들에게 보여줄 시간입니다.
각자 다른 팀에서 가장 잘하는 선수들만 모아놨기 때문에 올해 퍼시픽은 저희 젠지의 시간입니다.
앞에 서지 마라. 다 죽는다.
젠지의 이제 매치 포인트 젠지.
좋아, 가자.
젠지 저력왕 젠지.
젠지 스포츠가 오늘의 기나길었던 경기에서 승리를 가져갑니다.
경기 아직 안 끝났습니다. 젠지. 젠지.
muntik lang. Muntik manalo sa VCT, muntik manalo sa LCQ.
Kalaban na lang din namin that time is yung sarili namin.
After ng game ng ZETA Finals, umiyak ako sa waiting room. Sobrang blank yung utak ko. Parang nawala yung motivation ko maglaro.
Siyempre may nababasa rin ako na critics na yung dapat isa din daw ako sa nawala, ganun. Hindi ko na pwede hayaan na mangyari ulit yun.
This 2024, feeling ko makakarating kami sa mga Masters and Champions.
We learned a lot from 2023 and lahat gutom manalo.
Mas gusto ko pang i-push yung limits ko. Alam ko naman ma-surpass ko yun if patuloy-tuloy lang ginagawa ko.
I think this year will be different for Team Secret because we want to take the next step forward and we expect to take the next step forward. What role did we want? Jeremy played a little bit of Sentinel and he also played a little bit of Duelist. Which one did we want to go with? He was grinding a lot during the offseason on Duelist. So we'll look for a Sentinel. We looked not only in the Philippines but elsewhere as well.
Since yung result namin last year is hindi naman siya sobrang negative, feeling ko hindi naman namin kailangan ng big changes. Yung isang changes lang na ginawa namin, malaking impact na siya. Nakakuha kami ng player na sobrang sipag maglaro.
Hello everyone, my name is Noel Kiudikia, also known as NDG, and I'm a player for Team Secret as a Sentinel.
Si NDG parang madami siyang potential. Sobrang different na niya from before since mas aggressive na kami at ganun.
Feeling ko kailangan namin is someone na mag-influence sa player namin na mas maging masipag maglaro ng Valorant. Nakita namin si Noel, consistent siya, top 10, top 20.
May papakita ko na yung talent ko sa buong mundo. May laptop kami sa bahay na medyo luma-luma na and tinry ko maglaro. Umaabot siya ng 60 to 75 FPS. Sobrang naglalag pero tiniis ko kasi wala naman akong panlaro sa computer shop. Since then, umabot ako sa Radiant nang hindi ko inaasahan.
Nabuboost niya yung moral and isa siya sa sumasabay sa akin sa energy lalo na pag nag-hype yung buong team.
He does shoutcast his own game. He's very loud, but it's needed because I think last year we had a pretty quiet team.
Main duelist na for Team Secret. So, kailangan ko talaga hindi mag-overthink tsaka hindi ma-pressure. Dapat confident talaga ako eh.
Nasa condition na kami to win something. Napakita namin na well-deserved namin yung VCT slot.
Going to this year, a lot of the focus was on stability and having set roles as opposed to flexing 3 or 4 people. Trying to not put as much pressure on each other is really important for this upcoming year.
May times din talaga na nag-struggle kami. Composure and yung energy. Kahit lamang or under pressure kami, kaya namin i-handle.
Sabi lang nila yung gusto nilang sabihin.
Let them think whatever they want and papakita ko sa nila kung gaano kabagsik.
Kami yung parang isa sa mga unang naging pinakamalakas sa Asia, nag-represent sa Champions. Feeling ko ito yung year na magkakamba kami.
It's time for Adobo Gang.
And swings the corner, and Buzz will get yet another ace this weekend.
Match found.
Less than a second is spared, and a fuse comes in. Unbelievable. Come on, let's go.
いろんなことが始まって大会だったりイベントだったり
最初は強そうなキャラクターかもしれないですけど、もう途中からいなくなってるんじゃないですかね。
楽しいこともいっぱいあったしめちゃくちゃ辛いこともあった1年かな。
Hey, you ready? You look different. Yeah, just a little.
オフシーズンで多少ゆっくりはできたし、メンバーも変わって新しくフレッシュにスタートができて、来年が楽しみな感じですかね。
なんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいしかなかったのですごい新鮮な感覚で、新しい風感じ、本当にそんな感じですね。
チームとしてすごい爆発するような成長を遂げる可能性ももちろんあるし、逆に多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるし、ただ、これでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのならば、それはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from across the board to the team. So we are getting like so much good stuff. We can be a really solid team this year.
ゼータディビジョンのヒロロンです。ポジションはイニシエーター。
フレックス
Here on, I think he's really clutch player.
プレイスタイルとしてもすごい賢いタイプ、待ってるのが強いタイプの、なかなか最近見ないタイプのプレイヤーで、ゲーム外では真面目ですね。
チーム練習以外でも練習ちゃんとしてるし、ユランと比べると大人っすね、めちゃくちゃ。
ユランはもう謎の自信がめっちゃあって、見てるだけでねパワーをもらえます。
僕の名前はユランです。多分今後フレックス、バイパーとかイニシエーターを使う機会が多いと思うので、
He can do everything. Whatever we're gonna do, he's the one that, okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm here for it.
プレイスタイルもなんだろうな、恐怖を感じないプレイするんで、ちょっと見てておもろいのは。
前よりは多分プレイヤーも2人変わってるんでめちゃくちゃ変わると思うんですけど、
新しい2人はね本当に打ち合いが好きで、それにこう引っ張られるようにもともといた3人もかなり打ち合うようになって、
いろんなこと今試し中なので、前とは違ったゼータが見れるんじゃないかなと思います。
対戦したいのは T1 ですかね。伊豆さんが入ってから強いって聞いてるんで、T1 をとりあえずは戦って勝ちたいです。
基本的にどのチームも強くなってるとは思ってます。
ちょっと怖いですけど、ぶっ倒すしかないんで、ビビんないで自信持っていこうかなと思います。
My first goal is to us be a really consistent team this year, with no like ups and downs during the season, so we can fight all of the years for the Masters spots, also the champions.
めちゃくちゃ応援してくれる人がいるんで、それの応援には応えたいですね。
長期的な目標はそんなに持ってないのかなとは思ってますけど、チャンピオンズとかは出たいですね。そこは間違いなく。
最初の方はちょっとうまくいくかわかんないんですけど、
We're gonna need time because it's gonna be their first year in the franchise, but they are like working a lot. So.
パシフィックチームと戦うのが初めてなので、緊張しないように、弱気にならないように頑張ります。
最終的には本当に強いチームになれると信じてます。
There's gonna be a new ZETA. That's it. It's a new ZETA.
After hosting champions in Europe and the Americas, in 2024 we'll take Valorant's biggest moment of the year to a new part of the world. A place where esports resonates through the very soul of the culture. Welcome to Seoul, Korea. Korea is synonymous with esports. It's home to some of the greatest competitors of all time, the VCT Pacific League, and one of Valorant's most passionate communities. We wanted to come here for a while, and we're very excited to bring champions to Asia for the very first time. He's getting away with murder! Unreal!
Oh, it's gorgeous! Even one! What a monster! The villains have had their day!
This August, the 16 best Valorant teams in the world will converge here for a chance to write their names in the history books. From August 1st to the 25th, champions will take over the city and crown the 2024 Valorant World Champion.
Swings the corner, and Buzz will get yet another ace this weekend.
Match found.
Less than a second is spares, and a fuse comes in. Unbelievable. Come on, let's go.
제일 큰 세계 대회에서 한번 우승컵을 들어보고 싶어요.
챔피언스는 또 중요한 대회니까
모든 선수들이 기다려왔던 무대죠.
챔피언스 우승이 목표예요.
진짜 우승밖에 없는 것 같아요. 무조건 이제 우승해야 되고.
발로란트 챔피언스 우승 트로피 아닐까요?
마스터즈는 챔스를 가기 위한 하나의 길일 뿐이니까.
챔피언스를 기약하고 챔피언스는 또 중요한 챔피언스 우승이 우승 못하는
제일 큰 세계 대회에서
이제 저희 목표는 이제 챔피언스 우승입니다. 진짜 우승밖에
우승하고 당당히 트로피를 들어올리고 싶습니다.
이제 매치 포인트 제재.
좋아, 가자.
젠지 스포츠가 오늘의 기나길었던 경기에서 승리를 가져갑니다.
경기 아직 안 끝났습니다, 젠지. Swings the corner, and Buzz will get yet another ace this weekend.
Match found.
Less than a second is spares, and a fuse comes in. Unbelievable. Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and wait. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes. Cause homie, we in here. standing on this ground, and we will not give up the ground. Into the jungle. What in the world, huh? You all of my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
Hello everyone and welcome back to day 6 of VCT Pacific Kickoff. We're in play-ins today. We have 3 teams going up against each other and only one can make it out alive. Now today, looking around the pop-up store, fans are of course taking pictures with the Phoenix, but also writing supportive messages on the wall with pens that glow in the dark. Cool, right? We have jersey stores over here. That's why you see so many Pacific fans wearing team jerseys. We also have merch store where you can purchase apparel and other merch. We have fans already showing up in the venue, lining up to support their teams. 1 point here. 161 days till Champions landed Seoul, Korea. And we're gonna make sure we make this one count as well. So let's get to it.
It is play-in day where only one will make it out alive. You're watching VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Kickoff. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and with me at the analyst desk, we got Quack, we got Asarai. Can you guys believe it? We're on 6 days already of kickoff.
I do not. It's been a blur, to be honest.
What day is it today? Like,
I thought it's the 6th day.
I thought
That's
yesterday
all
was
I know.
Monday, and now it's like Thursday already.
It's been absolutely insane. We had long days, long games,
Yeah.
lots of close games. Like yesterday, you guys were both here. I mean, how do you feel about all that? Actually, yesterday wasn't too bad.
it wasn't too bad. We've had longer days, Asher.
Yeah, we definitely
I
have.
feel like I'm living here at this point. But yesterday, yes, we ended in some 2-0s, and it was pretty fun, pretty short. But at the same time, Genji and RQ, that one went really close.
Yes, that's right. So right now, we're looking at the tournament tree. We're going to recap a little bit on yesterday, but PaperX, T1, and DRX have moved on through to the finals of playoffs. And we've had 6 straight days of competition, which is why I think all our brains right now are a little bit like crazy.
Yeah.
But this leads us into the phase 2 of kickoff, the play-ins.
Absolutely. So this time, these teams will try to fight to get a chance to get into the playoffs right now. I believe it's only going to be the one team that squeezes in, right? So only 1 slot and 3 teams. It's going to be, what, ZETA Division, Team Secret, and Genji all vying for that 1 spot.
Single round robin. They have to all play against each other, and I'm not too sure. I'm bad at math, guys. Like, how is this calculated?
Look, only 1 comes out, first of all. So the math is going to be simple here. Only 1 comes out to enter here into phase 3 against these top 3 teams, which incidentally are our top teams from last year's going into the international. So they continue to dominate, but I'm really curious how these 3 teams are gonna fare today. I mean, there's no playing here at play-ins. It's like a gladiatorial arena where only one of them is gonna survive. tomorrow. But again, this is not the end of the road for any of the teams who've been knocked out already. RQ, Bleed, and Global Esports, and whoever gets knocked out today. Is it Esrai?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, they have more chances to play for the following up, which is Split 1, I believe. So, I mean, Kickoff, you don't get a chance to get into Madrid anymore, but they still are here throughout the rest of the year. So if you're wondering, what happens to Global Esports, what happens to the other teams that were doing well but not well enough to get into playoffs for Kickoff, they still have a chance for the later part of the year.
That's right. So you can still build up points. Of course, all these teams who have been winning have a big advantage. And now we got Gen G arriving at the venue.
Wow, it's actually still snowing.
It's so cool that it's snowing. It's like a real-life icebox outside. It's been absolutely beautiful. Yeah, but with Gen G, I mean, they've been looking really strong. They emerged from Group C, defeating RRQ in a 2-1, losing to Paper Rex, and this is why they're here in play-ins.
But they did beat Paper X on Breeze, and that was really impressive. Whereas for Team Secret, maybe a rough day 2, honestly, of this kickoffs, but then they started to come back.
Now, we're going to be looking at the power rankings. Quick summary. This is a combination of stats across the board, the ACS, KDA, first kill, etc. Plus the analysts, all of us from Korea and here in the Global have weighed in to see how these standings are. Now, what's interesting, obviously Paper X and DRX are quite dominant on the top of the power rankings, but Gen G Texture and Secret Jeremy is starting to crawl up this power ranking ladder too. Jeremy, especially probably yesterday, I think he really started padding those stats.
I think no one expected that, someone from Team Secret can actually squeeze one in. And again, this is something coming from one of the people in the desk that actually predicted for Team Secret. But because of just how strong the competitions was, and again, it just goes to show to you how much Team Secret had to do to grind all the way back to get into play-ins.
Like lots of games being played too, right? So, I mean, I think based off of yesterday's performance, interestingly enough, Jeremy climbed up to the top. And you can take a look at the duelist panel right now, because the 3 duelists that we have are actually from the 3 teams that are playing today. But of course, I will say, number 1 has to be Texture. He has been super consistent in every single game that Gen G has played.
Yeah, which is incredible, right? The duelists, the top 3 duelists right now are all 3 teams that are playing today. Like you said, Texture, if you saw his stat, it didn't look like it was a significantly larger number, but his impact kills, you could definitely feel it. It doesn't matter who they were playing. Texture has been an absolute beast. Now let's look how Gen G and Team Secret have been, teeing up against each other. It's basically a 2-2 in the head-to-head between these 2 teams right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do like how they're pointing out for Gen G, we're going all the way, and then Team Secret says, how about a quick day?
Right.
I feel like this is some kind of foreshadowing, because I am already predicting, before we get into the map videos and such, I don't think the Team Secret want to go for that 3 games against Gen G. Again, Texture's been such a hard-hitting duelist to deal with, and if Jeremy kind of crumbles, I feel like that's one solid point of Team Secret that, could falter and be a loss for cause.
Yeah, I do feel like that's the thing about Team Secret too. It's like, apart from the players, it's the coaching staff and how Warbirds prepares for this team. Because although they didn't have such a great start, right? Losing the talent at first, they weren't really prepared or expecting players like Governor and Van to throw that kind of stuff at them. Once they had more game tape to study, once they had more preparation, you got anti-strats coming in, they were kind of anticipating some of these players' positions and playing a much more controlled game. Then they can, really counter some of these plays that Gen G, Talon were trying to throw at them. Now playing against Gen G, yeah, there's been a lot more preparation coming in. But the other factor is also the fact that it's been quite a marathon, right? Like Victoria mentioned, day 6. Is there enough time for Warbirds to prepare all this stuff against Gen G? That's the question.
I mean, you're looking at me for an answer. I feel like it is, because the dude has been, I think, one of the biggest reasons as to how Team Secret have evolved from a team that only had set plays, and if that doesn't work, they're going to crumble, to a team that starts to adapt a whole lot faster now. It's because of how Warbirds was able to, mold them into that kind of team. Again, it is going to be very difficult up against a team like Gen G, but if they can hold to the playstyle that they've been using, that they've been very much successful with, I feel like there is a definite chance here for Team Secret.
I mean, Team Secret must be exhausted. Or maybe not. They're also extremely experienced, definitely one of the most experienced here in the league right now. But Can they make it through today? I mean, they seem to have this buff, right? If you
Birthday
doubt
buff.
them, first of all, there's a birthday buff, but if you doubt them for a second, they'll be like, wait, we're gonna come back. And I'm sure, you know, those predictions, like it looked like a little bit of like copium.
It was me and Mika against you guys.
Yes.
All of the rest of us guys.
At least for the predictions, you know, just the predictions.
Now with Gen G, they've been looking real sharp as Secret 2 have been stepping it up. And what I really want to see, we saw in those power rankings right now, indeed, all three of these teams have, you know, they're dominating the duelist power rankings, but I want to see them rise up in the other roles as well. And I think that's what we really need to see a lot more creative plays, more thinking out of the box, Quack.
Precisely. That's the thing that I'm kind of paying attention to right here is that between these two teams, there are lots of parallels, actually. If you think about it, they're very similarly structured. Oftentimes, you'll have that double initiator combo. You got Jesse Vash along with Envy. You've got sometimes Munchkin along with Lakia, and both of them are also the IGLs of the squad. And then you've got the duelists in the form of Texture. You know, I could go on for days about this, but the main thing is the difference between the two is that you've got a bit more star power on the side of Gen G, don't we? Texture has been topping the charts. Meteor is known to be, you know, ex-duelist, comes in as the Sentinel this year, and there's just so much more fragging potential on this team as a whole, individually compared to Team Secret, where we haven't seen as much so far in the kickoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I have to agree with that just because of the fact that...
Wait. Filipino, you're agreeing with me?
Okay. I'm not a hard copium supporter, all right? I know that there is a good chunk of weaknesses for Team Secret here, a lot of strengths for Gen G as we are looking at this win contribution, and it's all because of just that individual strength that Gen G has. So that means that Team Secret, they have to rely on what we saw from the previous days, which is them being able to feed off of each other a whole lot more. You saw, you know, when Jesse Bash goes to a play, he sometimes has Borgum, sometimes has Jeremy right behind him. It's always that coordinated play that I feel like Team Secret is able to utilize against these teams that have the even more aggressive, even more explosive players such as Texture and Meteor.
I gotta agree. I mean, that's the thing for Team Secret right now, because what we saw against Talon the second time was that they started to have more coordination. They started to have an idea for how Talon would play and then come in for those like anti-strat kind of combos. You can see that they really started to anticipate some of the positions and some of the plays that they had. And Borkum, for example, would be able to put up the Viper's Pit around B main, and A main, excuse me, on Breeze. And just it blocks off so much that sometimes other teams don't really have the answer to it if they cannot adapt on the fly. So Team Secret, with enough prep, they should be able to take this. But on the other hand, Gen G, you know, with that 2-1 score so far, they show that they can adapt. They show that Texture is still just that deadly that I'm logically just gonna go with Gen G for now.
I would like to see some of these guys step up. One thing that kind of seeing in common here between Munchkin and NDG, you know, they're not severely behind there in terms of the win contribution rate, but I think there's something there they need to work on with their controllers. Now we're looking at our power rankings between Texture and Jeremy.
Does a higher rating mean it's better? I'm bad at math, so like I have to ask you guys.
Yes.
Okay.
It says right there,
Just
first
like
and second.
numbers.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
right.
you. Thank you. No, the rating, not the ranking.
I mean,
okay, so here's the thing. There was that series where Team Secret just blew Talon off the board, so that's why we're seeing such a huge stat
and the
increase
game
on
against
Jeremy.
DFM too.
That too. So that could have really bumped up his stock, as I would like to call it.
I think so.
Yeah,
but then if you look at numbers like KD, Texture has just a higher ratio.
Yeah.
First kill per round, you know, relatively similar. So it just speaks volumes about how both players are that duelist for the team. And while Team Secret has had, you know, better games sometimes, Texture is still relatively more consistent. You know, damage per round is a much higher score as compared to what Jeremy has.
And a lot of the stats, I would say, for Jeremy, it's really, again, it's gotten padded up, especially from yesterday's game. What do you think shifted there in the focus for Team Secret that helps enable Jeremy to step up?
I think it's just the thing that I already mentioned, which is Team Secret's ability to feed off of each other again, right? You saw the setups that they were able to do. NDG was setting up, there was a big example where Talon was about to push out that B side on Breeze, where NDG just set up a couple of, you know, a little bit, some of the other traps. Jeremy was able to feed on it, and those examples kind of kept continuing with Team Secret here, whether it's on any map, on offense or defense, and that's, I feel like, how he was able to really play off of things. I think the problem right now for Team Secret, that again, this is coming from someone that is predicting Team Secret, is if they don't really have that and they're forced to make for those individual playmakings, that's when they tend to struggle. So if they can play that back and forth between each other, I feel like it's better for Team Secret.
Well, yeah. I mean, these are really good points. We are going to be talking to our coaches real soon. We got Solo and Warbirds, of course. And I think it's really interesting I really want to hear from both these coaches this time and see what they think going into these plans. Because again, this is it for all these teams. Only one's going to make it through.
Thank you guys. I'm standing here with Genji Solo and Team Secret's Warbirds. Thank you coaches for joining me. I'm gonna start with you, Solo. 네, 솔로 감독님 그리고 워버즈 감독님 만나보도록 할 텐데요. 먼저 솔로 감독님 질문 드리겠습니다. Now your opponents, Team Secret, they know how to anti-spread. They beat DRX last year that way. And for such an execute-heavy team like Genji, today might be a tough day. So are you worried at all that you maybe have shown too much? 일단 뭔가 팀 시크릿이 분석력으로 DRX를 꺾었을 만큼 좀 상당히 카운터 치는 전략들을 잘 가져오는 팀인데요. 젠지가 경기를 굉장히 많이 치르면서 올라왔잖아요. 그리고 또 이렇게 택틱 위주로 풀어가는 젠지에게는 조금 힘든 싸움이 되지 않을까 싶은데 좀 그동안 경기를 치르면서 너무 많은 걸 보여준 게 아닌가 하는 걱정은 되지 않으시나요?
일단 저희가 좀 많이 보여준 것도 없지 않아 있고요. 그리고 이제 거기 상대에 맞춰서 전략이 또 여러 개도 있고 그리고 뭐 전략만 있는 게 아니라 뭐 홀드 게임 하면서 천천히 풀어나가는 것도 선수들이 잘하기 때문에 굳이 뭐 작전을 많이 보여줬다고 해서 불안하지 않고 잘할 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
It's true that I'm worried that maybe we've shown too much, but at the same time, we have different strategies or specific strategies to counter our opponents as well. And the teammates, the Genji players, they're really good at adapting to their opponents. So I'm not really worried about TS anti-stratting us. Well, word on the street was that Genji's been crushing everybody in scrims, but it's been a rough journey compared to the expectations that people had coming into 2024. So how much of the performance in scrims have translated onto the stage and how much hasn't, would you say? 그러면 이제 젠지가 사실 스크림에서 그렇게 잘한다라는 소문이 돌 정도로 좀 젠지에 대한 기대가 상당히 높았는데 생각보다 그리고 예상보다 조금은 힘들게 올라온 것 같아요. 아직 기량이 다 나온 것 같지 않으신지 그리고 좀 그러면 스크림에서 보여주는 기량의 몇 % 정도가 현재 보여지고 있는 건지도 궁금합니다.
저희가 스크림에서 잘하긴 하거든요. 근데 뭐 솔직히 다른 팀들도 당연히 스크림에서 더 잘할 거라고 생각을 하고 실전에서 잘하는 게 중요하다 보니까 저희 지금 기량은 아직 스크림에서 한 60-70%밖에 안 나온 것 같아요. 근데 그게 좀 다 잘 되고 의사소통도 잘 되고 잘하면은 스크림처럼 게임이 잘 되면 경기를 다 이기지 않을까. 실전에 잘해야겠죠.
We are doing pretty well in scrims, but I think the same goes for any other teams. But I would say what's important is to translate that completely onto stage and perform as well as we do in scrims. And I would say we're only performing about 60 to 70% of how well we're doing in scrims. But if we do play the way we do in scrims, I think we're gonna win all the matches. Thank you very much, Solo. 감사드리고요. Now I'm gonna turn to your Warbirds. 워버즈 감독님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Now Jesse Bash yesterday told me that you guys didn't need to use much of your strats against Talon, but now today with elimination on the line, can we get to see more of what's in your playbook? 어제 제시 베시 선수가 인터뷰에서 탈론 상대로 좀 전략을 많이 사용하지 않아도 됐다라고 얘기를 했는데요. 오늘은 이제 플레이오프 진출이 걸려 있는 만큼 팀 시크릿의 전략을 조금 더 찾아볼 수 있지 않을까 싶은데 어떻게 보시나요?
Yep, so yesterday we adapted our playbook a little bit to play a lot slower. We knew that Talon were a very set play heavy team. And for today, yeah, we'll be able to show a lot more strats and be able to adapt as well in the game.
어제는 사실 상대에 맞춰서 조금 더 슬로우 템포로 경기를 운영하는 쪽으로 경기를 끌고 갔었는데 그리고 그렇기 때문에 저희가 준비해왔던 전략을 보여주지 않아도 됐었거든요. 하지만 오늘은 또 저희가 준비했던 전략들을 조금 더 많이 보여주고 동시에 또 젠지의 플레이에도 좀 맞춰 잡는 플레이들도 많이 보여줄 거라고 얘기합니다. Now, Jeremy versus Texture, yeah. Is he ready to go?
Yeah, I think they're both very momentum-based players, so I think it'll be fast and really fun. A lot of really big clutches and a lot of really big like 3Ks, that kind of thing.
오늘 또 타격대 대결이 있죠. 텍스처 선수와 제르미 선수의 대결은 어떻게 흘러갈 거라고 갈 것 같냐고 물어봤는데요. 제르미 선수도 텍스처 선수도 상당히 흐름을 타면 정말 무서운 선수들이기 때문에 너무너무 재밌을 것 같고 또 클러치 상황도 두 선수에게서 많이 나오고 뭐 3대1 클러치 상황 같은 그런 슈퍼 플레이들도 많이 보여줄 것 같다고 기대하고 있다고 얘기를 합니다. 이렇게 양 팀의 감독들 만나봤습니다. Thank you, coaches. And best of luck to both of you. I'm going to toss it over to the desk.
Thank you, coaches. Thank you, Jen. That was a really interesting interview. That's the interview I was hoping for. Now, Solo was talking about the scrims, and you know we've heard word on the street that Gen G has been super dominant in scrims, and I think there is merit to that. I mean, if you're doing well in scrim, I know there's like two sides to this. I'm personally of the belief that scrims do indicate a bit how their performance will be, but what do you feel?
I feel like that's a no for me. It's more of like... Okay, it's more because, all right, nobody wants to show what they really got on a script because it kind of showcases too much. You know, you might get counter-stratted when the real tournament comes in. That's why a lot of teams don't even script in their own regions. They play other ones so that, you know, they don't really show off what they got. Again, it's more, I think, of you just making sure that you have that synergy, you're warmed up for that next game. And Coach Solo, I think, said that, you know, they were just 60-70% of what they were capable of on that scrim. So it really just goes to show that they're just warmed up there, and it does somewhat translate here, but not to the extent that we're probably thinking about.
Does that mean my scrim bucks have no value? My scrim bucks.
Just throw it away.
Okay.
The pun is hurting me. All right, all right, quiet. All right, Solo is also talking about not really being worried about secrets anti-stratting. I mean, Warbirds is really good at anti-stratting, and he works really closely together with Jesse Bash. I mean, what do you think about that?
To be fair, yes, really, really good. But I do still feel like Gen G hasn't shown all their cards yet, and that's another thing because we haven't seen the map bans, and Gen G, you know, they can perform a lot. They have more versatility compared to Team Secret. You know, Team Secret on some maps where Jesse Vash might not be able to play Sova, Jeremy might have to play a Raze, Envy might have to play Viper. It's like roles that they're not as, you know, comfortable on, and sometimes Gen G does much better on those maps.
Okay.
So that's why my prediction goes towards Gen G.
All right, real quick blasphemy. I feel like Jeremy's Raze is much better than his Jet.
All right. Well, we gotta go to. I was gonna say we're gonna go to stage, but then actually I think they're having a chat more there. But you know what rhymes with Solo?
Yes.
Polo! Nice outfit, guys! I love it! We got our polo on, I know. We got the best sponsors in Pacific. We got dress. We look nice. We got
why is it that you guys have like the sweater and I have the you know, the polo?
Because the guy from the Philippines isn't cold. I don't know. Yeah, it's actually a really good point, especially because it's been snowing outside. Yeah. Anyway, I just want to point it out because you look so colorful and nice here at the desk.
True.
Yeah. Anyway, so Warbirds. Okay. Sorry, we're gonna go back to business. I do want to keep talking about our outfits. You know, we were looking at the interview just now. Warbirds was discussing, you know, amping it up, adapting faster to what other teams are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is again a big, I think, answer to what they were what they're hoping to be against Texture that has been such a big player in those solo 3Ks. You know, once you start hesitating, you miss a call and then you mess up just ever so slightly. Texture's just there to rip open an opportunity to again win that round. And I think Team Secret here realize this. They know that he is such a big problem to be reckoned with, and them being able to secure these better executions is just a part of their strategy to win this series against Genji.
And you were talking about, you mentioned Raze earlier before I cut you off.
Yeah. I just like how he uses the, his satchels and stuff. I'm not a believer of Jeremy's blades more than I'm a believer of how he does this double satchel showstopper. That's true. All right? That's
a fair point. All right, now it is time. I hope you guys are ready for play-ins. It's sort of like a gladiatorial arena where only one is going to make it out alive. I believe the teams are ready for their walk-ins. I hope you guys are ready too. Let's go VCT Pacific.
안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠 소속 라키아 김종민이라고 합니다. 일단 올라온 팀들 중에서 그렇게 잘한다고 생각되는 팀들은 없기 때문에 크게 경기하는 모습은 없고요. 저희 팀이 아직 조금 더 조직적인 것 같고 좋은 전략들도 많은 것 같고 좀 더 잘하는 것 같아요. 저희 팀은 팀워크 플러스 개인기라고 생각을 해요. 팀워크는 일단 기본적으로 필요한 것이고요. 게임이 잘 안 풀릴 시에 개인기로 결국에 게임을 이기는 거다 보니까 이 두 개가 그냥 제일 중요한 것 같아요. 저희 팀에서 개인기가 뛰어난 선수들을 뽑자면 텍스처 선수랑 메테오 선수인 것 같아요. 게임이 안 풀릴 때나 혼자서 해결하는 모습들이 많고요. 그리고 그 콜로 인해 저희가 이제 게임을 위닝 포인트로 가져가는 경우도 많아요. 플레이인 남게 되고 이제 플레이오프 진출까지 한두 경기 남았는데 남은 경기 잘 하고 좋은 모습으로 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Hi everyone, my name is Noel Cudegia, also known as NDG, and I'm a player for Team Secret as a Sentinel. We're preparing our fight through the future matches, and then we're just gonna check reviews their stuff of other teams, and then we're just gonna reflect on one another. It's all up to them, honestly. Whatever the bracket is, we're gonna face everyone who's in the play-ins, and we're just gonna prepare for them. Thank you to all the fans that supported me and Team Secret throughout this journey, and we're just gonna do what it takes to win, no? And we're gonna do our best every time.
Playing for the home crowd in Seoul, South Korea, make waves for Genji! Their opponents, representing the Philippines, give it up for Team Secret.
Alright, so we'll begin our map ban
And
for
here
our first
we
match. We'll be
go.
conducting
Now
a
this is
coin
the
toss
first
to
time
determine
these
the
two
higher
teams are
seed.
facing off against each other during this kickoff, but of course they've both been around since last year. And all of Pacific last year, Genji was mostly dominant over Secret until LCQ.
Until LCQ, that's right. And then they had that best of 5, and Genji somehow couldn't quite make it over the edge. You know, they had really close maps, but Team Secret adapted again, and that's always thanks to Warbirds. However, kickoffs, new year, I do feel like Genji might have some tricks up their sleeves on some maps, like, well, Split, for example. Again, maps for Sova isn't as good, and I feel like Lotus is another one of them.
Yes, exactly. I think that's been super interesting, all these split bans by Secret. You were saying about Sova.
Yeah, the Sova maps, you know, Lotus, Split, for example. So I think Genji would want to go onto one of these maps and force Jesse Vash to play something like a Sky, something like that.
Here's another interesting fact. I think I remember from yesterday's interview with Vash was that he actually likes that they don't have a Sentinel in some of their comps, where he's just saying it's just much easier for us to focus on what's in front of us. And Breeze, I feel like could be one of those maps, but I mean, NDG still plays a Cypher there. Anyways, another thing on the side for Genji, just moving away from that point, because now I think I made a mistake. But yeah.
But Genji on Lotus has been phenomenal. I'm not sure how Secret is going to be able to respond to how Genji's been playing.
I mean, we are going to be seeing double Jeremy and Texture probably on, what was it again? Raze versus Raze, so that could be something fun. But this is also, at least the Breeze map was also the map where Texture was really popping off against Paper Rex, if I remember correctly, with the Ops.
That's right. Lotus was a strong map for Paper Rex, so to see that happen coming from Genji, I mean, maybe they're right about their scrims. They got something there. Now, the decider is Icebox. I actually really want to see Secret on Icebox, so I'm kind of hoping for a game 3 here, and we got our agent select up on screen.
Oh, well, yeah, it's the same composition. Genji with that double controller, Karen on the Astra, and Team Secret, of course, double initiator, Jesse Vash on the Sova, and Envy on the KO. Envy had a phenomenal game yesterday. If he can carry forward with that performance today on a map like Breeze, yeah, they might have a better time. But then again, like you guys mentioned, Genji has a really strong Breeze too.
Yeah, and there's also going to be how much NDG can survive when he's alone, when he gets pressed on that side, because usually he needs someone else to make that site defense that he has successful. So if he gets pressed, again, alone, what can he do right now? Has he learned from the past couple of days, or is it not going to be enough? Or is it not enough?
Match up against someone like Meteor, because you know Meteor can handle sites by himself. You know that Meteor is that good. So again, I mean, my money's on Genji, but we'll see if Team Secret does a bit better.
With Team Secret and this Asian comp, yes, we've seen both these teams play it, but looking at how it's kind of lining up right now, Team Secret, they want to be more adaptable, they want to be faster, they want to respond faster, and judging how this is, you know, with the single controller instead, this seems more suited for that kind of style.
One big thing as well for Team Secret here is they're starting to learn, they're starting to believe that mid control and Hulls control have been pretty important on the Breeze map, which we have seen them do in the past couple of days that they have played here as well, so that's going to be an important thing. Some of the teams, I think, when we started playing on Breeze, didn't even give a lick of attention on mid, so that's something I think Team Secret has really also, you know, put focus on.
All right, guys, I hope you guys are ready for the game. It's time to kickstart the gladiatorial arena. Let's go into the first map, breeze over to our casters, Wilcho and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. That's right, William here with Paperthin, and we are going to bring you all 3 best of 3s for Phase 2, the play-ins.
Oh, it's going to be a great day. I mean, a really tough day for these teams.
Yes.
It is, you know, one team can only come out of this. It's whoever can play the best, and because of the way it's going to work, because it's a round robin, every round matters. Because as we break down, if it happens to go 1-1-1 across the board, then it is going to come down to things like map differential, round differential. So everything, every round, so crucial today.
Yeah, exactly. Round by round as well, not just maps. So especially for the 2 teams that are starting on stage, it's going to be Genji versus Team Secret. Getting that first step in the right direction, that's going to matter a lot for this long, grueling day.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a really, really exciting matchup. Both teams seeming to be able to bounce back from some tough losses. You know, Genji coming up short against Paper Rex, Team Secret having a tough go of it against Talon the first time around. they're looking a lot better as we go. Team Secret really seems to have found their form, found their mojo again. Gen G has looked really strong throughout. Their firepower has not been in doubt, not been in question. Kind of what we expected from some of these players, in particular Meteor and Texture, have really been popping off. Karon has been such a pleasant surprise, kind of looking towards, you know, Lakia and Munchkin to pick it up a little bit more.
Yeah, that's the big question, right? Obviously, Lakia, a big part of the strong finish at the end yesterday against RQ in that rematch for Gen G, but didn't show up as much on screen in those highlights for the first two maps. We'll see if he can have a stronger start. And then you mentioned it, Team Secret just looked all out of sorts on day one. But here, they're trying to look that they've just revitalized. Day one was just a blip on the radar. They're back into that form that we know, the giant killers, Team Secret.
Exactly. I mean, no doubt that Team Secret could get this done. I'm really excited for this. One thing that I keyed in on for Gen G in their last go on Breeze that kind of caused them some issues was if Lakia dies, they have a real problem going for retakes and execute. So got to make sure that he's not kind of leading the charge sometimes and getting picked off early or trying to set up some aggressive pushes out of like A main and things like that. But on their attacker side, Gen G has been very, very good.
Yeah, of course, they'll also have to deal with that KO that Team Secret has still been running throughout this kickoff. Just a bit of contact in mid, but both teams not ready to push off of it just yet. And Jeremy with a deep push into halls early on eliminates the entire right side of the map.
That's something I was keying in on the desk, was these halls controls for Team Secret. Already off to a really nice start. Gen G going to try to collapse towards B.
DG all alone, just has to anchor, stay alive. Jesse Vash waiting for the rest of the team's backup, and Gen G, they're wise to this as well, as they want to make sure they're able to clear the site safely, but they just don't have time to be able to push in as the backup's already arrived and surrounded them. But guess what? If you can just click the heads, that's all that's going to matter. Gen G holds their ground before they enter to pick up the pistol.
And this is something that you have to be concerned about if you're a Team Secret fan. Is that Texture, if he starts popping off, things start to go sideways for Gen G's opponents really, really fast. And this is a hot start for him. Getting some really important headshots here. Quick to turn, gets the double dink, or the single dink into the body shot there.
Yeah.
Unbelievable from Texture.
I mean, Texture has basically been playing the tournament of his life, which is saying something because we've always praised Texture's individual performance, but for him to shine so much on a roster like this for Gen G, now picking up that Guardian alongside Munchkin, they're looking to snowball the lead as much as they can in this anti-eco. 4 rifles and just a ghost for Meteor.
Yeah, nice call here to pop a smoke towards mid, anticipating some pressure from Team Secret, buying themselves a little bit of time to rotate over towards A, delay this out. Texture, often pretty good for these, especially with a Guardian in hand. We've seen how accurate he can be with those one-tap weapons.
Yeah, just a hold from Gen G, though. As you mentioned, just waiting to see if there's any aggression, if they can bait out any sort of that response. I mean, even if it's not contact, if you're able to maybe draw out some of those precious skills that Team Secret's going to have on an eco like this, as they only run the one Sheriff on Jeremy. Jeremy, he's really been revitalized yesterday, picking up a lot of kills, really climbing the power ranking as well. We'll see if that comes to fruition on the Sheriff.
Some nice shots there to delay that Trailblazer. It's not going to get through the toxic screen, so no info here for Gen G.
Oh, and it's going to be a double stack right around the corner. They didn't quite check it, and it's going to be 1 kill each for Jeremy. Jeremy picking up a second as well. Spike dropped at the entrance. Sure, it's just Classic Center Sheriff, but it's way too dangerous for Gen G. They want a long-range battle. Drone trying to just aggress onto that crosshair of Lakia. And NDG on the flank. Lakia just has too many targets. He wants to isolate 1v1, trying to pick up NDG. He's so concerned about his back. And Team Secret just will not budge time on their side. He picks it up, and he cannot swing on to the second. Envy will pick up another kill into his name, and they will get the Thrifty.
Great planning here from Team Secret, making sure that no info is given over behind the toxic screen and able to punish Gen G when they try to push through the doors to get into the site. Just really well drawn up, great patience, not overextending, not using any of that utility like you talked about, Will. Just really, really solid stuff. I mean, that is a super encouraging sign here for Team Secret, and a devastating blow for Gen G. A couple of marshals going to be picked up for them, but that's about it, and a lot of rifles abound here for Team Secret. Not quite a full buy, but still plenty of firepower available.
Yeah, and full armors as well, right? Just in case there's any cheekiness that might have come out. Of course, Meteor would have been able to buy up to that Outlaw if he so wished. But we're not going to see that this time around, so Gen G just relying on the sharpshooters, Texture and Meteor, a marshal each. If they can return the favor, sure, in the grand scheme of things we often see, then the second team who gets that Thrifty will be able to carry the momentum just a bit further, maybe one extra round, but so far, you mentioned it, all rifles on the side of Team Secret, and being on that defensive side, they have no reason to give too much information.
Yeah, and if there's any two players who can get it done with marshals, I was just about to say, it's Meteor and Texture for sure, and Meteor already finds one.
I mean, of course, the early kill onto mid as well, kind of forcing Gen G's hand to move forward, but Meteor is going to make sure that they can stabilize. Still holding onto mid with Texture lurking there. Is he aware that the potential push for Envy is going to come out? He just is not. They're neither of them checking next to them, hiding right behind the box, just in between them. And Envy just walks right in front of him, but it's going to be the Guardian with just a slightly faster fire rate, going to pick up the headshot onto Texture.
Well, this is something that has plagued Team Secret throughout some of their matches, is not checking those corners. This time around, it works out in their favor because he somehow sneaks behind Texture without either of them noticing. Now over to Borkum, trying to lock down this A site. Going to invest snake bite. Bit of utility thrown.
Yeah, a lot of damage done. I mean, this is already back up all arrived here. Even the plan is going to be tough with that fragment. They have to let go and just right into Borkum's Guardian from long range. Sure, everyone hiding in the smokes. Meteor will be good for another shot. Borkum's going to take down one more member now. Just Meteor. Time goes down, and he will have to drop that Marshal as well. 2-1 lead for Team Secret.
Yeah, nice hold here for Team Secret. A couple crispy shots from Meteor, but not enough to break through their defenses. So stalwart adaptive play here so far from Team Secret. But they're doing their jobs. That's
we don't see Envy shaking up that often.
No.
But
the Texture too, completely shocked that somebody was behind him there. I mean, yeah, he can see he's holding his heart there a little bit, like, oh boy, wasn't expecting that.
That could have been a risky one, but at the end of the day, of course, it's going to be the round win. Lots of weapons carried over, so Team Secret trying to continue this. We do see a couple half armors on the side of Gen G, so they desperately need an actual round win if they want to claw their way back in economically here on this first map of Breeze.
Yeah, and you'd love to find a way to get a pick somewhere on the map to get this neural theft available for usage for Gen G. Just going to see if they can get into it. Only one away from the Blade Storm is Jeremy. Not going to be super important this round, but potentially in a few. Lakia, you know, if you could feed him an orb and a kill here, you should get the Seekers available. So, but Gen G looks to be setting up for another, probably a B hit, especially with that toxic screen coming down.
Yeah, and
really
the cloud
starts
as well.
to indicate it. Yeah.
Covers the nest. It's going to be a pinch onto B. The timing is going to have to be crucial because they're not aware that there's a bit more weight here, but a good flash onto Jeremy. He can't answer back, but NDG not hit by that flash, and Jeremy can recover out of his own cloudburst for a double, and that's the entire push shut down. Spike stranded once again at the entrance of the site. Only 2 members left for Gen G, and they just cannot approach this site on the B side.
Yeah, I mean, the contact there that Texture tried to take kind of backfired on him, as there was NDG lurking in the back of the site, ready to crunch. He's been great back there. Day one was a little rough. Since then, he's been good, but that's a very, very nice shot from Karon.
That's the aimer, Karon. That's what he's proud. But it's going to be, of course, another trade back. Or the backups here. Yeah, the flash from long range as well. Envy, there's a reason he plays so much KO on any of the maps that Team Secret picks, and that's going to be a 3rd round win for Team Secret.
And we saw it yesterday. Envy really starting to be that 2023 Envy that we were expecting, where he was able to have just such an impactful performance on the KO. It was on Ascent, of course, but still having a very, very solid day. And the late lurks from Borkum were devastating to Talon yesterday. Going to be keeping our eyes on him surely throughout this map.
Oh, and of course, with a weapon dropped and enemies on low creds, it's going to be the Outlaw coming up again. It seems like once a couple of the teams started kind of experimenting it on those anti-ecos, more teams are like, oh yeah, we should really keep track of the credit situation. And I mean, you can see it on your screens as well. All half armor.
And he's got the Blade Storm to back it up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a really nice setup here for Team Secret. Really well thought out in terms of the situation that they find themselves in this round. And Gen G, once again, going to be fishing for some of those picks with the Marshal. Already saw Meteor hit a couple good ones. Maybe Texture's got a few in him this time around. Envy, okay,
I thought Envy
he's
was
just unreal.
Yeah, I thought Envy was going to have the advantage there, but Meteor just flicks right up to headshot level. And you can tell, other than Envy, I mean, everyone on the side of Team Secret, they don't want to give away these angles that you could potentially get picked off. I mean, even here on stairs, you're just peeking right over the edge. Borkum hiding around the pyramids, just trying to buy time. The tripwire soon to be broken in halls if Munchkin so chooses to push up, but he's just going to hold next to doors. This could be an instantaneous pinch here as the Seekers come out. They're going to have sight. Jesse thinks it's the main force coming out from Metal Door, but it's actually going to be all from main just swarming onto Borkum. Pyramid's taken down, and Munchkin just drawing the attention of Jesse Vash so that he could not provide backup.
Yeah, this is really, really rough now as they get that Neural Theft online. See Meteor trying to fish for some Cosmic Divide invested here for Gen G. Try to really make this unassailable. Texture going to be watching mid, but you can see Jesse's already kind of snuck in between the defenses. A trade.
Yeah, back and forth on that long range, but that is going to be another member down for Team Secret. They only have 2. NDG has to pick off the 1v1s, and Munchkin just hiding right around the Cosmic Divide. Now, Jesse Vash, sure, he's not spotted, but it's going to be very low on time, and you still have 2 members in mid. He's going to have to get instant 3 taps. And they're just not showing themselves. They know time is on their side. Munchkin even winning it with the Sheriff, and Gen G will finally stabilize with a Thrifty of their own.
Yeah, and it's on the back of Meteor's opening pick here. Now, and this is no fault of Envy. He just gets outplayed. I mean, he's holding a great angle. It's the right thing. He even gets a shot to land onto Meteor there, but Meteor's just too fast, too good. And that opens things up. You're able to get the Neural Theft. You're able to use that Cosmic Divide to buy a lot of extra time here. Yeah, Jesse slips the net a little bit. That might be something to consider for Gen G in future rounds, but overall, you gotta like what you're seeing here in a response from Gen G after some rough rounds.
Yeah, and of course, a success on A, and now Gen G looking to pressure B once again. That's been their default hold. Now, they will all get tagged by that 0 point, so Team Secret, they're gonna be very happy with this mid push out of Jeremy. So much area taken over. I mean, even now creeping up on halls as well. They should have a very clear idea that this has to be eventually a B pinch coming in from mid and of course B main.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially since you're catching Texture and Lakia, 2 crucial parts to Gen G's executes in that knife. I mean, it's going to be really, really tough here now. You would think for Gen G, but NDG still all alone. Mid control being taken here by Team Secret, so the rotations should be able to come through quick. Let's see how long you can hold on.
Yeah, it's just to execute. Now Texture just trying to stay alive for backup, and Lakia with a good swing out right around the pillar. We'll pick off that headshot. Now this site always meant to be empty. NDG was always meant to just buy time for the rest of Team Secret. We'll have to take a look at what the retake looks, but Charon is distracting Jesse Vash. He cannot come to provide that so valuable recon support on that Sova. Now entering in from tunnels, and Texture is just going to be spammed through the boxes and the wall there. Not going to be able to survive in amidst the toxic screen. Recon pings him. Meteor staying alive. He's trying to isolate the 1v1s. He can't land the shot onto Envy. And now just looking for that post plant, but the 0 point, and it's going to be the null command as well. That's just keeping them tied up. They cannot use their skills, and Envy's just pushing out, knowing that they can't do anything to stop this defuse. The half has been done. They're still able to try to continue it, and still so much time left on the clock.
Yeah, this is just a brilliant read throughout the entire round here for Team Secret, and Envy's utility so valuable in this round, particularly the 0 points. The first one to get the info on that B-Hall's push, and then they're able to use that to take space into mid to set up for this retake, and then immediately they identify the positions, the late post-plant positions of the 2 controllers who are looking for those lineups, who are looking for those deep positions to be able to set up the gravity wells, the snake bites, those kind of things. And they are able to identify and isolate and eliminate the forces of Gen G there. Really, really nicely done by Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, this composition of Astra and Viper, we've seen it a couple times in the past as well. Obviously, a little bit of extra post-plant power, but that's where that KO comes in so handy. We see that on the Icebox maps too, whenever teams try to counter out with the KO. And Team Secret making great use of the compositional differences as they lead 4-2 in this first map of this best of 3.
Yeah, I'd like to see if Gen G is going to try to hit B a little bit more, is to use a little bit of that Astra utility to displace NDG in the back. He had opportunities there to get some kills. I mean, fortunately, Lakia very, very clean with his aim in that last round to open up the site, but left unfettered, NDG can certainly cause problems.
Yeah, Munchkin, they've been leaving up that halls quite open as long as he doesn't go all the way through bridge. The tripwire just set up right next to the berry at the start of each round. He will break that, just trying to make sure that Team Secret has to shift their weight, but they're not budging. Jesse Vash is sitting so far behind in spawn, and we've seen him do this last year quite a few times as well, kind of taking that commander position to make sure that they can still rotate. They have a safe rotation if the execute comes out.
Yeah, and he's got lineups for days from back there too, so a lot that he can do from that position. And the Blade Storm at the ready.
I mean, this is
Texture.
Not a setup that Secret has shown yet in this map. Of course, not completely ridiculous to expect, but Jeremy just hasn't taken this close angle for the double. He has been spotted. The flashes come out with the Cloudburst. He's going to escape, which is exactly what's needed so NDG can start to help pick off the kills at the entrance. No backup in the site, but Texture will still force his way all the way through. In the back, Bladestorm still online. He's hiding behind the box. He'll pick off another one. And oh, the Spike's just trying to be stuck, having trust in Texture, but he can't get there in time. And it's going to be a 4K for NDG.
Yeah, phenomenal movement here from Jeremy. It's a big part of what makes this so difficult for Gen G. The spot with the trap wire as well. Good setup, good anticipation here from Team Secret. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is a timeout from Gen G, because it might be time to pump the brakes a little bit and reassess here. As, again, no real utility hits NDG. He's able to just kind of walk around the site and do what he wants, and that's going to be a real problem. He's gotten comfortable. We've seen it, you know, yeah, day one, some jitters for sure. Team Secret talked about it in the interviews, but since then, he has looked really solid on this B defense.
Yeah, very calm, and I would go as far to even say that Team Secret perhaps expecting that some utility might have been used, right? NDG and Jeremy both holding close for that cross angle, trying to make sure that they're the ones throwing a curveball, and Gen G perhaps relying a bit too much on the fact that it does seem they've identified, okay, it's always this NDG anchor solo on B side. Team Secret generally so far at this kickoff tournament, they seem to favor that 1-4, 1-1-3 setup on a lot of these maps, so let's target it. He's the newest one, he's the youngest one. Let's target him and make sure that we kind of rough him up to make it an easy site entry, but he has not been shaken at all on B side.
Yeah, the idea is not bad at all from Gen G. It's just Team Secret is a step ahead of them in most regards. So looking over to this now, finally, Gen G going to be able to get another full buy-in. Viper's Pit is available here, but Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft, Bladestorm, a lot of ways to combo that Hunter's Fury off of NDG's utility. And then, you know, for Gen G, it's just trying to get into a position where you can actually get that Viper's Pit down. The plants have been mostly few and far between. I mean, that one round was all that they really got. The other one was a pistol win off the back of mostly shooting of Texture. So here, getting to that position is going to be crucial, and I like what they're doing. They're going to start assessing mid. They haven't really done that a lot so far as Gen G, other than that one time Texture pushed up and had that little bit of a, you know, whoopsie daisies with Envy. We'll call it that, a little bit of a loop-de-loop, and it's going to be interesting here. But that, look at that, where that one-way setup. They see him, and that's a great setup.
I mean, even lining up for the headshot on the jump onto the box as well. Jeremy was just prepared for it, knows exactly how that poison cloud operates. The lineup from the attacker side uses it against them. And now Secret, they're very well aware that this could have been a pinch onto A site. Orcam just trying to stay alive, trying to create space for Envy. And Envy is holding on to his utility until the actual execute happens. So much patience from the Filipino squad.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing. A lot of kind of what we saw against Talon, where they just kind of let the players come to them and then try to react based off of that on their defender side. Nobody going for any crazy lurks just yet. Nobody doing anything unorthodox on the side of Team Secret. Jesse Bash now be leaning in, expecting this A hit.
Oh, but Envy's position is so good. He does get flashed, though, right off on the pop flash. The Hunter's Fury was awaiting. Can it delay? Oh, it's actually just going to get a kill. Even gets the second tag as well. Sure, the spike will be planted and the pit will go up, but this is a risky endeavor for Gen G, but they desperately need it. No way out of this pit. Now the Neural Theft, they know that both are sitting in the site. There's no exit. They've got him surrounded. Second ping as well. Shock Dart, a lot of damage onto Munchkin. Both of them now so low. It's an even fight in the pit, and Jeremy's going to take the pit down. Lakia, he's wrapped all the way around, but they should have a decent idea. The last time he was pinged was in that pit. Can he line it up? He cannot get the second and third. But now, it's still a 1v1, trying to go for that pop flash. He rotates over, he can't find the kill in time, and NDG will just get the defuse as Jesse Vash finishes up. And it's going to be Team Secret leading once again 6-2.
What just beautiful reactive play here, especially from Jesse Vash. Right before the second ping of the Neural Theft, he expects that there's going to be movement towards the other side of that Viper's Pit. Lets loose with the Shock Dart to soften up Munchkin here. I mean, Jeremy probably had him dead to rights anyway, but it's still better safe than sorry, and the Hunter's Furies, just absolutely beautiful. Finding a kill and a second ping onto that, and that round right there, you got to tip your cap to Jesse Vash. He played that brilliantly as the Sova.
Yeah, I love that he just sent the Hunter's Fury as well before the pit even happens. That we've seen kills come out from that move before, so Texture just barely getting out of that one, not getting hit with the bulk of the actual combo, the Snakebite and the Shock Dart. And Secret continuing to hold some mid control. It's back to NDG, solo anchor on B side, and this is just such a safe default setup from Secret. No reason to budge.
See if they're going to push out of Karon's smoke through mid, though. Sitting right by the pillar in the smoke is Jeremy, considering it at the very least. And Makia now starting to reaggress, going to use a flash to check, confirms. And over towards the hallway, it seems like they're going to set up for an doors crunch onto A here.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Seekers at the very least, right? So it kind of makes up for that early guiding light used. Only one flash left, but you've got the ultimate to help cover a lot of that information. Now we'll see what the preparation is. It seemed earlier Team Secret was well aware of this potential pinch. The Seekers come out instantly out of the cloud burst, and it's going to be a flood onto the site. 3 members jumping all the different angles, and each of them picking up a kill. Now Texture eventually gets straight in, and Envy's is so quick, but Munchkin coming up from the rear on A main picks up a double.
Nice execute there, but Envy able to hide in a spot where nobody's really able to identify him until it's almost too late. 1v2 now.
Oh, that is a wide jump swing, but he'll get the information that he so wants, and Munchkin still safely stationed. Just keeping him at bay with the Trailblazer as well, and Munchkin just standing way out in the open. Hard to expect that one as NDG gets taken down. Gen G clawing back with a 3rd round.
Yeah, this is one of those executes that Gen G keeps in the back pocket until they need it, until they need to kind of reset themselves, find their groove again. We've seen it a couple times here on their breezes throughout this kickoff. And it's the Seekers through the door, everybody jumps in. I mean, the Seekers do hit Envy, but again, no one's able to identify his position. They get a ping from Jesse's utility as well to set up Envy for the first one, make it a little bit easier for him. So, even though things go Gen G's way, it's tooth and nail. It's a lot of damage done to them.
Oh, and this is another switch from Secret. Whenever they wanted to take the tempo back, a little bit of extra weight onto the B side, trying to assist Jeremy as he pushes out. And the camera almost acting as a distraction here for Texture. I'm curious if Gen G's able to kind of go through the mental hoops to figure out that this might have been a setup for a push out.
Yeah, they did clear the camera, but are they going to be able to suss out Jeremy's position here? Munchkin is taking his time, and they've got a crossfire here with NDG as well, so it's even doubly difficult. I mean, ideally for Gen G, they just don't even try to go this way. But
yeah, they're more scared about the elbow, right? I mean, thinking that maybe the camera is spotting for an elbow push out, maybe a pinch out from the B side as well. They've now cleared elbow, but they have no idea about Jeremy. We'll see if that comes into play, or if it's just going to be time spent here on the 10th round. Secret still holding strong on A side as well, just right around.
But Jeremy's going to hear those footsteps,
yes,
so
I mean,
he's going to know.
Yeah, that's why this position is so crucial as well, right? No matter who goes out there, you have information that the exit has happened. Maybe they went mid, maybe they went A, but at the end of the day, they're not coming B side, which is why Jesse Vash now able to try to provide support from behind. Tripwire still holding halls as well. Fragment to buy time. They cannot rush through just yet. The door opens up. Can he get the kill? He takes out Meteor, and that makes the defense just oh so easier. Snakebite cuts off the backup. Texture down the site alone. Gen G creeping through, but Texture gets taken down. Now it's just 1v1s, one at a time. It's going to be Jesse Vash taking all 3, and Secret leads 7-3.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so well drawn up here by Team Secret, keeping track of the movements of Gen G all throughout. You know, Borkum trying to sneak in through A main a little bit, but even though the trap wire is there, it doesn't matter. They still have all the information they need. Envy, quick to get up there. Snakebite just a little bit out of Jesse. Still has the angles he needs to pop some heads, and clean shooting from the IGL of Team Secret. Give them that 7-3 lead. Now they have a Viper's Pit to play around with. Let's see how Borkum wants to play it. If they're just going to try to gum up the front of A here a little bit and try to force things to the other side of the map. It's going to be, looks like it's going to be a little bit more reactive this time around. Neural Theft and Cosmic Divide again for Gen G. We saw that work a treat quite a few rounds ago, where they were able to combo that to get a round win, and certainly feels like they might need it again on another eco with a similar alt setup.
Yeah, I think what we're starting to see from Gen G is, I mean, obviously their executes look good, right? The teamwork looks good, the comms are there, the aim definitely to support it, but if they're not able to creep up and really set up for the execute in the most perfect manner, they're starting to shuffle a little bit, and they're scared of using their utility to gain more information before going in, because they have these playbooks where they need the entire set of utility other than that initial guiding light. But this time, like you said, the ultimate is there. Even if the firepower's a little bit weak, they'll get scratched up. Now they're starting to use the Nova Pulse to try to clear it out, but Jeremy's up top this time. He tailwinds back, and now it's the bait and switch with NDG. Lakia will clean that up, but Jeremy, he's just too quick. He's been warmed up here at Kickoff. He's here to prove that he deserves to be the primary duelist. Still holding onto the site. Spike is down, 30 seconds on the clock.
Enemy remaining.
Jesse Vash with another cleanup as well.
Yeah, just so impossible for Gen G to really do anything on this B site. The defense has been phenomenal. Meteor tries to go for the no-scope, gets some damage, but no kill going to be found, and Team Secret goes up 8-3. It's just, these B site hits are just unassailable. I mean, every time the utility from Gen G is either late or just isn't hitting what it needs to for them to get in, to set Texture up, to do what he needs to do as that duelist. And that angle is beautiful there off that cyber cage, able to see the heads of his opponents. Find some damage, and Jeremy letting him know at the end.
Yeah, spoke a little piece of his mind there.
Yeah, well deserved. I mean, it's, you know, a lot of people felt like Team Secret might be the underdogs coming in here, and they certainly have something to say about that.
Yeah, a lot of people question.
Oh
and Jeremy just putting the nail in the coffin almost in this first half. As he takes out Lakia, the only way to securely gather information for Gen G. Initiator down, no flashes on the board. And now you really just have to duel your way into this site, but there's a pit on the A side. B just hasn't found success. If you're one of the players on Gen G's side, I mean, we see Munchkin, he's trying to put out whatever calls he can as the IGL, but you got to imagine you're running dry.
Well, that's absolutely the worst player to lose. I mean, now you have almost no ability to clear this Viper's pit easily. It would take a coordinated push of some kind. You have no flashes, you have no Trailblazer to get in there to isolate the Viper and really do anything about this. So sure, Meteor's going to hang out by it and see if maybe, you know, he could catch Borkum slipping a little bit, but I doubt Borkum is really interested in doing anything about that. This is
it's a full send fake.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, just doing whatever they can without their flashes, but you didn't clear the site for utility. No reason for Team Secret to move away from it. As I see that, Borkum just kind of charging through as if they actually fully bit the bait. That's going to be the A site emptied out.
I know. That's a great fake. I mean, what an interesting usage of that Cosmic Divide. Of course, now you get the information off the Neural Theft as well from Meteor, so this push from Jesse should be accounted for and dealt with.
And now it's going to be Munchkin on the lurk as well, and I don't think Team Secret really have the leisure to account for that one. Takes out Jeremy, and that about shuts off the round. Like you said, the fake really sending it part of that big one. Perhaps Munchkin also jumping through those cyber cages, making so much noise as if it's more than one member after he tosses out that poison cloud, trying to sell the idea that they've been bottlenecked, and Team Secret starts to just bite. And now, just two members. They put up the cyber cage trying to stick to the half. They want to get one kill, though, and it's not going to happen. And Gen G, when things are all said and done, 4-8, not as bad as we would have imagined when the map first started.
Yeah, no, and I mean, this is tough, though, for Gen G. You came out winning the pistol, probably feeling pretty good, and then immediately losing the eco after that to Team Secret, and that's where things really started to kind of unravel for them. Really not able to find that comfort, that coordination. I'm just not seeing a ton of impact from Charon on his utility with the Astra. I can't remember a single gravity well that was impactful in a round. Things like that. If you're going to be playing the Astra, those gravity wells have to be on point. Now, part of it, obviously, on the attacker side is so that you can use it post-plant to, you know, disrupt, delay the spike diffuses and things like that, but they frankly couldn't even get into that situation very often. So, I mean, regardless, this is just a really clean half here for Team Secret.
This fan just asking the Gen G players to please let them breathe a little bit more comfortably. They've been holding their breath here in the stadium. I don't blame them. I mean, all their matches are going to that third map. I mean, sure, while the players individually looked explosive, even that rematch against RQ yesterday really could have gone either way in that third map of Icebox. So Gen G fans just teetering on the edge as Team Secret, they've just been gaining confidence map after map.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It is, you know, Gen G has had to fight such a hard battle to get here. Both teams have, honestly. And for Gen G, they have played, you know, max maps every single match that they have played. So a lot of their playbook is going to be tipped towards Team Secret. And another concerning thing here for Gen G is they were like 66% on their attacker side on this map through the first two times they played it this year. And only getting 4 rounds is concerning.
Yeah, that's not a good stat that you want to kind of follow up with there. So Gen G, for now, they'll have to forget that, though, as it is a thing of the past, now focusing on the defensive side. We mentioned again, if it does come down to tiebreakers today, after these 3 best-of-3s, I mean, map differential, round differential, all these small things are going to matter. So Gen G really want to take the lead and run with it here on Breeze.
Mid push for Borkum. Seeing what kind of information he can get. 3-stack towards mid for Gen G. Already sneaking Texture in towards that wall, that new wall that got created on the update to Breeze. Everybody expecting, you know, something that Team Secret seemed to be favoring on their defender side with some mid pressure. And Gen G here kind of trying to anticipate that, just leaving the A site wide open. Only Karon with eyes on it right now from mid doors.
Yeah, and ready to exit as well, right? So just Texture watching his back. Looks like it's always meant to be a full retake onto the A site. Should hear the toxic screen. Oh, and now they want to take out the lurk as well. They're actually going all the way around on the minimap, all the way through elbow. But NDG not quite in a position you could expect. He should hear all these footsteps. He hears more than one, so he's just going to hold. He doesn't want to get picked off. He knows that he can give the information to his teammates. The tripwire tripped. He's going in. He sees way too many members, and he's going to get he's going to get one. Will survive, as we do see Borkum trying to come up as a distraction. But the biggest thing is now they have to worry about that flank. Jeremy pushing his way out. And that will free up Team Secret to now keep all eyes on A main. The forces arriving too low for Munchkin. NB gets one, does find the defuser, has to stop, and that's just the timing. The ping pong back and forth for Jesse Vash, and a clean pistol win for Team Secret.
You can see why Team Secret very happy to play this map. I mean, reading Gen G every step of the way, from NDG's position to the way that Jeremy pushes right into the cyber cage here of Meteor, expecting him to be right around that corner as the door is opening. And then Jesse hanging out in Karon smoke waiting. So this is incredible, the way that Team Secret is using the smokes of Gen G against them, finding these positions where Gen G just isn't expecting players to be.
Saw it in the first half as well, using that attacker's poison cloud to create, in essence, your own one-way on that jump up to the boxes for Nest, things like that. And this is where a lot of that counter-stranding comes into play. You know the tendencies of your opponents. You try to say, okay, well, if they're always going to use that utility, how do we react to it? How do we use it against them rather than just back out from it? That's what makes Secret unpredictable, a little crafty here in VCT Pacific, and to some extent makes it tough for teams like Gen G that like to play fairly textbook, likes to play execute heavy, to figure out how Team Secret will react.
Yeah, no doubt. And we've seen that Team Secret very, very smart throughout this so far. You know, Jesse Vash has had some brilliant reads just on his own, but now as a team, you know, they downloaded Talon after losing to them the first time, really just used Talon's own game against them, and, you know, just had a phenomenal run back. Now here against Gen G, kind of looking like a similar type of play style where they're just willing to let Gen G be the one to make the mistakes and then punish them, or at least find ways that Gen G's setups can be used against them as well.
Oh, gonna check with the drone. Does he check both angles, though? He finds both targets, and they've all been spotted. Only Classics, no way to react to that and fight back. Secret will find a free B site as the members of Gen G dwindle down to 3. One Sheriff in the hands of Texture, and because it's Texture, sure, we never know. But now they hear it. Sheriff in the hands, not giving an easy angle, trying to set up a double there. Can't find the low target Envy either. And you gotta imagine at a certain point, Gen G, they're just holding. It's just Texture trying to get kills with the Sheriff at long range, but they accept their fate. The rest of them just Classics in hand, waiting for the spike to go off.
Yep, that's just Team Secret doing their due diligence. You know, Jesse Vash with that drone just being like, well, they could be around this corner. We haven't been here. We haven't checked it. And Jesse also good with the Guardian. Locky gets a dink, gets a kill. That's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you just had a Classic. You heard that they were coming out your way anyway. You got to pick up whatever kills you can. Should be able to get out with all the weapons that they wanted on the side of Secret. Now a 10-4 lead, a pretty hefty one. Mostly half armors on the other side of Gen G as well.
Very concerning now for Gen G. Seems like they're going to have to dial up something special, try to find a way to get fired up, but Texture, his impact severely minimized here. 7-12 right now. Munchkin, the top fragger for Gen G so far. That is very concerning.
I mean,
very concerning.
Kind of goes back to the memes of the old days with Optic, right? If you got your non-fragging IGL starting to top the board, something's not going right. Star Duelist not with that Gary Power in this map. We won't name names, but I'm sure
yeah.
it's all of our favorite IGL. So, well, Secret, I mean, they can match the firepower fairly well. And of course, even if they don't, Hunter's Fury will come online the next round. I mean, Envy very close to his null command as well. They've got what it takes to just push right up to the finish line in map 1.
Yeah, and it feels like so much of what Gen G is playing for here is off of contact. No push-outs, no proactive information gathering, but Karon there just steps out, takes a over-peeking Jeremy out. Now the information Team Secret attempted to be gathered. Karon going to be sitting on the back of Pyramid there. Use that gravity well. That one at least delays. That's not bad.
Yeah, especially with the jet down as well. They know that they have this advantage, but no one aware of mid doors. Now there isn't a backup. Okay, we do see Munchkin trying to keep his eye on it, but there's just too much time. The timing in favor of NDG. He picks off one, and Lockett goes down instantly as well. The entire site, I mean, they just all get hit at the same time. The comms perfect for Secret as NDG, the newcomer, helps open up this round.
There just is no mid pressure, no mid control, no mid information at all for Gen G this round. Not a single ounce of energy was expended to check that part of the map, and it pays dividends for Team Secret, who find, once again, another weakness in their defense.
Oh, he's even going to pick off Texture, and that is not going to feel good for the star player of Gen G. We've been talking about how he's had the tournament of his life, and Meteor now trying to scrape together whatever he can. The only remaining member of Gen G from 2023, but time is not on his side, and neither are the craftiness of Team Secret as they win the 2v1. 11-4 lead, 7-point difference, and Gen G still not catching a clue.
That's the bonus now for Team Secret, and it's do or die time for Gen G. This is looking like it could be a quick map 1 here. Gen G has looked pretty solid on Breeze, but Team Secret now looking like they...
Yeah, get those nerves out, get comfy.
I guarantee he's feeling really comfy right now. This is going very, very nicely. A couple Marshals, some Sheriffs for Gen G, full Vandals in the hands of Team Secret. You've got the Null Command, you've got the Hunter's Fury. Munchkin able to dodge the 0 point. Now up and over goes Team Secret once again, going for a mid explore. I do see Munchkin at least considering this from the double doors. In fact, they're considering it from both angles. They're expecting this, and they were setting up to try to punish it, but the early pressure from the Marshals is going to back Team Secret off more towards B.
Yeah.
Now over into Meteor. I mean, this is a guy you wouldn't mind having this situation.
And he's busy shooting, so he can't get the information with his camera either, and Team Secret punishes that instantly. Realizes if the Cypher is scoping down, there's no way to react to that. Munchkin will pick up a consolation kill, but that's all that's going to be. I mean, you got to imagine with all this utility, all the weaponry, and of course the timing in favor of Team Secret that leads them right to map point with an 8-round lead for Team Secret in map 1.
I mean, it is an eco, but it's an eco you have to win at this point. So the concerning thing for me here for Gen G in terms of just an overall perspective is that they're kind of tunneling in on stuff. I mean, from the macro where they set up for this mid crunch and they kind of tip their hand maybe a little bit too early with those Marshall shots, to just Meteor not expecting somebody to already have flanked over to the left-hand side of the site because he's too busy popping shots through a smoke trying to catch a freebie that he misses the even thought that a player could come over from that side of the map. And this is a little bit concerning for Gen G, and just great play from Team Secret. Just absolutely phenomenal stuff from Team Secret. Do not take anything away from them.
This speed, it's a little fast, but Karon, that one singular gravity well right before the null command hits him, it's actually buying just enough time for backup to arrive. Of course, the weakness being applied to Envy helps pick up that initial kill. Meteor now we'll just wait until that KO eventually goes down. But Jesse Vash, jeez, Jesse. I mean, he is trying to clean up house. They're switching positions as well. The pop flash is good. Lucky will pick that up, and they will eventually pinch on to Jesse Vash. Gen G desperately holding on to this map.
I mean, Jesse's so good today, man. He is looking like his birthday buff is carrying over today, man.
Oh, it's the birth year buff. Yeah, 2024, the year of Jesse Vash. Better watch out. 34, that's it.
That's right. This is his best year yet for sure. I mean, he is looking phenomenal. Great to see Karon having some impact with his utility. Something kind of felt like was lacking maybe a little bit earlier on in the map. Now starting to get a little bit more dialed in. Trap wires once again, as always, being set up on B. And now this time, Gen G leaning a little bit more towards this B side, potentially expecting a switch up. A lot of anticipation for Jeremy's landing zone at the front of the B site there with the Cypher utility. Trying to see if they can punish that position. I don't know what happened there.
I mean, just the off peek out.
I don't know why Lockie is...
To be fair, yes. Why was he standing right in the middle of the stairs? That is a question that we will never discover the answer to. But Jeremy with a quick peek out gets the kill. Perhaps Lakia just a little lax on the timing. But either way, that leaves Meteor all alone. So Munchkin just trying to pinch together. Now Genji's moving across the map. They're trying to pinch into this B site, but unbeknownst to them, Hall has been taken over by Secret. So the real tail in this loop around is going to be Secret when it comes to it.
And Envy was ready for this. I mean, he knows that, you know, sometimes Munchkin, especially when things aren't going their way, starts to press a little bit with these lurks, tries to go for some cheeky hero plays. Didn't really pan out. Now Meteor just in a world of trouble. Yes, he has some help. Well, he had some help.
Oh, well, that goes down to the Launcher Sphere. Meteor just trying to stay alive in the Cyber Cages, but they wait until he has to push out. And now Texture on the flank, but it's going to be a flank for flank as well, as we do see Borkum wrapping all the way into defender spawn. Now Spike is down, time somewhat favoring Gen G, but they have so few members, and the peek out from NDG doesn't get the kill. Charon has to wait until the screen goes down. He goes for a quick peek, and it's going to be the timing on NDG on the reload. They've now entered the site. But just Texture all alone, and all three members spread out across a 13-5 one-sided victory for Team Secret as they go up 1-0 in this best of 3.
A thoroughly impressive performance here from Team Secret. Looking so good at every twist and turn, never giving Gen G much breathing room at all. It took some really creative executes on their attacker side to really accomplish much. Otherwise, it was Team Secret all over the map, always finding the gaps in Gen G. Every time there was somebody there to hear the rotations and the footsteps, to see the rotations, to anticipate the maneuvers, to have a setup where Gen G's executes were able to be shut down quickly.
Well, that's it for map 1, but we do have the Death standing by to break down the action before we get ready for map 2.
And it is a 13-5 victory in Team Secret's favor. That was a very quick first map, and Team Secret definitely turned things around and proved exactly what Warbirds had said, that they were ready. They were ready to adapt quickly, and it looked like Gen G just wasn't prepared for that, Asterai.
Yeah, you talk about how there's a lot of quick adaptation here from Team Secret. Gen G's not the one who's adapting fair enough. There were so many intervals where it just felt like there was that one thing that was off from Gen G, whether they're going for that split push on A, opening halls, and then they just lose that halls control, still push up, and not really be able to readdress those issues that kept happening over and over again in this first game.
Yeah, I remember that round. Envy knew exactly what was going to happen, right? Yeah. Jumped up on the box, got the drop on some of the Gen G players that tried to execute out of halls. It just doesn't quite work out. I mean, some of their textbook classic Korean flash and dash executes just get completely anti-stratted. Team Secret, you know, Jeremy, I think, had a great game in this match, on this map, and it came from a lot more direction from maybe Warbirds or Jesse Vash as the IGL. He seemed to know exactly what to do in every situation, in every round. And anytime, you know, he hears a dash come in from Texture or the bird flying out, he's just like, cloudburst on the ground, I'm staying inside, I don't get flashed, I'm okay. And then NDG comes in to help him out. Or he pushes himself, you know, under window around B main, and he gets so much information off of what Gen G is trying to do. They just look like they had so much more direction in this map.
Yeah, and again, as I mentioned, you know, mid and halls control, that was one of the things that I felt like was lacking from Team Secret in some of their games, and now it looks like they were able to make it happen a whole lot better now as to why you know, Texture had to go super hard to get that pistol round in their hands. If he didn't get that 3K, that probably would have been a Secret pistol as well.
Now, the casters are talking about the Jesse Vash buff, the birthday buff. He has performed phenomenally this map, you know, the Sova that we know and love from Jesse. But Jeremy here at MVP, you know, we were talking about this in the green room just now. It seems like Team Secret has kind of repositioned their players to make sure that none of them really fall through the cracks, like MDG anchoring on side A.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like how he's maneuvering right now. Again, it's not as clear-cut or as explosive as what we were kind of hope in their matchup against you know, Meteor when he was doing his amazing plays a couple of days ago, but it's super solid. He always has Jeremy there with him. They have that kind of back and forth duo between the two of them if they get pushed on B, and when he was alone on B side, he's not overextending the fights anymore. He's utilizing his traps a whole lot better, and he's waiting for his team to rotate. So these little bits of adaptation have been really good for NDG's site anchoring.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. We gotta look at this. This is the first time Texture is not dominating in terms of the ACS and KDA. Jeremy is like, look, I've had enough of all this Texture talk. I'm the better jet here.
Complete flip, right? I mean, not only is Jeremy 300 ACS, 2.3 kill death assistance ratio. I think he entered like the first half with like 17 kills and only 8 deaths. That's already a really big number. But what stands out to me the most is that Texture has 0 and egg for first bloods in this whole map. That has not happened at all throughout this entire kickoff. So yeah, it's just completely anti-stratted by everything that Warbirds prepared. Any execute that Gen G tried to throw just didn't work out at all.
I just wanted to add as well in terms of like the stats. We're looking at the 0 first bloods for Texture. All of his stats against every single player of Team Secret minus Borkum have been negative. So he's lost 4 of the 5 fights that they got against NDG. He's only won 2 of the 6 fights that he got against Vash, and then so on and so forth. So Texture really is struggling this first map.
I think Secret has been really, with every day that passes, and again, it's been 6 days, and every day that passes, Secret has been gearing up. You can tell them they're warming up. Maybe they were like you, adjusting to the cold, landing back here in Korea, and it was snowing today, but now they got it. They got the birthday buff. But you're right. They've been anticipating every single move, every single maneuver that Gen G tried to throw at them, and even in the second half, they just strolled in through mid-doors.
Oh my God.
That was so painful. They're just, there are gaps in Gen G's gameplay right now. I don't know if they're panicking or what's happening. They're moving too quickly for Gen G right now.
There was only one timeout called by Coach Solo as well, Gen G, and it just looked a little bit off. They couldn't adapt. They had no idea, and almost felt like they lost a bit of confidence. They got so distracted by that push coming out of A main that nobody was looking at mid doors. NDG came in, and the way that they held that post plant, NDG was so chill. They had such a much better game, working with Jeremy. But then by that last few rounds, NDG just had a camera. He was hiding around orange, and he just had one hand on the mouse, I think. He was scratching his face. He was like, I'm just watching the camera. It's all right. I don't care whoever comes to strolls along. It's
they had
all good.
full control of the game, right?
Yeah.
Also, I just wanted to add as well, I don't think we've talked about this here. The second round in this first map, it was a thrifty pistol from Team Secret here. What was happening there with Gen G, right? Where they had full contact on A main, and somehow in like the 3-second standoff that they had looking at each other, it was Team Secret that was coming out on top with just, again, 1 Sheriff and all classics. So, very iffy.
That might have been the moment, actually, when everything just kind of got thrown off. I don't think they expected Secret to all be there and ready just to pounce on them with classics. You're right. Most of them, I think they all died to classics. I don't know how many Sheriff kills we had in that round. It was unbelievable, and Lakia standing all alone, it was just...
I think they underestimated them a little bit, too.
Yeah.
And then, just dying to the classics in those positions that they weren't expecting Team Secret to be hiding in. But then they did kind of do the same thing back to Team Secret for just like 1 round. Meteor opened them up with a Marshall, and the rest of them tried to go for those refrags, but it didn't quite work out. But as it all plays out, Team Secret starts to build out that momentum. That's the main thing. Coming up with that thrifty win really killed Gen G's momentum, killed Gen G's confidence. They couldn't come back from the game after that point, which worries me a lot about the next map, because I do feel as though Warbirds has tricks up his sleeves.
Yeah, speaking of momentum, exactly. This is going to carry on into Lotus. So far, we've only seen Secret only play Lotus once against DFM. But before we get into that, let's look a bit at the replays of what happened just now. Some killer plays.
There it is.
Guys, yeah?
Sorry,
right? There was a moment, that was the moment from Gen G where it just looked so good in the beginning, and then it just all started falling apart here. This is the round you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I don't know what's happening here for Gen G. Maybe they just woke up on the wrong side of the bed, but every single time that, I was mentioning when we were doing our pregame that I thought it was Secret that was going to have issues with their setups where they're just slowly getting into the site. This time, it's Gen G that's actually the team that is slow to get into the site, whether maybe they're just afraid that Team Secret's too near the smokes in front of the entryways or not. We don't see that explosive entry that we usually see from Texture. No proper support here from Lakia's splashes, and I think you were mentioning this in the green room where you saw like Charon's setups as the Astra was just a tad bit too slow. Maybe that's also a factor here as to why it just felt so disjointed, I think is the word, for Gen G.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, they really need to shape things up going into Lotus. Now, Gen G was fantastic on Lotus. You know, they only lost once to Paper Rex, but even then, I'm pretty sure they made Paper Rex sweat a bit. It was a 10-13 on that. Now, both of these teams seem to like playing double controller, but like you said, Quack, Warbirds surely has more plans up the sleeve, and let's look here. Looks like it's the same. You know, the only difference between our two initiators, Fade and Jesse back on the Sky.
Yeah, Jesse on the Sky. You got Envy on the Viper. That's what I was a little bit worried about for Team Secret, but after seeing that first map, I do feel as though Warbirds has plans in mind. The main thing is, as long as you know how Gen G executes, as long as you know their intentions, which is why some of the times you see Jeremy go into deeper positions, if they get that information and they know how to adapt against Gen G, then Gen G might have a tough time. It becomes a whole game of an adaptation. Gen G, you know, they need those timeouts from Coach Solo. They need Munchkin and Lakia to really adapt on the fly and figure out or throw new plans at this pie. Because if you're just using the same plan again and again, what is the definition of insanity, Asterai?
Yeah, doing the same thing over and over again.
Exactly.
All right, let's see the insanity for Lotus. We're going to go back to our casters, Paper Thin and Wilcho.
Thank you very much. The thought just came to me. If Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, are we all insane for keep going back to the analyst desk after every game? What are we doing out here?
But then they keep coming back to us.
Oh no, it's an infinite loop of insanity. Well, hopefully that's not the case for either of these teams as we do face Lotus on map 2. Now Gen G, a great showing on Lotus yesterday against RRQ. They've consistently favored this map, but that also means that there's a lot of tape to be studied, and we know what Secret likes to do with that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They seem to have really gotten Gen G's numbers so far, and another map that they'll have some info on. Certainly has alarm bells ringing in Gen G's ears. There's no early pressure, early aggression. A little bit of a mound push here for Munchkin to potentially deal with, lining up with the snake bite to try to slow things down a bit. Keeping a couple members over on the other side. I think looking to see how much contact they get here as Team Secret before they really fully commit.
Yeah, but they're not quite aware that the backup's already arrived on Waterfall. Now the Poison Cloud will actually push them back. And now Gen G looking for a timing on the counter push. It's going to be the Paranoia. It doesn't quite catch anyone as they all jump right around the wall. But that gives the idea to Team Secret that this was a rotate, and they will just hold. They know that they can't win the timing fight if you rotate at the same time. Just looking to re-aggress, make sure that they're not losing control of Mound. You love to see this type of operation from Team Secret.
It's just delayed here from Gen G on that attempt to punish the orb push. Munchkin, once again, under a ton of pressure, has to get the heck out of there. All the utility forcing him back, but he's going to re-aggress on this angle. Looking to see if anybody's going to try to push in. And goes in early.
Push out. Yeah, Jeremy coming in. It's going to be a double team as well. I mean, Munchkin not quite finding out that it was 2 members, and it's just kills on all sides, and we see a flawless on the pistol round for Team Secret.
Yeah, it's just every time Gen G wants to do something, has a tendency to do something, Jesse Vash and Team Secret are just a step ahead. And Gen G a step behind. Again, the util dump onto that orb is just way too late. By the time they even get the Paranoia and the Fade util out there, Team Secret's already around the corner. And then they're just waiting here, and Munchkin trying to do what he can, tries to go for an aggressive play into the smoke, seeing if he could maybe do what Team Secret was doing to them a few times on the previous map, but did not pan out. Not the Season 8, the Haunt Nade combo here from the side of Gen G to try to gain a little bit of extra space, try to put those classics, those brand new, very awesome classics that we have, Will.
I know. I'm still kind of torn on which one's my favorite, but maybe their success rate with classics would change my mind. we do see some cheeky kills with the classics.
So you're a GE fan then.
Well, they're definitely up there. If we ever get Frenzy team skins, right, team capsules, then GE definitely rising all the way to the top of that. But here, Gen G, I mean, not trying to use any of the utility that costs some credits, so making sure that they're aware of how to claw back into this. Now a reverse stack onto C site, but Team Secret, they still have a minute on the clock. No reason to push this out. Bork very well aware, and he's going to be able to mow down everybody. Jeremy picks up the last cherry on top with the Vandal. And I mean, no reason to go to the other side. You might as well make sure you're holding the site here for Team Secret. What a disaster for Gen G.
To Gen G's credit, there was one player who was aware of it. In the midst of all that chaos, I couldn't quite catch who it was, but kill for Karan. Oh, gets a second. Gets some dinks in there. Nice piece of work with his brand new fancy classic skin. definitely adding a little bit of a buff there for Karan. But I mean, there was recognition that this corner could be here. You can see it's actually Texture watching him and Meteor. Yeah. It's just people are walking all over the place in front of him, in front of them, and making things a little bit tricky. Of course, the crossfire as well from Jeremy makes it unassailable for the side of Gen G. But I will say, for Gen G's credit, they are at least aware of that position of Borkum.
Sure. Obviously, the firepower not in their favor either, but the results will favor Team Secret. And now just a full clash onto Rubble. No means of stopping here for Team Secret either, as they just keep pushing through. Borkum perhaps overeating just a bit further. Wanted to create a better angle, but his teammates not able to counteract that. Jeremy will finally follow through the snakebite, doing work to cut off Lakia's exit into Link.
And gonna pump the brakes a little bit here, and this time Gen G not gonna fall for it. They're gonna keep their feet planted as well. Not gonna anticipate the rotate this time. They're on at Baby Door. Texture on site. Munchkin in here as well.
Oh, but Jeremy's just so fast on that swing, and now the backup being called over, but Munchkin, he knows he just needs to stay alive. They have to regroup. Texture on an island in tree. They don't have quite the hard sell information yet, but they do still have their suspicions on the side of Team Secret. Very wary of that tree position. Looking for a pinch, and it's going to be the showstopper to make sure that he doesn't get traded out. And Texture taken down. The site taken over by the Filipino squad. Low health not an issue as you get the site. Munchkin trying to come back around, and it's going to be Envy, who was a little too focused on Heaven, trusting his teammates to push out a tree. That does give an opening for Gen G. Already a tough round, but Munchkin trying to make the best of what he has left. 2v2, Jesse Vash still remaining. Can't win the fight yet, but time in the favor of Team Secret, as Munchkin just can't get the reload in time, and another bonus round win for Team Secret.
Even though Envy dies there, I like the trust that Team Secret has in each other to hold these angles, and one really a key factor that allows them to, really rip that showstopper and think, okay, we can get this done, is that there's a quick check up into Heaven well before Munchkin gets there to come in, and they know that they have the freedom to make sure that they can cut off this extra flank angle, and it is well worth it to make sure that you really only have to worry about one other half of the map, the northern half. You don't have to worry about the southern half anymore. You've got that dealt with Texture down. You can turn your attention towards the other forces, and yeah, it didn't quite go exactly how you drew it up for Team Secret, but still, job done. Very, very nicely handled, as they are really starting to roll with this particular match. And this is concerning for everybody else because, again, obviously if you 2-0 this group, you're going to win, and Jeremy's going to win that duel.
And I was a little afraid of this looking at the minimap as well. I mean, we've seen this type of pinch, the trap play from the defense, as we see Team Secret just regaining control. But, I mean, with the weaker weaponry as well, I mean, Team Secret is barely aware. They only send Borkum, who does have an exit with that Shadow Step, to try to pick up that orb. See if you can bait out some of that utility. Secret is very well aware of the options that Gen G has shown so far, and they're not showing anything new just yet, so it's just a process of elimination.
Exactly, and it's just incredible the way that they're just dismantling Gen G here. It doesn't seem like the firepower of Gen G has any real say in this, or they can't even get it going. Meteor gonna drop down. Heard the spike plant.
Planted.
Gonna see if he can get a few punishes with his Sheriff. Oh, he was ready, but NDG swung wide.
Gotta find that first shot. It's just a Stinger and a Sheriff. I mean, sure, you evened out the econ for the next round. So trying to figure out what the best course of action might be here. Obviously, the most ideal would be a couple exit frags to your name, but you also have to consider Jesse Vash now on the hunt, only 3 points away from those Seekers. If he can get the double here, that would be the most ideal scenario for Secret. He gets one, he's trying to swing around. Lakia will eventually shut down the Sky, leaving him 1 point away from the Sky ultimate, but the round already escaping Gen G's hands, and perhaps the match as well, as they will now be down 0-4 as the spike goes off.
And Again, this is very, very concerning here for Gen G. Again, obviously, if Team Secret just goes 2-0, if they're able to beat Gen G here, beat ZETA, they move on. There's no question about it. However, again, if it comes down to the tiebreaker, the rounds start to really matter. And even potentially if there's some really weird world where the round differential is tied, comes down to how you did on your enemies. Map picks did not go good on Breeze at all. So this is just snowballing Gen G's chances of potentially making it out of the play-ins, just right out of any possibility of having a chance. It's just, it's amazing what Team Secret is doing.
Yes. Obviously a grueling schedule and a brutal tournament format, but at the end of the day, going down to that lower bracket in the groups, you do have to claw your way back in. All three teams today facing the same scenario, and it just looks like Team Secret came prepared for this moment. Almost as if to say they've always been used to having to claw back in to prove themselves back again once maybe some fans or us along as well for the casters started to lose faith. They always say, no, it's just one opponent, it's just one day. Now clearing out those angles that Gen G loves to hold. They often have that cross angle set up with the Killjoy utility, so Team Secret noticing that it's a change, and that gives him the confidence to break in. The Seeker's not going to find Meteor in time, and Jeremy stranded on the entry. Still too much utility left to be able to swarm the site. From the shadows onto the A site. This is a risk, but he's going to just stick it all the way through, and Jesse Bash will catch the rotate on Meteor.
Spike planted.
He had him read. He knew that Meteor likes to try to push out immediately. Of course, with Borkum's TP as well, a new wrinkle in Team Secret's attack plans. Texture, though, good for one, not good for the other.
Yeah, that's going to be Envy holding time until Jesse Vash can get through. If Borkum can just stay alive, maybe even win this 1v1 against Lakia. No, Lakia with a nice swing and a crouch will clear out the site. They have information about Rubble. They know that Jesse Vash was still on C site. Will they start the defuse? They're going to look for the stick. It's going to be the Paranoia on one side. Charon still trying to defend the diffuser. They're just going to barely be able to stick it and finally get a precious round win as Envy just gets a nice extra ult point to his name.
Still very costly here for Gen G. And again, a different look from Team Secret, and it almost works, but when Borkum TP's over there, that starts to spread out Team Secret, and then Jesse stays around for that lurk. Yes, it works. Yes, you kill Meteor. Yes, you're reading the way that Meteor likes to rotate out of there. We see this all the time where Meteor wants to get out of that C site quickly and start helping out towards B if he possibly can, and Jesse punishes that. However, everybody kind of gets a little bit disjointed here, and that allows that firepower of Gen G to really shine, where they're able to win those isolated battles, something that Gen G is going to need that of and more if they are going to be able to win this map.
It's looking like a very tough match overall. Secret not only coming prepared in the strats, but the firepower, none of them really backing down from the likes of Texture, Meteor. I mean, even Charon, who Gen G has been touting, has aim second to none. Now, the push out from Mound allows Gen G to hold a bit more of a frontward line across the map. B site just being anchored down by the Viper alongside an alarm bot. And this A site seemingly prepared to empty if need be. You do have that Nightfall on Lakia for a potential retake or to delay.
I mean, he's going to have to find a way to get out of there potentially. Yeah. He's in a really tight spot.
Oh, and Texture dies as well. That's his only exit plan. Lakia now just has to fight, but gets hit by the Paranoia. The paint shell's doing some damage to him as well. Scratched up, can't take the rope anymore, son, as he's just stranded in the middle of the site. The Nightfall will buy time, but Jeremy has not been hit. He takes that full health to try to break it open for his teammates on Team Secret. The smoke comes up, but they spotted him right under it, and Borkum will get the spray. And Jeremy hiding in the smoke already. Munchkin just barely surviving. But too many members of Team Secret already on the site, and it's going to have to be a save for Meteor.
Yeah, this is just a great play here. Texture maybe getting a little over-aggressive or just getting beat at the point. And then that puts Lakia on an island. Great combo there with their utility, with the Paranoia and the paint shells, knowing that the only exit for that player from tree is going to be towards that ramp in the back of the site. And they made Lakia's life miserable. Even with the Nightfall invested, just not a lot they can do.
Yeah, I mean, the Nightfall investment's the one that hurts the most, I think. I mean, you were already stuck. I don't mind the timing of it because obviously Team Secret tried to stall a little bit, tried to wait for their own utility for that set execute to come out. So Lakia thinking he has just enough time to get that decay onto his opponents, bring the backup together, and scare off Team Secret. But Jeremy just barely backs out of the Nightfall, still has full health, still has audio, and says, I will be that scout and the entry that my team needs. And that's all they needed for that round, and that forces a timeout from the Gen G coaching squad.
Yeah, of course. It's going not great here for Gen G, and it needs to turn around sooner rather than later, of course, if Gen G is going to have some hope in this. And you can see that Munchkin, the pressure of this match, starting to get to him a little bit there, head in his hand. And of course, it's very tricky here because a lot of the things you've been able to get away with as Gen G so far here throughout this event are now starting to be just completely dissected by Team Secret. A lot of these, you know, individual hero plays and things like that just aren't being given an opportunity. The sloppiness sometimes with the utility from Gen G, where they're not really all together on the same page, or the timings are just a little bit off or a little bit too late, things like that. But, you know, here it's like Team Secret is just more proactive, just understands the positions better. Their utilities landing in more impactful situations. Like you said, you know, Lakia there just misses a player. That makes it even worse that someone's free to just run around on the inside without those tethers attached, without any information on that player's position. To just really add confusion and chaos to what Gen G's trying to do to try to hold on. Now, Munchkin, Munchkin's got a Viper's Pit. You've got the Rocket for texture. So this round feeling very, very important here with those two big ultimates in hand, even though you're on a very weak buy.
That's the part, right? I mean, sure, you could go for a broken buy in some way, shape, or form, but they know that that hasn't been doing them any favors so far in this matchup against Team Secret. So they will choose to save just that one Phantom carried over from the previous round. And Secret should have a fairly good read on this. The timeout, giving both teams a chance to regroup.
I'd really like to see, honestly, Gen G go for it here. Like, try to set up a play where they can use Texture's Rocket to grab a gun, but, you know, are they even going to be given the chance? It doesn't look like it. Look how far back Team Secret is playing other than their three-man stack. So they're aware that that could be a possibility bouncing in, and a little ambitious there from Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps just trying to get the scout onto how many members are stacked up here, and he gets the information, but Meteor still gets two. Now, is he aware of Borkum having crept in? Now he's very well aware. The Prowler providing the backup. That will be weapons recovered as well. And now, I mean, this is the dream scenario for Gen G. You mentioned perhaps using the Showstopper to recover a weapon, but they're just going to get it for free with Meteor getting the double on the entry.
Yeah, I'd say this is probably the first round of the entire match that's left me scratching my head a little bit with Team Secret. That one a little bit ambitious. Not much help for Jeremy. Envy, though, good against Karon.
That should lead to the spike plan as well on one side or the other. Oh, having a little too much faith. That B site was open, though, as Envy still trying to check onto the A side, and that's just walking right through the decay. The Frenzy finishes the job for Munchkin. And Envy now just looking to get maybe the Viper's Pit up and ready for the next round as time not on his side. He won't even be able to finish that as Lakia will get the last kill. A thrifty for Gen G.
Very well may be the spark for them that changes their destiny on this map, because it certainly felt like it was going the wrong way with that poison cloud there. Nobody really able to feel comfortable to get in to try to help, an attempt to take Meteor out, try to cut off his angle from Mound, but Meteor was well ready for it, not fooled by Borkum's TP at all. Now you've got the op, now you've got a bunch of ults available. Team Secret with their Showstopper lining up towards C, but the push out is going to be tough for Gen G potentially if they go for this.
Well, yeah, they've got a double setup as well. Just going to hide away in that box. It's going to have to be a quick peek there, and he's not going to find the kill, but it is a setup for Munchkin. He gets scratched up through the wall. The trap play from Gen G dismantled by Team Secret. C site now open. Gen G scrambling to reposition, but they just don't seem to have a good answer as they are now spread out, one on each site.
I mean, Borkum's just holding that angle. He's just ready for that player to be there. It's just great protocols, great discipline.
And now just the fake out on the door. Meteor, high intensity. Not quite sure how many members would have rotated through that. Lakia also prepared to fight for his life on C site. But Curiosity has killed the cat, and Meteor can't afford that in this round. Same goes for Lakia. He'll find one, but can't escape with his life. 45 seconds still on the clock. So much leisure for Team Secret.
Meteor has to win this battle if they're going to take this round.
Oh, no, the swing out from NDG.
Unbelievable.
I mean, great movement as well. Just a quick react on that first contact. And Karon, while they don't have solid information of where he might be, The process of elimination in the favor of the 3 members left on Team Secret. Now Charon clearing every corner. The Poison Cloud will go down at some point, and Smoke's there as well, and decides rather than going for a hero play, might as well play it safe. Don't want to lead NDG a little bit too close to that lockdown either, it seems.
Gun here.
It's going to be a save.
Gun
For sure. With a, there is some bank account here for Gen G to work with, and he's able to recover that op. Jesse had picked it up, but with Lakia finding him, you're able to come back over and at least carry that very, very expensive weapon over into the next round as Team Secret will claim their 6th. Go up 6-2. Things, you felt like maybe there's a glimmer of hope here for Gen G. You're finally able to get that operator into Texture's hands. And once again, Team Secret just tearing them to shreds. Look at that. They're just so ready. Everybody on Team Secret knows their angle that they need to be covering, knows their job, and they execute it nearly flawlessly. So
yeah, I mean, especially with it not being a jet either, right? You gotta imagine there's some sort of backup. Now, Gen G in this coming up round, they go back to their default setup that they've shown so much here at Kickoff with the turret over in that new corner on C site. That's something that Team Secret has been checking for. Every time they attempted the entry into C, obviously it bites them back a couple of those rounds. The 2 rounds that Gen G actually does get the round win.
Well, you can see here that early on for Gen G, it's a push towards A main to make sure that this is going to be a C hit. Now you've got Munchkin and Meteor here. Tons of mollies, tons of delay, tons of damage that can come through. And you got the Paranoia at the ready as well for Charon. So this hit comes through for Team Secret. As long as the utility usage is good here for Gen G, should be a fight in their favor. But seems like for now, Team Secret isn't fully convinced that this is the direction they want to go. Alarm bot to check for Texture over on the other side.
Yeah, and I'm very curious about this because one of the things that plagued Gen G's opponents yesterday is that even if you knew the setup, you couldn't break it. This time it's going to be the guiding light that absolutely denies the turret that frees up Jeremy to fly high with the showstopper, and that is going to be the site broken open and actually cleaned up as well. Jeremy and Borkham continuing to fire on all cylinders, and it's just Texture left. With the operator in hand, it has to be saved once again. One of the worst scenarios for your opera where you're just holding on for dear life.
Yeah, this is just, it's painful. I mean, Texture's 1-7 right now to make everything just really apparent how sideways it's going. Yeah, NDG should have him dead to rights here, to be honest.
Mean, it's so quick, right? It's so hard to predict that NDG would have just been chilling the entire time in the middle of the map. Oh no, is he gonna go for it? It's gonna be the Filipino special from NDG. Welcome to Team Secret. You have now been initiated.
It's Tondo Gaming time. Let's go. And that's usually when you know that it is going to be a Team Secret match. When the Tondo Gaming rears its fearsome head.
Man.
I mean, just getting right over all the util. There's no extra help there for Munchkin. I mean, you expect to be able to cover everything with all of those mollies and others. And that is just amazing here. I mean, just beautiful stuff from Team Secret.
Yeah, classic Secret round. Good counter prep. Some good trades as well. And then, of course, the finish on the Tondo Gaming. Now leading 7-2, and you called it, Paper Thin. When that happens, when the knife kill comes through, that's when the squad just feels unstoppable, no matter the opponent. And you got to imagine the mental damage done to someone like Texture, who's just been fragging out this entire tournament. Everyone around the world saying this is the moment that Texture's been waiting for in his career, to have teammates who can follow up on all those frags that he's had the entire career, and now he's the one being shut down.
No doubt. It just feels like off the rip, Team Secret able to take the reins of this and really just punish Gen G in a way that has set them mentally back. They seem exhausted. They seem not as snappy, not as reactive, on top of just being outread in a lot of situations. And it has become do or die for Gen G. I mean, they need to start getting rounds, and they need to start getting them soon.
Yeah, a little bit of a different setup for Gen G here. Charon does have the option to back out if things go south on C site. Now one more Nano Swarm waiting, as they do know they like to bait this out, and Meteor just going to be holding that off angle. Will snipe him out of the sky, so Gen G a good bit of an adaptation after the last one, and Borkham gets a little dicey on that shadow step forward, and Meteor answers back, here to support the team that he's been fighting for the past 2 years, but it's a collab for Jesse Vash. Round still in favor of Gen G, but mental damage absolutely delivered.
Yeah, and I'm hearing some Gen G players trying to get them fired up a little bit on stage, trying to see if they can get themselves back into it. And yeah, a little micro adjustment here from Meteor's positioning allows him to bail out that player. You can see able to track a nice shot too. Goodness gracious, Meteor. Absolutely starting to feel it.
What they?
Did he just say what I think he said? He said they're bad. Okay, I mean, listen, you got to do what you got to do to hype yourselves up.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, it can still happen. You're not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. Well, they're going aggressive.
Well, I mean, if they have that confidence off of that trash talk, they got to deliver on it. It's going to be a triple kill for Karen on Texture. Still holding on. Lakia here for backup. Is Secret aware that there's more forces? They absolutely are. A 2-for-2 trade in favor of Secret as they now equalize. 2-2 ults on both sides as well. Both sides, Viper and Killjoy. But the early rotate from Munchkin. The lockdown, he wants to find a timing here, wants to isolate the 1v1s. He's got to find it, but Envy lines up the headshot.
And again, an attempted hero play from Munchkin gets shut down.
Spike planted.
Trying to see if he can cut off both these players. Meteor.
Timing, he gets one. He's so quick with it. Still got it with the scope, but doesn't get the collat. And NDG will finish the round.
Last round before the switch.
I like the idea from Gen G there. Roll with the confidence, and it almost worked, but NDG swinging that corner so aggressively, so effectively. We saw him do it to Meteor earlier. Now he's just right around the corner with the extra cover fire. I mean, it's so tough right now for Gen G because this Team Secret team, not only are they reading the maps well, but their aim is crispy. They're playing off of each other very nicely. This is something that really impressed me against Talon, was their teamwork, was the way that they just played for trades. They weren't afraid to just stick close enough together where they can cover each other a little bit. Jeremy's going to maintain that op. A bunch of ults everywhere in this final round of the half.
Yeah, just some aggression from Gen G as they don't have the best weaponry. Now, they do have all the ultimates they would want. In fact, the entire arsenal of it for a retake. So, taking strong control of Rubble. You don't mind it, you don't hate it, but they will have to at least delay, take out some of the other counter utility as well, because Jesse Vash still has the Seekers. Borkum with the From the Shadows as well can really throw a wrench in your plans.
And I don't think they've ever identified this alarm bot positioning. I don't think Texture ever fully pushed through enough to know. Now you're going to expect one in there in some aspect or another. Seeker's going to be committed here. Through the site, Borkum going for a little information check. Lockdown to try to delay, and Meteor able to step up with a stinger and get Jeremy.
All right, that should be a weapon recovered as well with this lockdown in favor of them. He will get detained, but teammates on standby. Gen G surely aware as we do see Jesse Vash just trying to get his energy back up after his birthday. Trying to get back into forward. The pit goes up though, now that they've been pushed out of that C site. B closed down. Now regaining control of Rubble, but the timer not in favor of Secret. Only 20 seconds left. Jesse Vash is here to try to sell the fate. The Nightfall, but it's going to tag two members, and Gen G should have a strong idea. The run and gun with the stinger, and Lakia does it when Gen G needs it most. Shuts down the round. No time for a spike plant. No way to get the ace for Borkum. And it will be a fourth round win.
I mean, that's nice. Getting those stinger kills is a really nice little extra treat there, and no falling for the bait here. Jesse, you know, probably purposefully taking the detain from the lockdown to try to see if he could bait somebody out, see if somebody would get over aggressive on Gen G. Not going to fall for it this time. Ready of Jesse's tricks, but still an 8-4 half for Team Secret. Concerning for Gen G, but now they go over to the attacker side. Again, they're better on this side of the map typically, and they're gonna have to be if they're gonna keep this match alive, because right now definitely feels like all Team Secret all the time. And there's some good rounds here and there. That last round, that last one being one of them. Some nice trickery, but they had all the ults to work with, right? Like coming into that round, like if you're not winning that round, then it's not great. You're feeling kind of bad.
Yeah. And the one on the very top, it's a little poem for Munchkin, trying to use his name as an acronym, but it just completely does not follow the letter, and it just says Sangbum, which is his creative name. Wake up, please win. Has nothing to do with his actual ID of letters. Just trying to send a message here.
Please win. Yeah, wake up. Yeah, that's.
I mean, that's what's needed, though, right? I mean, the call is clearly in favor of Secret. Jesse Vash staying one step ahead of Munchkin, the IGL of Gen G. And while you have some other veterans like Lakia, like Texture to help with a little bit of the calling, I mean, Munchkin, we've been told, you know, leading up to Kickoff after some experimentation in the offseason, is now the primary IGL. He's spoken about how he wants to prove that the difference in direction that he chose away from T1, he wants to lead Gen G with that color, with that philosophy, and to do that, he's going to have to get out of play-ins, get to Phase 3 in the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to keep his mental in check. He needs to get creative. He's going to have to dial up some unusual plays, some plays that are going to be off script, going to be dealt with by Team Secret. But he's going to need to find stuff that isn't in their playbook, stuff they haven't practiced potentially, to try to find ways to break through Team Secret. Because right now, Team Secret has their playbook downloaded. This is something that, you know, Gen G certainly had to be concerned about coming into today, is that they've showed a lot. And on these maps that both teams are going to favor, you know, particularly on Breeze, and now you're seeing it here on Lotus as well, that there's info. They've already had to tip their hands quite a bit. Gen G just going to do a little bit of damage to Envy. Meteor takes a little bit. Everybody backing off. Jeremy going to be point of contact. Back up from Borkum on the other side. Paranoia at the ready.
At the minute mark as well, trying to regain control of Robo. It's still a lot of utility, like you mentioned, available to push back the aggressors of Gen G. Now the Haunt's going to come out. Jeremy pops it out, but the Prowler to follow. But it's just utility trade, and at the end of the day, not much area gained. Eventually, it's just the force rotate on to B, but there's still an alarm bot, a Nanoswarm, and the Toxic Screen as well. Jesse Bash is so prepared for this as they just walk right into the deadliest trap in the pistol round. Spike down past the Toxic Screen. Paint shows to push him out alongside Snakebite. They'll get that kill, but they have no idea how many more members there might be. That's good news for Gen G as it's just one member on the site. Now a 3v3. Not aware of Baby Door. It's a quick swing from Texture. Equals it out. NDG tries to find a timing. That's a risky move against the likes of Texture and Munchkin. And the entire crowd here at the S Factory trying to cheer on the home team of Gen G.
Able to find a much needed pistol win at an opportune time. And I like the way Gen G plays this. So a lot of the beginning part of this round is them baiting out the utility of Team Secret. They basically have nothing left except that Nanoswarm at the door of B by the time they get here. So yes, they lose a couple players on the initial attempt, but they have the ability. They still have the paint shells. They still have the paranoia. They still have everything they need to get the job done here, and they're able to do it very effectively. And that's encouraging. If Texture can get into this game, then things can get real scary real fast.
Yeah, you want to get him fired up, but Jeremy shuts him right back down and says, I've been climbing that power ranking here for VCT Pacific Kickoff. Gets another shot through the smoke. Nearly a run and gun with the Sheriff. Karen's not going to feel good about that one. Gen G now stuck at door. Jesse Bash with a cheeky timing, but the Prowler will spot him out. Not going to be able to use that to his advantage this time. Envy even. Another Prowler as well. Full util usage. Getting that value for Lakia, but Envy just too quick with it. Jeez. I mean, this round not going in any way that it was supposed to on paper. And NDG has found a timing. But so has Meteor. Now, unbeknownst to each other, we'll walk through a ring around the Rosie. It's going to be hard to recognize that NDG might be in the site, but Meteor, he does make sure he's thorough, and we'll bring home the round win.
Still a painful round for Gen G. They lose 3 of their guns. They lose a lot of armor on the players that survived as well. So that's a lot of economic damage done here. So yes, they get the moral victory for sure. At least it doesn't go the way the last time they won a pistol on Breeze did, where they lost the Eco. And nice hold here from Meteor. But again, if you can get the firepower of Gen G online, if you can get them in the game, things can change very quickly. But still, Jeremy not missing a beat there with those Sheriffs, picking up 2 huge kills for Team Secret. He's out the gate. Jeremy claims the orb. A little push out here from Jesse Bash, trying to sneak himself around the side of the wall, trying to find another tricky position, but going to be backing right off as there's no contact from Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, 1 point away for Jeremy, though, off of that orb on the showstopper. So if they do go for the flank a kill, that will be the showstopper for that retake. Team Secret on the defense, of course, trying to funnel them to the other side of the map, and now with enough pressure down, it's going to be a repositioning. Trying to leave Jeremy alone on that rubble to hold on. If he gets a kill, he has that showstopper for the exit as well. And this is just a walk-in, but NDG just right next to that one-way. Now a reposition as well after that corner's been cleared. This is going to be so hard to read for Gen G if they want to go into the C site.
I just love NDG's positioning there, trying to punish Gen G again with those smokes, with those tricky positions that maybe Gen G won't expect. They now make their way in. Meteor once again going to be watching for the lurks, watching that B angle.
Oh, this crossfire could be deadly. Both of them elevated as well. Not sure if Gen G is going to check the left side, and Texture, he's going to make sure he's thorough, but it's Envy one more. Texture not able to get the 180 swivel as he has to get the kill. Snakebite down as well. Time in the favor of Team Secret, 15 seconds on the clock. It has to be a quick rotate to B, but the backup has arrived. Jeremy, if he gets one kill, once again, it's the showstopper. That Raze ultimate that's going to ruin the show for Gen G. They will be able to stick the defuse. The kill not coming through for Jeremy. A Meteor keeps Gen G's hopes alive once again.
Unreal from Meteor here. That was a tough spot to be in. That had to be some kills, so they had the time to get that plant down comfortably. And he's able to come through huge for Gen G.
And the wraparound.
1v3.
Munchkin, a little shaky on that, but Envy, of course, well aware of the possibility. He's got that full year of experience last year in VCT Pacific and has grown as a veteran now for Team Secret.
Just gonna have to wait this one out at this point. Meteor here.
Meteor trying to look for a kill on the exit, perhaps.
And an upgrade on the Vandal as well.
Yeah, just barely gets out. Won't finish the lockdown with it, but will get the round win, and that's all he ever really wanted. The lone remaining member from last year's roster trying to uphold the name of Gen G.
And it's good patience here from Gen G. A little bit of a different look, and some snappy shooting as well is helping. Texture finding that opener and pull Meteor. Ooh, that is not normally. That is not normally, my friend.
But it's great to see that Meteor is now in this position where he can kind of keep his mental in check, right? He's also one of those players that has other members like Texture joining him to support his firepower, so when things go south, he's the one who can bring up the rear end rather than always having to lead the charge.
That's a bonus one here for Gen G, so things starting to slide potentially in the other direction. Let's see if Team Secret still has some depth into this playbook. Envy have to dodge that Prowler. Paranoia now to follow, so has to get out of dodge.
Yeah, they will barely get out with their lives. A little bit of a scratch onto NDG. But I think it'll be counted as lucky stars that he's alive. Secret losing control of Mound, but they will still be able to flood the site. Of course, bit of a half buy here with 2 Marshals and a Vandal.
Still that showstopper to be considered for Gen G, so they're really playing patiently. Still the Haunt, another utility available. Jesse Vash getting spammed through the wall.
Yeah, you gotta imagine Meteor's also been on the receiving end of that wall quite a few times, so the experience coming through, and Texture will just blast back through. Timing not in favor of Borkum, hands out for the Paranoia and the Shadow Step, and a nice headline search for Texture as he clears out Heaven as well. Keeps the defenders at bay. I mean, Meteor bought the time, and Texture has arrived. Gen G trying to tie things up in what seemed like it would be an impossible map here on Lotus.
Doubt they're looking so clean. Turret, check positioning. Meteor gonna try to get aggressive on the back of it. Knows the Marshall's there, and he's got the double 3 in the round for Meteor. And Gen G has tied things up, Will. This has been an incredible comeback they've had.
And this is something I was always concerned about with this team. In some ways, it's good that they're all great veterans that have had their moments, that have had some titles here and there, but at the same time, you have to imagine there's a lot of pride on the line, a lot of individual pride where they come from all these different rosters. When things go south, can you keep it together? And you look at, the likes of Texture, Meteor trying to keep calm. I mean, Munchkin still trying to come up with new ideas on the calls. It's great to see that they're able to claw back 5 rounds in a row if you count the last one of the first half.
No doubt. And the other thing is they got 2 huge ultimates online in that last round. They've got the showstopper, they've got the lockdown for Gen G. Jeremy, though, on an operator and a showstopper of his own. The Odin in play for NDG as well. So you can see the stack towards A. Really, really strong here for Team Secret. This looks to be a trap in the making. Look where those nanos are, too.
Yeah, the Deep Alarm bot, it is going to signify, but the Prowler pushes him out, and the repositioned Meteor on the timing. Texture all the way up into Heaven. Does the foul? Yes, he does! I will eat my words as Borkum gets taken down by the showstopper. Thought it was going to be another moment for Texture where he misses an opponent, but it's a 180 swivel with the rocket in the air.
able to get it down just in time. But now you got to save here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. You invested into that operator. Sure, you have the showstopper, but now it's absolutely a call. Perhaps thinking they could inch through, maybe get one fly through with a showstopper, but this is not the moment to play with theories, as Gen G has very much made the comeback a real possibility, now leading 98 as this round comes to end. They're on the hunt for these remaining members. They have the credit lead. They've got it banked up. They want to break Team Secret's economy. The real question is the operator, can Jeremy stay alive? He's trying to stay as far back as possible. Not going to be spammed out. Yeah, doesn't want to take that risk as Jesse Vash will pick up 2 to his name. That's the Seekers Online.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, getting the Seekers isn't ideal, but if you're Gen G, but at the same time, you're still just rolling away with things, so you've got plenty of money, like you said, and now you've got another ult behind that lockdown, so things are starting to really cycle really nicely here for Gen G. Not just the round wins, but also getting those ults continuing to shift through, especially the big powerful ones. You've still got that lockdown behind you. Yeah, you've got a few for the side of Team Secret as well, and this is a good time to take a timeout, reassess here. Is this the first Team Secret timeout?
I think it might be.
I think it is,
I mean,
right?
They've never really had a need for
right
so
exactly.
far. And Breeze even comfortably in the lead the entire map, ending at 13-5, a very one-sided scoreline. And the first half, 8-4 here on Lotus as well. Now, the big question is off this timeout, you mentioned they have some good ultimates. They have the operator. Do they use the ultimates to kind of counteract what's going to look like a broken buy here? Or is it just going to be, all right, save up, make sure the operator has support, keep that alive as we get ready for the remaining rounds? We'll have to wait and see. And it is just going to be Bulldogs and half armor. So they want to buy up, they want to match the firepower as much as they can in this round, trying to make sure the lead doesn't get out of hand.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. I think this is a really solid idea. You've had some okay reads. Like, frankly, they had a good read on what Gen G was going to do that round. It's just Gen G is starting to feel it, and that cracked firepower that we've come to expect from them so far here in Kickoff finally is shining through, and players like Meteor are able to win battles that look like they should be rather tricky. That is a little bit concerning here for Team Secret. Some smokes to gain a little bit of space, but the toxic screen is going to stall them up for now. Just a little bit of spam back and forth, nothing connecting.
Yeah, and we do have Meteor on the lurk and B main this time as well, so Gen G could be very well prepped for a pinch onto B, depending on the util setup, seeing if they can bait out any of that crucial utility, maybe an op shot, maybe an ultimate, whatever it can take to gain an advantage and some information.
The nanos are a lot further back this time, so Team Secret is going to want to absorb the pressure a little bit more before they spring their trap.
Yep, baby door being broken, so putting some pressure onto the B side. The paranoia as well, they actually just want to speed on through as Meteor's already taken up all the space up to the entrance. Texture in. The real question is, how do you get out? The Seekers have come through. Texture is hit. He's just trapped in the middle of the site. Spike can't go down. Eventually it does. The Snake Bite's just doing a little bit of damage onto Charon. And now a hold on the site. The lockdown early to make sure that they can buy time, and that's going to allow the pit to come up as well. The showstopper has to be used on one part or another, but the lockdown buys so much time as Jeremy just can't find the approach.
NDG going to try to find a way to sneak in the backside, but Lakia on guard duty there through Baby Door. Texture pushed up far enough, trying to see if I think he can cut off this blast pack showstopper angle if it is going to come through, but I think already Team Secret is saying, well, they invested their ults. Let's really keep our guns because we invested a lot into this round as well. Let's not let this slide any further away. Ooh, a leg tag there, and the finish from Jesse.
All right, I mean, I don't mind the aggression from Texture as well, of course, trying to take out that operator as he survives one shot, but it's a good setup from Jesse Vash to keep the young duelist alive. Jeremy sitting at 14 kills. He's been a little quiet the past couple rounds. Just wasn't part of the action, really, as the operator has been avoided by Gen G. And now that they know that that's the focal point being carried over, it's going to be on the side of Gen G to figure out the next couple rounds.
And now you've got some toys to play with for Team Secret. Now is your turn to try to punch back with those ult rotations. You've got a showstopper. You've got a Viper's Pit. Jeremy's been sitting on this showstopper for a while. See if he can find some value in it. Right now, though, just covering Mound. Once again, a very similar setup. Jesse pushing way out in the mid here towards the spawn of Gen G.
I mean, this is a big curveball, right? Even if he doesn't trip that alarm bot, he definitely catches vision of a potential lurk rotate. He knows he has control of the middle of the map. And Meteor just bouncing back and forth. It does feel like Gen G at some point, if they don't get an easy entry into A, they have plans for a C rotate here, and that could spell trouble given the IGL's position of Team Secret. Now Munchkin just inching forward. You called out the deep, kind of further back utility from the Killjoy last round for Team Secret. It remains the same.
Never got sprung. So the trap is still going to be a little bit
holding on to the Nanosword, but that's not going to pay off, and it's just a walk right through as Texture with a wide swing onto NBG. Opens up the site. Lucky and Karen following suit. A site broken open, and Jesse Vash just will not find the timing. It does seem like Meteor got a little bit of audio cue there and a little bit of a duel against Jesse Vash. Oh, the timing not in favor, but still the numbers absolutely advantageous for Gen G. And this has been the switch up, right? Gen G in the last couple rounds, it's just been quietly walking up until they're ready to spring the execute. And this time, as they see no reaction to the alarm bot, they say, let's just push our luck a bit further. I mean, it looks like Team Secret really wants to wait until the last minute, and they're into the site.
No doubt. Some nice shots from Jeremy, but the money is no problem, no concern at all. Jesse gone.
Okay. No chance for Munchkin. But, I mean, listen, Jeremy's proving that if they ever did come to his part of the map, then he probably would have gotten him.
Yeah, and as Gen G, it's not ideal, but in a way you're fine with this because A, Jeremy's already got the showstopper. Who cares if you feed deaths over to him? You're full buy. You might as well gain ult orbs any way you can. You don't care if you drop a few guns in a few rounds. This is, you could throw bodies at this all day. It does not matter. As long as you've got the round win secured, go for it. Yeah, there you go. Now Munchkin's in it.
Yeah, he was looking very pressured, of course, as the leader for this squad. But the last couple rounds, absolutely good reads from Gen G, and now they see the strong pushback onto Rubble. And they were fairly prepared for it. The spike wasn't picked up at the start of the round.
The Haunt as well, getting so much info on what's going on over there. Wasn't cleared quickly by Team Secret, so Gen G identifying immediately. Tons of pressure on that side of the map. Let's try another side. Texture now with an op of his own to counter the duelist. Oh, Munchkin might be crossing paths with Jeremy here in a second as this execute is about to happen.
Yeah, it's just going to be quick clear on the utility, of course. Oh, meanwhile, on the other side, Jeremy pushes out very far out, though. Picks off the tail end of Gen G, and that forces her hand a bit. Sure, you have a minute left, but either you need to regain control of A main, or you're going to have to go for a fast push onto C. That latter part, of course, timing not in your favor of Prowler. Draws out the showstopper. He doesn't have his goal. He jumps over the rocket. Lakia, you madman. The acrobatics as he keeps the hopes of Gen G alive in this round.
Unbelievable, Lakia. Unbelievable.
30 seconds.
Where does that come from? Never misses a leg day, that's for sure.
For sure. I thought he was crazy for keeping his knife out, but maybe that's just what you needed to get a little bit more airtime. And now the Nightfall as well to just keep them tied up on the A side. Gen G, you might be cooking a bit too much though, as there's only 12 seconds on the clock. Kieran's gonna have to jump through and the site is not open. Now it's the From the Shadows. Chooses elsewise. You already saw the pit on A. It's the only site that was open, and he will barely get the plant with 1 second left. Meteor holding the angle. They have to hold on 2 members for now. Backup has already arrived. Lakia still on the lurk. He's gonna run into Envy. That's a death on the side of Gen G. Texture now holding from main. Meteor trusts his teammates, gets the swing. Contact there, now contact ready for heaven. And Envy's going to start pushing through as so does NDG. Texture all alone. A little late to the party with the operator, and despite the heroics of Lakia, it will be Team Secret clawing back.
Finally, Team Secret is able to find a win in this half. It has been so difficult for them, and it looked like it was going to be again. It looked like Gen G was going to find a way to best them. Munchkin somewhat aware of the possibility. I don't know if he was necessarily expecting the op to be there. Challenged it anyway. Then the jump from Lakia felt like that might be the moment that just kind of spirals this round out of control. After 7 rounds in a row for Gen G, Team Secret is on the board and their defender side. Can they find more? Got the op back. They've got a judge for Jesse, expecting a player to potentially blast back towards B. We saw this previously with Jesse in that position.
Yeah, and I mean, a little bit of a ego battle there between the Odin and the Operator as well. But barely missing shots on each other. Just a little bit of a scratch up on Jeremy.
And I love that Gen G's taking their time now. It's been working really, really well for them on this attacker side. Not many fast hits. They're really working the map, really trying to figure out where the players and the setups of Team Secret are, or at least getting enough space that they can just kind of execute so quick that Team Secret doesn't seem to be able to react sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, constantly spamming the Odin too. We see it with teams that are good at using the Odin on this map. I mean, for one, obviously you're clearing angles, but two, the sound really helps mask anything else you're doing. Slow creeping up, taking control bit by bit.
Absolutely.
Now, on the minimap, we can see this is pretty much a full send on to A. Maybe a rotate out together in through Baby Door if things really don't go their in the way of their ideas. It's going to be a
what a
shot.
shot.
Jeremy finds a nice timing shot. The showstopper still goes through, but the paranoia holds him at bay. Borkum hiding in his own smoke. The site has been cleared up, but it's going to be Texture answering back against the earlier op shot from Jeremy. A nice clear on Devin, and he's now taking control of the enemy smoke. A deep smoke out from Karen as well will keep them at bay a little bit further. Jeremy just trying to pressure if anyone's here. Texture wants to go, and he sees the barrel, but he can't find the kill. Yes, he does right at the edge. The Operator down, the raise down for the speed retake, but they will start flowing through. Lockdown. Meteor can stay out of range in tree, just opening the door. Will he actually exit? Yes, he will. They want to hold from outside, just in firing range onto the spike. Now the locked in over, and it's going to be a quick peek out, but the Judge is not what they expected. A 1v1 Makiron solo. The Judge, no, it's the Vandal switch up at long range, but he does not have time. Jesse Vash will try to stick it, but it's going to be too late as Gen G reaches map point on Lotus.
Unbelievable. What incredible rounds we're seeing from both teams, fighting to the nail for this. Texture there heard that blast pack and knew exactly where Jeremy went. He immediately was looking up, sniffed out Borkum inside of this smoke as well. Well played by him to give them the chance. That nano popped at a great time here by Meteor during the lockdown to make sure that they couldn't start defusing it, getting it to half, and that's a key point that keeps that round in Gen G's hands. That allows them to delay enough. A nice attempt by Team Secret, but the point of attack by Texture too good, reading those situations so nicely.
Oh, and I love the way that they've been taking control of this rubble as well. I mean, a bit of a different blast pack just to make sure you get out of the head of the paint shells. Haunt onto the side of rubble as well. So Gen G fully in control of the A site. Once again, it's a 5-man stack. Do see a Bucky for Jesse Vash, and he found some fun with the Judge, but it does get a bit more difficult with the pump action. Caron in the lead for Gen G. Had a great save in that previous round, buying just enough time. The second to last kill. The rookie, all eyes on him as an unknown factor. Has been putting up some numbers, but would love to have another map to showcase even more of what he's got.
Gen G just waiting on some util here. Toxic Screen and the Haunt going to be available. And that might be the go time. Still the Boombot there for Jeremy to maybe cause a little disruption. Because he's going to push the smoke.
Oh, and it's just not going to pay off. His Texture just finds him right away, and now it's going to be the C's. They know that it's caught on to somebody. The Prowler there, they hear the Bucky, and that's timing for Meteor to swing around and get an easy double kill lined up. B site is now open. NDG and Borkum left alone. NDG will swing through with some heroics, but Caron rookie for rookie, and it's going to be the last kill for Texture as S Factory blows up. And Gen G bringing us to a map 3.
What an unbelievable attacker side here for Gen G. It looked like it was going to be all Team Secret, and we were in store for a fast 2-0, but they had something else to say. The superstars for Gen G really heating up there in that second half and really starting to download and understand what Team Secret was doing. Playing very patient, waiting out for some of the utility, waiting for Team Secret sometimes to get a little bit over aggressive, but also starting to understand the way that Team Secret was attacking the smokes and other positions like that. I mean, you saw a Texture with that showstopper, just read Borkum like a book.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, what a map.
What a map, and we all knew this was going to be a long day, but Gen G guarantees it will be extended. We have the analyst standing by to break down the action from Lotus.
We've got a series on our hand. What a way to start off play-ins. We are gonna go to a map 3. I have to say, even though Gen.G totally turned this around in the second half, we thought it was gonna be over. I do have to give some props to Secret for getting the very first knife kill of Kickoff. Tondo Gaming, you were making fun of our accents and how we were saying it all wrong.
It's Tondo.
Tondo.
Yeah,
Tondo Gaming.
you gotta feel like you're from the streets.
All right. Well, over at Lotus, which is not so much the streets, a lot of grass and like waterfalls, which is really nice. Yeah, I mean, they completely turned this around. Team Secret looked like they were continuing that momentum from the very first map. You know, they're just predicting every single move that Gen.G was gonna do. But on the flip side, after halftime, Gen.G started reading them right, starting to understand their tempo and responding correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. The rhythm was just so much better. And I think it was pretty much spearheaded by Meteor, who I think for the most part survived the first half of this game when Team Secret was somewhat dominating the first half. He has an overall kills. I'm getting too far forward of the stats that you're looking at right now. Just 23 kills in that entire game, and a lot of the impact plays that really saved Gen.G were those, 2 rounds on the first half where he was the only one that defended that C side when Secret was pushing in. And then after that, you saw, I think the casters was also talking about it, that they were downloading Secret on the second half. And a big part of that was just how Meteor was able to create tempo by himself. He was lurking on C-mount, he had utility so that Team Secret couldn't really flank as fast as they wanted to when Gen.G was pushing onto the site. So yeah, definitely Meteor had such a huge impact in that Lotus map.
In the whole game overall. I mean, like you mentioned, he was the only one in that first half getting frags against Jeremy, putting a stop to some of Team Secret's executes. But that said, also, you know, things looked kind of rough for Texture overall. I mean, this never really happened before, right? Texture getting only 2 kills in the entirety of that first half, and then that was that one round, all of his teammates died, and he just sighed in front of the camera. He's like, oh god. And then he gets sniped.
It was so tragic. You pointed that out. He was like this giant sigh, what is going on with my life? And just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, he gets knifed in the back by NDG, no less. You know, initiation for NDG into Team Secret's regular knife plays. But it looks like both these teams are really strong on the attacker side.
Definitely a lot more so. And you can see some of the slight differences I will point out on the scoreboard pretty soon, because NDG's performance as Team Secret's anchor or Killjoy right now, not in comparison, not on par with Meteor. Remember, once we swapped over to the second half, especially on some of these sites around A, Team Secret, NDG trying to hold off the tree or trying to hold down the site, wasn't quite able to fend off Gen.G's advances. You know, you had so many moments where Karen would throw out the paranoia, and there's follow-up from Texture or Lakia coming into trade with the Prowler, and NDG sometimes just falls apart. He gets pressured too much. There's no support from Jeremy, unlike what we saw in Breeze, and it just kind of starts to crumble and die off. Meanwhile, you also have Meteor kind of lurking around, right? And that just prevents Team Secret from coming in with a retake. So the post plant started to look a lot better for Gen.G on that second half.
Yeah, the second half coming of Texture, right? We saw the showstopper play where he just went into the side. I know, the second coming. Exactly, because his first half was very much, non-existent. You mentioned about the side and everything. He got paranoid by Borkum. Pushing into the A site, dude was full blinded, didn't know where Borkum TP'd, and his instincts told him just shoot up on heaven, you'll get one, and he gets Borkum, right? Borkum didn't even respect that, so Texture definitely
the showstopper.
I like how yeah, he did get borked, unfortunately.
Followed by nailing Jeremy straight after that too. He was just reading that really well, and you can see that they were getting that confidence back going into the second round. And it almost looked like you said, Quack, he was having this big sigh at the beginning, and then it completely, and then he found his momentum later in the second round as they started building up all those kills again. Now we got to look at NDG and Meteor. It looks like a lot of these players are trying to fight for that, power ranking duelist spot.
There definitely is a little bit of that competition between the players, right? And you always want to be better, or you want to perform better. But that said, despite the, what was it, the Tondo initiation? Tondo initiation for NDG. Yeah, there we go. Even though he did get the knife kill, performance-wise compared to Breeze, it's just still not quite there. And I think that's kind of harkening back to that point of, that you mentioned before, Aster, right? You know, he's still kind of the newer guy coming from Now Esports on towards Team Secret. They can't really fully rely on him to be that sole anchor. He can anchor, but he needs a bit of support.
Yeah.
Unlike Meteor, who's just able to do it by himself. He switches up the positioning sometimes. Sometimes he just holds out from the stairs area of C site, gets the shot onto Jeremy because he's trying to play an anti-flash position or something, or maybe he repositions off to an off angle, anticipates the positioning at which the landing zone at which Jeremy would land. That's what PlayㅡIns was talking about.
So I just wanted to add. I just really feel like a TLDR to that as well is there's just such a big difference in pedigree between Meteor and NDG here that it feels like NDG, he has to first lose the map first, talk it once with his team, and then he starts building up rapport, right? We saw that on the Breeze map, but since he's untested on Lotus and what is upcoming to be Icebox, that this might be the the secret that we saw say a while ago. We want a quick day because this is exactly what they didn't want to happen. Go into a game 3 with a very heated players of Gen G.
Yeah, your point about NDG is great. I mean, we kind of saw that throughout all of Secret's series, over the last couple of days. It looked like they needed to warm up, and NDG himself was looking how to fit in with the rest of them. This little tribe that's just been there for so long already and has been finding his own footing, and he has been doing well. But you're right, there are these moments where, when the playbook is all used up, what happens after that? What's next? And they need to convene and talk about that. I would like to see more timeouts coming from Secret to maybe solve these problems. Now, going to Icebox, like you said, we haven't seen Icebox from Secret in a long, long time. Like, the last time was only literally here in the stadium, in this physical Icebox-built stadium. It's the only time we've actually seen Secret in Icebox. But before that, let's look a little bit at the highlights of what happened just now on Lotus.
I mean, again, you just kind of come back to how Team Secret was popping off on the attack. Gen G not quite able to defend. They didn't have the reads. Texture couldn't get the opening picks. There's your knife kill. Look at how frustrated he is. Oh, that
that's
feel
how
good.
That's how you wanted to bang on the. Not as much as
as Alex.
Yeah, thank
Certain
you.
coach starts hitting desks.
Yeah. The best. There's actually a Twitter profile that's Alex's desk. Man has a durability of 99 at the moment. Anyways, just coming back into that's the one. See, that's the and then Meteor not Meteor. Texture pushes up on Heaven and just has these angles that Secret are unaware of because they're thinking that, okay, Gen G already got an advantage. They won't overheat or overreach for something, but Texture is just again feeling the heat of things, wants to keep going at it, and now we're here.
Look at his Texture's face at the end. You get to see this relief. He looked like he was struggling so much on that raise. It's such a huge difference compared to him on Jets. So I think he's gonna go back to where he's comfy, flying around, dashing around his Jet and his and with her knives. So this is it. This is Team Secret on Icebox. We got a Sage.
Sage, yeah.
Okay, so TLDR, last time it was Jeremy as the Killjoy, and sorry, not Killjoy, but Sage. They didn't have a duelist in the very, very last thing that we saw them on Icebox, so it seems like they're coming back to a more kind of standard comp, I would say, on Icebox right here, and I do like the Sage, and if you would go for Harbor, for those two things, just because you have the wall for a safer plan.
Well, I'm really excited to see Secret on Icebox. We're going to go into the third map of this first series. Let's go over to our casters, PlayㅡIns and Will.
Thank you very much. Now on to the last map of the series. Now, of course, we still have 2 more best of 3s left in the day, and both teams will have to play another one at some point later on, but they would like nothing more than to start the day with a series win, try to get that lead to make sure they secure their spot into the playoffs.
I mean, no doubt about it, and for this particular comp here, I'm really excited for the Sage because a lot of teams have strayed away with it. Obviously, you can sneak the Harbor in there for a pseudo-Sage-esque guard of your plants and post-plants and that kind of thing, but Gen G doesn't run that, and the sites themselves haven't changed on this new Icebox. So the Sage walls are basically the same when it comes to how you want to set them up, how you're going to play with it. So let's see how well Gen G can remember exactly how those lineups need to work to get around those walls.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the biggest question is how do you combat the wall? And, of course, a bit of an aggressive push. Now, a lot of teams favoring taking over that snowman now when the site changes on B. It's going to be entire control, but they realize the site's been empty, so a little wary of this retake. And it's going to be the delayed Dizzy coming out, and it's going to get the flashes onto everyone. Munchkin set up for a nice double kill. Envy just trying to stay alive, but Meteor has wrapped around, and it is a very quick retake for Gen G.
Well, the wall is attempted, kind of catch some people off guard, but Meteor plays it great. Doesn't really try to punish this much. He throws the Nano Swarm in there early. But it's quickly dealt with by Team Secret. That's when the wall comes up, just seeing if maybe there's somebody back in Snowman or somebody up in the top of the site they could potentially punish up towards Kitchen. Not going to be available. Great patience here from Meteor, and then the double flashes work a treat. I mean, Team Secret is wide out in the open. That's just what you love. That's what you feast on as initiators with flashes. Is players out in the open like that. The Dizzy connects, Munchkin's flashes connect, and then it's just fish in a barrel for Gen G.
Yeah, Outlaw's out for Texture as well, and he started to heat up a little bit towards the end of Lotus. Obviously had a rough going for the majority of that map, though. See if he can regain his confidence a bit more as we see no armor on the side of Team Secret, just a Sheriff for Jeremy. He's aware of this angle, but Munchkin just drops down, resets his aim with the Guardian. It's going to be a quick double kill. Actually just pushes forward for the third as well. Envy catching strays a little bit. Jesse Vash and Meteor in a battle to stay alive more than anything, but Meteor will clean up that kill.
Great finish here by Texture. I just love the way that Munchkin just drive-bys with the Guardian to keep Texture, like, not even able to get that kill with the Outlaw. He's just like, nah, I got this, bro. I mean, he's feeling it. Backstage, Munchkin was fired up. He was so ready for this, and you can see he is mentally very much in this game. Yeah. Accuracy there, too. Texture's got the final, but
yeah, he's happy with it. I mean, just pre-firing every single possible trade angle there. So good for the IGL of Gen G. Now, no command already online. You've still got 2 Guardians and an Outlaw. Some Bulldogs as well. But of course, now the buy round. Mostly full armor. Envy the only one. Has to make sure that he secures that Sage utility to try to force the plant.
I mean, if you can get Munchkin here in time, you can make even getting a plant down here so difficult for Team Secret with that no command. You're not going to be able to put up the Sage wall. You're not going to be able to do some of those things that you really would like to. Drone's going to come out.
Here comes the hit. Out, and that wall can't come up. Sure, the slower comes out, but they don't have full control. Munchkin gets another kill to his name as well as the Sova now goes down. No great way to get information as Team Secret. They haven't gotten control of the safe site, but they don't really have an exit either. They're going to have to force their way in. Charon not landing the shots, but does back them out just enough. Going to have to reposition, tries to get out with his life. Munchkin is there to go for the trade. Spike still not in position. The wall finally comes up. A flash drive to delay them. Snakebite at the ready. Munchkin, another kill. 2 triples back-to-back with the Guardian. He's still hungry for more as the Outlaw cleans up one. 1v1, and now Texture has dashed forward. Now got the Guardian. Mind games at the ready between NDG and Texture, and NDG knows he still has 30 more seconds. Just wants to wait for Texture to make a mistake. The one who approaches may be the one who bites the dust, but NDG with a nice swing out from the far side. And that's a triple for Team Secret as they get that 3rd round.
Still, it's a brutal round here for Team Secret, and I guarantee Gen G is quite happy with how that one went. Sure, you'd like to get the bonus, but you did so much damage. And already cycling ult so quickly is going to be Munchkin. Texture's got an operator in hand. NDG plays this nicely, anticipating that he can just hang out on top of the wall as he caught a glimpse of him up in the nest earlier. And now Team Secret's buy gonna have to be a little bit scuffed after losing so many guns in that round. And back on the Outlaw is Texture. He had an op in hand briefly before we cut to the replay, so I thought maybe he'd keep it, but instead they're gonna opt to just keep going with this Outlaw, knowing that it's with the economy, there's gonna be a couple half armor buys that are gonna have to come through if they go for full rifle buys.
Exactly. Just a good read on the economic situation. Still able to fire off 2. Now tries to set up a trade for Munchkin, but a little greedy on that one. Just wanted to buy enough time for Texture to find an exit. Now he's not going to find a good one, but the timing is there with the one-way, so he's able to walk just barely out as Yellow does get cleared out with the utility from Team Secret. Now all grouped up, but a deep lurk in from NDG. I mean, Team Secret has all the time in the world to rotate over if they so wish. Mid, the only area where the Filipino squad doesn't really have any information.
It's just going to be a held angle here. Meteor with the high-low setup alongside Texture. NDG, I should expect that this is going to be a rotate. Yeah, indeed. You can see that Envy has the spike and he's going to be moving. It's just been no information gathered. A nice shot by Texture to take down Jeremy.
Just a flick all the way around. I thought on the minimap, Jeremy absolutely should have the advantage there. And that shuts down the approach. Now the Toxic Screen and the Jet remaining was meant to sell the fake. Of course, Jet going down. That keeps Gen.G questioning just a bit. A little late on the rotate, so they will have to give over the spike plan. The big question becomes, what does your retake look like? Texture very low at 15 HP. Can pick up a Vandal, though, so firepower coming up. And Envy not going to be able to use that Resurrection just yet. See if he gets an angle on the retake. And Lakia just a quick flick downwards, clears out NDG. Right under Raptor has been cleared, and it's going to be a Collat, it looks like, from Envy. A double kill either way for the Sage. Does have the Resurrection, and that's going to bring Jesse Vash back up. It's going to be Intel and Shock Darts available. Only 15 HP and a Dream. Spots one, but the Shock Dart barely dodges it. Texture just wants to find the 1v1s, but they won't give it to him. And Team Secret ties it up 2v2.
Yeah, just great map awareness here by Team Secret. Able to punish that early setup from Gen.G. And I think now maybe Gen.G kind of wondering, oh, what if we had gone for the op here? But it didn't really matter. The opening shots didn't even land. And that's nasty from Envy with the Guardian. That high pen proving its value there. So, okay, back to evens now, 2-2. Gen.G a hot start, Lakia with a Bucky. 4 Sheriffs otherwise for Gen.G. Know that they can do damage with it for sure. Trying to gain a little bit of space here towards Garage to put this Bucky to good use.
And that's the drone, and that should spot you. Just wanted to find a time, but the Fragment actually does a little bit of damage. How does he still get 2 kills as he's just getting burned by his own teammate? Maybe just making sure that Lakia feels the pressure that he ain't got no exit, because he's got to fight for his life. Takes down 2. And Munchkin still hidden behind yellow. Meteor's going to get the first kill. They're just not quite aware, but it is a wide swing from Borkum. Picks up the kill after a bit of a spray. Alarm bot deleted, and the site somewhat in control. The wall going to do a lot, but the real question is Vandal picked up on the flank by Texture. He's wrapping around. Spike not planted, and another kill for Meteor through the ground, and Texture will get a free kill to his name as they bounce back with a thrifty for Gen.G.
And Munchkin just stood up and let Team Secret know it. He is absolutely feeling it right now. It's also going to give a thrash over to Lakia after the start of that round. I mean, the fragment here may also be to just kind of confuse Team Secret to make them think it's actually a back off, potentially,
Could
but
be. I mean,
I don't know. There could just be miscommunication.
I mean, obviously you don't take as much damage. It's a Hail Mary anyway, so
yeah, why not?
At the end of the day, it's not the thing that killed Lakia. I don't blame it, but it is a little bit of humor to watch as it's going to be a double push out from both angles as well. Both onto Raptors and Pipes. And Texture, nice quick kill. No overheat, backs off. And Gen.G, they've dwindled down the numbers of Team Secret down to 4 once again.
And this was something that Gen.G was doing against RRQ. They would get aggressive at the early part of the round towards towards the attacker side nest, and RRQ shut it down for the most part. It almost never worked, and Team Secret just not quite mentally prepared for it. These rounds have been really furious, so gonna have to try to recover mentally. Jeremy out there with a Marshall, presence revealed.
Just trying to make sure that they're not giving up positions on A. They even get the Dizzy spot as well, and that's an easy kill for Texture. No sightline for Borkum, and Meteor holds true on B site. And the Korean fans are getting rowdy as they would love to see Gen.G fight for that spot into the playoffs.
And it would be just an insane comeback here for Gen.G after such a brutal map 1, after such a brutal start to map number 2. To have that run back and to now just be that Gen.G that we've come to expect. The tremendous firepower, the coordination now starting to click. These double initiators have set up some really nice kills for the squad. Munchkin, of course, getting it done on his own with some phenomenal shooting. Still the thrash for Lakia. Bladestorm as well for Texture. Bladestorm for Jeremy. Lockdown for NDG, though. As you can see, Team Secret a little more wary, checking their angles a little bit more thoroughly this time around. towards their side of A. Lakia is way out here.
Exactly. It's a push out, and not just solo either. A heavy push out. They spot nothing. I mean, not even a turret to watch the back, so they're pretty convinced that whatever they saw over on the A side should be the main forces, as nothing was spotted on B either. Just leaving Meteor to watch the potential lurk in mid. And this is the site already flooded by Gen G. Not sure if Team Secret will have any guesses to this. They start to see the wingman. They're a little wary, but Karen with a quick trade. And they haven't spotted Texture yet either. All angles still held by Gen G. And now the Thrash to push them out. He does get the detain onto both. And it's just going to be a quick chase down as they're trying to find the last member. And Lakia will chase him down. Gen G with a great rotate, great read on mid is going to get the 5-2 lead.
It's getting loud in here. It is really exciting for Gen G fans. Now you have another no command, second of the half already for Munchkin, and just reading every push, every angle. Karon there showcasing his aim. Lakia's turn to pop off a little bit, and it is time for Warbird to pop a timeout. See if they can get things squared away. Very, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but very deterministic here for the side of Team Secret, where they're just kind of now sort of tunneling in on a site and not really kind of playing with the map like we saw in Breeze, right? A lot of attention towards mid, a lot of stuff like that. There's been zero attempts to try to get, you know, kitchen control or mid control or any of that kind of stuff for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, it's tougher for mid control though, right? With stuff like the window,
Sure.
A little bit easier, I guess more options, I should say, for the defense to hold on to it. And in the past, of course, it was usually always the Viper. You didn't really have anyone else who could afford to lurk around in this composition, as you need the wall for the setup, you need the info with the recon. I mean, you just cannot afford much of that. Maybe sometimes it's the Killjoy, depending on your setup on the lurk, but Team Secret, it seems like they're kind of starting to question the compositional differences. Gen G, with double flashes, double initiators, a little bit more flexibility, and now they're trying to focus a little bit on the middle part of the map.
Yeah, as they should. They need to at least put attention on it. It needs to at least be in Gen G's brain. They can't have this information for free. So I think they recognize that they need to at least show that mid is something being considered. So smokes and shock darts there, and that immediately draws a lot of attention for Gen G over. Texture here. Now finally, with an operator in hand, Meteor has a lockdown as well to boot. 4 ults for Team Secret, and the opener for Texture is good.
And it's Sage as well. I mean, that absolutely breaks apart the composition of Team Secret. The Viper down as well, and the kill doesn't come through, and it's going to be the save from Lakia. They just cannot get this Jet out of this position. 8 HP and still alive. No need to reload if you're just able to find the shot for Texture. Very confident. Has his back covered with his teammates who have arrived in time.
Just unbelievable. I mean, now the coordination and the teamwork is there for Gen G. Now they're playing at a faster pace, at the pace that I think suits this Gen G squad on their defender side. On their attacker side, I'm happy to see them slow things down a little bit, but here, it's help quickly. It's everybody really playing for each other. Texture, love the change in angle there. Love the way he's utilizing these new angles that have been opened up for the defenders on this B side. Really gives you some space to work with.
Man, just talking about all the knives flying right by him. Didn't quite get the kill. And the spray as well from Lakia. Oh, really rubbing salt in the wound against Jeremy on that last round.
And look at that, Lakia just able to step up here, get an orb, more or less for free. Shot there, of course, to cover him from Texture, but Team Secret is playing so scared because Gen G is beating them at every twisted turn.
Spots one, wanted to get a bit more information. A little risky, but the Huntress Fury is going to come out to clear him. He still stays alive above the slow orb.
Oh,
Envy finally answers back, but it took a little bit too much time. It's no command and the lockdown now for Gen G. They want to make this a speedy retake. They know one's up on Heaven as he slides all the way out, but Meteor just chases through. No one gets out of my lockdown for free, he says. And that's the defuse being stuck. NDG, you just have to swing out, you just have to get the kills. You have to go for the spray down, but they're ready for it. Half already done. All 3 members aiming down their barrels. It's another round for Gen G.
Yeah, it's just really starting to snowball here for Gen G. Just clicking. Texture waiting with open arms at the right side each time. I mean, Jeremy gives him just enough time to get the aim back down. Meteor. That's not fair, man. That's just nasty there. The Meteor, the last couple of maps, has been so impactful. 9-2. Last map, he was their top fragger.
Yeah, this is part of the reason a lot of people were rating Gen G highly, is just regardless of teamwork, etc. If Texture can't pop off, you still got Meteor. If he can't pop off, you still got Munchkin. I mean, you just have this relay of star players from previous teams. As we say that, a little shaky for Munchkin, but he will still get out, getting that information for his teammates as well with the 0 point. And at the end of the day, I mean, not much area lost. Gen G holding back on A side as they've already taken garage control. This map has been cut in half. The turret's watching mid. They know that this is just waiting to be a hit from Team Secret.
I'm going to forgive Munchkin a little. I don't expect the wide swing there either, especially with the operator in play.
Oh, and the snake bites as well. All these mollies coming up from Gen G is just keeping them tied up even further as they just waltz through the top of the screen. On for the ace for Munchkin, the IGL, and he will get it. Riles up the Korean crowd, cheering for Gen G to represent Korea as yet another team in the playoffs. They're going to be leading 8-2.
Oh boy. We're going to see a third no command here pretty shortly. This is just absolutely filthy. They didn't hit the opening shots, didn't matter.
Let's fucking go, guys.
Able to pick it up in the end. There was a...
oh, man. Oh,
let's go. A little extra wordage in there.
just so we're clear, this is not the mixed roster that exists in Korea. That's T1, but he still wanted to speak his mind and let everyone at home know exactly how he felt about that last round.
Yeah, Munchkin's got pretty good English. He's been talking to me a little bit behind the scenes. He's a funny guy, and you know, Team Secret, man, it just felt like they had such a good read on Gen G coming into today, but now that you're really seeing what Gen G is capable of, they all start playing together, they all start reading their opponents really well. You know, Munchkin playing in such a good spot there, behind most of the utility, doesn't really get caught by any flashes or anything, and he's just able to sit back, mow him down, knock him down. Warbird's gonna have to dig deep here if things aren't going to spiral out of control in this half. 3 Marshals, a Frenzy, a Sheriff.
It's rough. I mean, you only have 2 rounds left, and this is one of your buys, but it's the only way to do it, because otherwise you're already kind of giving up on the potential last round of the half. And now we return to what seems to be some classic setups for the Killjoy, helping watch mid. That allowed them to push out a B last time, and the biggest thing is Team Secret never caught sight of that. I mean, they just never knew that Gen G was so prepared because B Garage had been taken over. They do have NDG on the lurk this time, but it's not going to gather too much information as he doesn't have the weaponry to push through.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult here now, especially Texter's still an operator to worry about. Everybody but him basically shifted over towards that ace. But Jeremy with a nice shot.
Yeah, I guess just wasn't caught when he first swung out onto Conveyor. He's able to swing back, and he's ready for the follow-up as well. That makes things a little dicey for Gen G. Now, during all of that, NDG had pushed up into mid a little bit, sets up a slightly more aggressive alarm, but now he's pushing on to B as well. You got to expect, because of the kills, that there's a force shift onto A, so Secret preparing themselves for the potential rotate. Now, Texture has an inkling on this, but I don't know if he has the timing to get all the way back to Snowman safely on his own.
Think about all the ults you have to play with now as Team Secret. With 2 rounds left, no real reason to hang on to these too much longer. You've got that Viper's Pit, you've got that lockdown, you've got a res if things turn the other way for them. They are going to be able to head over towards the B site. Now, Gen G somewhat prepared for this. Toxic screen.
Oh, no.
Cover up.
The pop out from Texture. He's ready for it, and it's the Sage of all things. Res down, wall down. The spike is no longer safe. He has to stick it, but the snake bite's coming out. It should land. No, Charon finishes it with the Vandal. They know time is in their favor. The pit goes up onto the plant. Team Secret, what are your answers? You have to wrap around. They're going to the deeper end. Onto Snowman, trying to protect the spike, and it will finish. It's going to be NDG with the operator that barely saves a round for Secret.
Oh boy. I mean, if it isn't for some just filthy shooting from Jeremy here with the Marshal, this could be a very different round. Again, Gen G reading the map pretty well. Coming over at the right time, making things oh so difficult for Team Secret to get the plant down. That's just, that's so crisp, Jeremy. Absolutely, that is freaking nasty.
And that's the one that really did it for him, right? Because otherwise, Texture was a thorn in their side. They couldn't, if Texture stayed alive, they couldn't have pushed through all the way to Snowman. So Jeremy, the hero that Secret needed to have a chance here, as it's another aggress onto Conveyor. Slight push, but they'll back off because of the counter utility with the slow orb. And just mid being watched from 2 by Meteor. He's gonna slow push out. They want to regain control, and that's a slow walkout from Jeremy. The res was there, trying to beat it up, but Lakia's here for backup as well.
Oh, look at Texture. He's getting real aggressive off the back of that kill. They wanted to try to see if there was any punish they could find, but Meteor actually gets caught out, lurking out of tube. So that's going to open the door here a bit.
He needs to get the first kill. If he doesn't, well, it's not going to matter because that potential is now gone. An NDG will open up the site. It's going to be a retake for Gen G as they now swap over to the Vandal. Thresh at the ready, but that's all they have to combat the potential pit of Borkum and all remaining 5 members of Team Secret.
Oh, Munchkin, nasty opener. Yeah. Lakia traded right out.
So count that down to 4. Now the null command. No Thrash is going to hurt, but it's just going to be dwindling down to 3 now. If Texture can find the first kill onto Envy, it will not happen. Munchkin all alone. Fragment lineup to try to clear out behind Yellow, trying to just funnel them in. It's going to land a little bit too far, and that might just be the dying heartbeats of this round for Gen G, as Team Secret will get the 4th round and just catch up to 4 to 8 in the first half.
Okay. I mean, hope here now for Team Secret. They've at least rattled 2 off in a row at the end of this, and it took some, fancy shooting to maybe get this Gen G momentum in check. They were able to string some nice ones together, reading that lurk from Meteor very nicely there. Some just crazy good shots, able to hold their angles very, very nicely, winning that duel against Charon, coming through a few good swings. They're able to turn the rounds into their favor, but now move over to the attacker side for Gen G, which was where they were absolutely just ridiculous on Lotus. And now you think about, oh boy, their attack is so scary. Are they going to be able to dial that up again? And again, that's the side of the map that Gen G's been really good on so far this year. So let's see what they've got.
Yeah, you have to wonder, because you have the double flashes on for Gen G. That's what makes that attack so strong. Now, of course, with the Sage, you're not exactly looking to combat the initial execute so much, rather than going for that defuse, trying to push them back and make sure the post plant isn't quite there. But what comes with the double flashes, both those initiators with their own mollies as well, the post-plant lineups are going to be different. There's going to be a little more of it as well on the side of Gen G. So curious to see how Secret's prepped. Obviously, that's something we always praise them about, and that earlier timeout gave them just enough of those 3rd and 4th rounds to try to stay in the game.
Well, even if you get the wall up, we saw it earlier that the flashes can go up and over those so easily that you can punish those walls. Sometimes if you can find that extra flank angle, or if the wall is just set up in a position that doesn't quite funnel Gen G correctly, it can really turn against Team Secret. So certainly going to be keeping our eyes on how that's used. Gen G, a little bit of pressure towards A, but this all looks a little bit fake, as that spike hasn't been picked up just yet. Texture and Charon over on the B side, 3-stack on the A. So both sides mirroring each other in terms of numbers that appear on the other end of the map. Jesse, try to potentially bounce a shock dart in there, thinks better of it.
Yeah, doesn't want to react too early to that Gecko utility. Obviously, that's the benefit of Gecko. You can just kind of throw that out, try to trade for util, but recover it for the 10-second cooldown. And after this default, no early push from Team Secret is going to let Gen G know that they will want to go to B. They've already taken care of Yellow. They have the approach onto the site, toxic screen at the ready. And there is a deep nano swarm from Team Secret, but I can't imagine Gen G is going to push all the way into Snowman, given the positioning so far. Just an early check with that 0 point.
Meteor here. Potential lurk battle with him and Jeremy on the other end of this.
You gotta watch out. Oh, they are gonna push all the way through, and it's going to be the nano swarm that goes off. So not the entire team quite there, but Charon picks up the first kill, and he's going to find site. Borkum eventually cleans it up with the headshot. A nice angle from Texture, but he can't find the kill. Spike still not planted. They have to take it back out of the site, and they're gonna have to run all the way through as Meteor has cleared out the A site, but 2 members lost. Now a 2v4. Meteor has to hold true with only 22 HP. He has to do the impossible and dwindle down the numbers of Team Secret, as Munchkin has to run in and stick the plant. No cover for Munchkin. He's just gonna put it as far as possible. Meteor wants the first kill, the run out from Borkum. He's ready for the trade, but Munchkin 1-for-1 trade, and that's the wall up. Meteor, you just can't get back into the site. By the time you finish carving out the ice, the spike will be defused. And it's going to be Team Secret picking up the pistol.
Huge win here for Team Secret. Just able to get Borkum in a position where nobody's really ready for him on Gen G, and he picks up some huge kills. Much needed there. Jesse only has 1 kill so far in this map. He was so hot to start this with his gunplay. That's pretty sick there, Borkum. That was Jesse's first kill.
I mean, been very quiet, right? Not much he had to do, really, during the first half as they were just getting shut down back and forth. I mean, let's say it like it is. I mean, Jeremy and Envy really putting up the bulk of it that had impact in some of those round wins.
No doubt. Jesse's got a Marshall, a couple Stingers and Spectres and Bulldogs for Team Secret. Some Sheriffs invested, a Frenzy and a Ghost for the side of Gen G. So a little bit of a purchase to try to see if they can sneak a few kills away, just to tag a damage there on the Meteor. Not much done, actually.
Yeah, Meteor barely just getting a scratch there, and it looks to be a double swing out, and he's just going to hold the spray just enough for 2 kills, and the Ghost with the slow orb is going to secure a 3rd. The commitment with the Stinger, you really have to stick with it, and he knows just how many bullets he has. And they're going to continue hunting forward. High-low setup from Team Secret. Meteor looking for a cheeky kill, but the recon is just going to give the 4th over to Envy.
Well, get a res on pretty quick here for Envy with this hot start that he's had.
I mean, that's a big one, too. Obviously, is going to help a lot against those post plants. Now, hunting for the ace. Teammates trying to help scout out for him. And it looks like Jesse Vash just following up on the ropes as well. Now they have information. It's the Stinger spray, and Envy will answer back with an ace of his own.
Very nice here. Nothing wrong with getting your Sage right towards that early res. Everything able to be kept for Team Secret. So you still got the Spectres, still got the Marshall, still got the Bulldog. Who's the Stinger for Envy? Good enough. The Ghost to do some serious damage. Great recon, great setup from Jesse for the 4th kill.
Let's go.
There, and you can see they're starting to get fired up themselves in a very crucial round here for Gen G. Half armors with the rifles. Full armor abounding for Team Secret.
Yeah, you're really going to have to make use of all the utility that you have. You really have to bring this comp alive for Gen G. Once again, a 2-3 split. Their go-to default turret watching mid, and they will just pressure pipe so that there's no aggressive push. And to trade util for util, but we noticed even right off the bat from the pistol, Secret, they're very well aware of the advantages that the Gecko brings.
No doubt. They are not falling for it too often here, especially on this defender side. Hasn't seemed to really give them too many difficulties, but now Gen G reconsidering the A side, swinging back over the other way. Texture made some noise though here, had to clear the Killjoy utility. A Nano Swarm has popped. Maybe give a little bit of extra help over towards Borkum if there was a push towards yellow, but Texture actually backing off, taking their time, really going to try to dial up an explosive execute as all 5 members of Gen G are making their way over.
Yeah, all in main as well. I mean, Borkum, if he gets the spray down, if he gets the snake bites accurately, this could shut down the entire thing. He wants to close the angle. He doesn't want to swing out too early, but it might be a little too late. He does hear the tailwind, though. It's the perfect time. As the snake bite goes down, it's going to have the debuff. Eventually gets the kill onto Karon. That slows him down enough. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. No easy way to force this. You got to send the wingman in. The Nano Swarm's now done. The Dizzy to make sure that the spike goes all the way through, and it's a nice flash as Gen G gets 2 kills on the board. 3 versus 2. You do have the res, but do you have the opportunity to use it? No. It will get taken out. They now have information on the last member, Jeremy, with a Bulldog. Pushing through, Mosh at the ready. Could just be an easy double swing, and it is. As soon as they get audio, it's going to be Munchkin picking up a headshot, leading Gen G 9-6.
Well, a needed win here for Gen G, but a costly one. Still going to be able to get half armors and rifles. A little bit of extra money in the pocketbooks for the side of Team Secret. Still that res going to be available as well. Meteor and company holding on for dear life. Couple kills away from potentially having this one swing way out of their hands, and that extra money is going to turn into an operator for the side of Team Secret for Jeremy. Setting up towards A nest, but Gen G all over at B already. Nobody even bothering to go for any util trades with the Gecko or any information gathering. It's just a full-on slow push up here, and it's been left decently wide open. That knife's not going to get any of the info on Team Secret's positioning.
Yeah, I mean, they know that the entire entrance has been empty, and I think perhaps also just noting that that's been the tendency of Team Secret so far. Wingman actually able to get the spike plant as the nanoswarms have all been taken out, so the snakebite just not doing enough on its own. And now Team Secret, they do have a res, but they have an operator, so they want a long-range pick initially to try to get through. It's going to be the null command to make sure no extra skills can be used, but they've already pushed through. They've already surrounded Yellow. And Lockett, you have to hold true, but he gets taken out by the flash. And Charon, he can't stabilize as he finds 2 targets on his screen. The 2 members, Munchkin and Meteor, can they fire through? It's just the IGL left, and he doesn't have enough firepower left in the bank. The Team Secret makes a swift retake.
I mean, just a little bit over-ambitious here from some of the points of contact for Gen G. Texture walks into 4 guns of Team Secret and gets gunned down quickly. Lakia finds a great angle. It's a good flash to set him up, but he can't steady the aim in time, and he's taken down. That's concerning for Gen G. That got pretty whiffy pretty fast for them, and that cost them that round. If they're able to win a fight or two over on that side towards the site itself, then maybe they can get that done. But just frankly, that's just Team Secret with this Flood retake, just winning these battles, isolating Gen G 1 by 1 and just storming through and claiming the round.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think, sure, Gen G, given the speed that they went in, they expected to fight a retake, but perhaps not a Flood retake onto the B site. Oftentimes, you're going to want to prep for that long-range pick, maybe set up some util to take over Yellow, things like that. And no, it's just every member walking right up to Yellow, just swinging by, making sure that they can have cross angles at the ready as the screen goes down. So Team Secret identifying perhaps the weakness that Gen G might have as they're so used to playing with and against set plays. But now it's going to be Gen G with the timeout. I like the timing of it. You thought you had the momentum. The players got a little antsy. So Solo and HSK will calm things down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind what Gen G does here at all in terms of the initial round idea. Take it slow, clear the angles, and then, you know, use the wingman to plant and then set up for the post plants. But it's too isolated in the post plant defense. There's no help for some of the initial points of contact. You know, with Texture swinging out like that, no one can trade that kill. That's just him going for the hero play. And that is something that has plagued Gen G so far here today a couple times. We've seen it from Munchkin, seen it from Texture, where they go for these big all or nothing plays, and sometimes they've been getting away with them this year. Sure, they look great, but you need to just be a little bit more patient in that post plant if you are going to be able to get across this Team Secret team, because they still have their teamwork fully online.
Well, speaking of floods, it's going to be a flood onto the A site this time from Gen G. Can't get through the wall too quickly, the dash through, but I don't know if he's quite cleared that pocket as they have it, and Envy just sprays down too. Thought he would have had the site, but Meteor speaks through. Make sure that he reads through that wall with an eye of his mind. But they just can't get into the site. I mean, the entire push has been stopped, but Meteor with a Sheriff. He's not ready to stop just yet. No reason to back out. They want to stick for the fight. Just looking for some gun upgrades. He can't get it. And it's just a stinger for Charon. Too many members, and NDG will find him at the end.
Yeah, and this is one of those things that maybe you haven't seen a Sage too often in your scrims, and you kind of forget exactly some of these angles that can be created with this wall. And it slips through Gen G's mind. Team Secret able to find 2 super impactful kills on the point of attack. Jesse, good spray down there, seeing those bullets through the smoke, able to really track them down. The information comes through on the recon, makes it easy for the up and over for Borkum. Yep, Team Secret right back in this. It is 8-9 now. Got the Viper's Pit, you've got the res still. He's been sitting on that for quite some time. Lockdown for Meteor here. Let's see if Gen G is going to find a way to just plant it right here back next to Yellow. Kind of similar to that same attack we saw a couple rounds ago where they're able to get the wingman plant down.
Yeah, just a quick one, but the Hunter's sure going to be sent down because he knows that they're all corralled into green, and it's just going to be an easy kill onto Munchkin. That's an important member. You know, that's one less molly. 2 flashes down, the info down as well.
And it's that 0 point that gives it away. They know what the attack is going to look like. They know where they're setting up. Jesse Vash just says, okay, guys, I got this. Stand back.
I mean, sure, now the lockdown can go through, and it's going to buy them enough time, but Team Secret, maybe they have some choices to push through. They're trying to make sure that Yellow is empty. Texture just trying to get out alive. He cannot. And while the lockdown does buy time, Team Secret, all 5 members left still. The pit available, so is the res, so they can get aggressive. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Thrash trying to keep them at bay is going to detain 2 members, but it's still plenty to go for the defuse. The wall trying to force the half out. The detain just hasn't finished just yet, but NDG with the trade. The res comes back up. It's still 4 members. The opposite is true. Karon needs to get the kills. They haven't got that yet. And Karon with the firing range. Is it enough? Tondo Gaming comes in, but it will be enough time for Gen G to climb back up to 10.
What a play from Karon. Just barely able to buy enough time. That's another knife, but last time around, the knife did not translate into a map win for Team Secret. And what a hold here. Meteor able to get a very critical kill off the rip. Detain there.
Oh,
helping
man.
him out. Oh my goodness, that is crispy.
Just the awareness to give up on that second kill as soon as he doesn't get it. He knows he needs to stop the defuse, and it's before the half is done.
Yep.
I mean, the rookie getting used to the stage, getting used to pro play, bit by bit for sure. Maybe not putting up the absolutely ridiculous numbers we've seen from some of the other additions this year, but he is holding true and growing as a member of Gen G as they now find momentum. They've realized this is the weak spot of Team Secret. They want to continue punishing it. The spike plan continues to be given up by Team Secret.
Look where Jesse's playing with this Judge. It's way in the back towards Snowman, expecting some kind of aggressive push out. Well, Borkum just says they're not going to get that far anyway. They're going to have to go through my guns first.
Yeah, Borkum finally stopping the plant, stopping the push as well. It's a good shout onto that Snowman, and they have to back out. Now they know the backup's all here. I mean, no real lurk for Gen G at all. The turret just watching for a flank around them, so they're gonna want to stick to this unless they start to rotate now. They won't have enough time to clear every single angle slowly.
If you could just get Karon a little bit further forward, you could try to get the pit down, but even then it's not comfortable. There's just too many players of Team Secret here to really accomplish what you want to.
Okay, the 0 point to push them back.
Oh, look at Jesse.
Yeah, still haven't heard the Judge just yet, though, and the Wingman will not get the plant down. And now they just have to push through. They don't have an option. The spike once again stranded, and the Judge is watching it, ready to lay down the reckoning here.
30 seconds
and it's just going to be Gen G corralled around Yellow Meteor, trying to make something happen with a very exposed location, and Jeremy will get the call, picks up the kill. And only 15 seconds left. The round surely in favor of Secret, but the real question is Gen G, can they stay alive? Cred's not looking good on either side.
Yeah, so Gen G calling for the save, I think. Just trying to see if they can hold on to the rest of this round, and neither team really wants to drop a gun if they can help it. Jesse, though, might go for it as he's going to grab a Vandal of his own. He's starting to push this angle. Munchkin.
I just wanted to pre-fire it a little bit. Doesn't take the big risk, though, obviously. Again, both sides not entirely stabilized just yet. It could still be quite a few rounds before the map ends.
Yeah, but what's concerning about this round for Gen G is there's no plan B here. It is only a B hit, and like you mentioned, the turret is there to watch for the lurk, sure, but there's no opportunity because there's no information on any other part of the map for them to try to get anything else going. And the whole time, Jesse's just over there with a Judge waiting. If they try to get too deep and a Snowman try to take deeper control, something they haven't really done a lot of on these B hits, he's ready there to punish it. Great job by Borkum preventing all of the plants with the Wingman. That's a great adaptation by Team Secret to make that round really challenging for Gen G to get anything done. And
yeah,
now the economy's in the gutter, and Team Secret's able to keep all their guns.
It's a situation, it almost feels like, where Gen G just felt the need to say, okay, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But Team Secret fixes it just in time to make sure the momentum stops. And now going back to that initial start with the 2-3 split default, and without the great weaponry, they will just have to file into the crosshairs. A nice swing to escape the first shot, and Jeremy gets tagged back, left down to 11 HP. Borkum has to give up on the backup as well. They have to empty the entire site. Jeremy looking for a sliver, but he gets spotted once again. The heal comes out from Envy, but the site given up, and the pin goes up from Gen G. Borkum does find a nice kill, though. Onto Texture. That's the jet down, the star duelist of Gen G out of the picture. Only 2 rifles in hand for the Korean team.
Oh, great util to clear this pit, but the shooting does!
Yeah, they are just getting sprayed down, and the wall comes up, but it's not going to be that what matters. It's just going to be the deaths. You can see Munchkin on the screen of Meteor there on the camera, just kind of giving up, stretching out and saying, okay, this is the round. I mean, where we just had this half by. Just let it through. It didn't work out. That's unfortunate, as Team Secret will get the defuse.
And they'll get a lockdown off of that for NDG. Survives the round with 2 HP. Moving in front of his teammate to try to block those extra classic shots, almost pays the price for it. Texture has a Blade Storm. See if he's gonna pop that to try to save a little bit of cash, and the spots there early from the recon dart had already been let out a long time ago. I thought maybe that since there was no drone available, it may be a little bit tough, but those pings from the recon dart give Team Secret the info they need to clear that pit. Now Borkum's got one of his own. NDG, again, with that lockdown.
Get out of my way.
And it's only a few rifles, a Guardian, and of course that Blade Storm here as Gen G's funds are right back towards 0.
Yeah, Gen G just going to wait for an aggression as well, thinking that perhaps with the switch up that they had, Team Secret might try to push the momentum they've now gained with an aggressive push out of B Garage. They won't find it. It's a late Poison Cloud onto mid as well, trying to set up Meteor for a lurk. And I was thinking about mentioning this a couple rounds ago before the action started to flow, is that's another thing they haven't really explored, is the pinch or the late lurk from mid to help that spike get planted on the B site. Trying to just draw out more members. This time, the bait will work to at least draw the attention. And Gen G, I mean, they've always had, an easy time getting right up to yellow. This isn't the trouble. It's about getting the spike actually planted and then being prepared for the retake. This time, you got pit and lockdown for Team Secret available.
Right, still have that operator to consider from Jeremy. Texture, though, ready. Try to get some big plays going with this Blade Storm. Gonna swing out to the other side of yellow. Borkum once again trying to play anti-plant defense.
Oh, the push in. The Nano Swarm's there once again. Just barely getting under the bridge. Just trying to bait out any util towards Snowman, but he's just gonna hold right under. Wants to cover these angles for his teammates, be the first point of contact, but he has too many angles to check. I mean, 180 degrees, that's so rough for him, but it's going to be Charon still standing right on the site. Denies the lockdown. Envy there to stop the push out. And now, once again, Munchkin and Meteor left all alone. The op just scratches them all the way down, and Meteor just cannot swing around fast enough. Borkum will get the last kill, and Team Secret regains control as they go up to 11.
I mean, now things are starting to fall apart a bit with the teamwork for Gen G. Texture out there on an island, and yeah, you said it correct. It was too many angles to cover. It's so hard there. You can see he's just spinning back and forth, trying to see if somebody's going to drop down from above him, and he's got that extra angle to worry about coming from underneath tunnel. And then they try to double swing, and there's just a crossfire set up there for Team Secret, and they just walk right into it. I mean, if they play back, it gets shut down by Team Secret with the flood retakes. If they try to get aggressive, try to cut it off ahead of time, Team Secret's already there working together, prepared for it. Now it's Gen G. Now you can see that things have kind of slid in the opposite direction with their mental. The head is back in the hand for Munchkin, and Solo looking to dial up some magic, looking to dig deep into the playbook here for Gen G to see if they can get over the line.
And I wonder if Gen G just maybe doesn't have lineups prepared against the Sage Wall and the Defuse, because that's just something we haven't seen for them to buy time, maybe get a wraparound after the spike plant, because they've got it planted several times, but they're always trying to fight the retake head on when they have so many options for mollies. And you have to wonder if maybe that's just something they weren't expecting in this current meta with the return. Of course, you can set up that Sage Wall in multiple ways where it really disrupts the angle. Obviously, you can try to headbutt certain projectiles as well.
And it's tough, but in a way, it should already be kind of in there, in your mind as things you can do. But you've got, the thing is you've got people playing agents they used to not when this map was in the pool, right?
Sure.
Like, Meteor's on, the KJ, who used to be a duelist. Charon's brand new. He's a rookie. He's playing great, but you're absolutely right, Will. I think maybe they just aren't quite ready for some of those angles. Probably doesn't help that that box got lifted up into the air. That might have cut a few off as well.
I mean, that's a big one as well. That really disrupts a lot of the options you had, and I'm just wondering, I mean, I can't tell you exactly how many options they would have, but I would imagine if this is a composition you're picking, that's something that you have in your back pocket. Now, a little more focus onto the middle of the map, though, and it looks like they're ready for an instant pinch onto B. If the spike gets planted, they'll delay it. But so far, they've started to have trouble even with the plant itself. Dizzy sent out far, not going to be able to get recovered. But it's a quick push, trying to draw the attention out so they can get the spike safely into the site.
Got that thrash again. Send that out, see if they can clear a little bit of space, get a little bit of info, and they do, and they get that plant down as well.
Meteor needs to stay alive, but he loses control of Tube. But thankfully for Gen G, they still have 2 members on the late lurk. The 0 point is going to tie up the retake for just a bit longer. He wants his Thresh so badly, and he will get it. The Mosh, don't know if he's going to land to clear things out, but NGG, he spotted both, so he's well aware that there is another member coming. And it's a back out entirely. The pit goes up, and you're not going to have too much time to regain control. The Thrash is going to just get shut down by Jesse Vash, and that's the defuse all the way through. I mean, they just could not even approach the site.
No, once you get that pit down, it just takes way too long to come back through. Sure, Karen is going to get a Pyrrhic victory at the end of that round with his kill, but the setups here from Team Secret, the re-aggresses, the timings are all too good. Getting enough space there by NDG to finally get that lockdown in. There's no answers available for Gen G, and you know, it just seems like every time they go B, it just is thwarted in a completely different manner. They throw different looks, they try different things here, they're trying to push through mid, but they can't win their individual fights as well. I mean, that's a fight Meteor has to win. That's a fight that you expect Meteor to win up in Kitchen, and if he doesn't, the wheels come off, and the round goes to Team Secret, and now they are 1 away.
Match point currently tied 1-1 on the maps, and Team Secret looking to close things out, showing Icebox for the first time for this team here at Kickoff. And they brought an age-old composition, proving that it still works. Like you mentioned, the sites themselves haven't changed too much. So the philosophy is there. The drone is going to spot everybody. I mean, this is just a hard tell that it's an A push, and the site has been flooded already. Dizzy goes down, nobody flashed out. It's just a trade from Jeremy, but eventually Karon will push through, bringing up the firepower for Gen G. The spike will get planted as Karon gets the third. Gen G trying to stay alive. Now a deep lurk from NDG. How many can he get? Rookie for rookie, can he find the kills? Barely spots one. Is gonna find the first kill onto Karon, but he's not quite aware, but a nice swing onto Meteor. Munchkin has the timing on NDG. 1v1. Munchkin versus Borkum, and Munchkin can get this. He doesn't land onto the pipes, but he would get the null command. He realizes that he's not on it. He knows the last angle he was on. Waiting for the jump peek. Should peek out right at the half, and he does find him. The half not quite done yet. He spots the spike as well. Goes for the spray down. Knows that he should be out of time, and Munchkin will secure the kill, bring up the no command, and they are going forward for one more shot at OT.
It's so scrappy right now for Gen G. They're just barely able to find that round win. NDG almost the heartbreaker. And it is Munchkin who's able to play this post plant very, very nicely. Karon here breaking the door down, finding 3 kills in the opening. Jesse swinging out, can't really get much done. And oh boy, it is so darn close, but tell you what, you can see why teams have been afraid to play Team Secret on this map. Everybody remembers how good they were on this map when it was still in the pool last year.
Operator for Jeremy gets spotted deep in from that 0 point. Both teams getting a lot of information through their initiator utility. Everything rides on this round for Team Secret. If they can close it out, they will start this play-in round robin with a match win, getting one step closer towards Masters Madrid. And Jeremy gets taken down. Operator down. Resurrection comes up, but that's the Sage util out. You know the Sage is still there. You saw the Sova util earlier, but Gen G, once again, it's an all-in setup.
They could set up for the lockdown and the null command here to clear a ton of space potentially on the site, but they still have this operator to worry about.
It has to be instant. They have to make sure they don't get picked off by this op, by Jeremy. He just wants to make sure that he doesn't get caught out. We'll just keep them at bay, trying to stick around to the very last minute on that lockdown. Jesse Vash gets one kill, and Envy just pushes forward as the lockdown goes through, and that's going to give an opening for Texture to push all the way in. Null command activated later to delay the retake. Spike not planted yet, but they will have a lot of time trying to regroup. They don't have any information about the remaining 2 members. 0 point clears out the site. Munchkin feeling safe for the plant. 3 versus 2. No util left on the side of Team Secret. And the flash will keep them back. NDG spots 1. Should bring out the call for Borkum. Is Borkum ready for it? No, Munchkin still gets the headshot. And NDG has to power through 3. 1 down, 2 more to go. Can he have the time to do it? The young rookie that was playing online eventually gets taken down, and ladies and gentlemen, it is overtime in our first best of 3 of the day.
Unreal. Just absolutely unreal, this battle between these 2 teams. No one wants to give up. Everybody knows how important this is. There's so much on the line here in this first match, and it has just been an incredible back and forth. Both teams only able to find 4 rounds on their attacker's side. And Texture with 2 huge kills to buy enough space here to get into a plant position. And now we go into OT. Got to win by 2. Texture gonna go for that glass cannon right out the rip.
Yeah, just starting it off right where he left off. Texture wants to keep up the momentum. He's had such a great tournament so far with the operators, but today's Secret has had his number for the most part. Staying at the bottom of the kill feed for the majority of this match. It's a deep 0 point, lots of spam trying to stamp Texture, very aggressive, but he does have his back covered. Oh, and he's not gonna find the shot. He thinks they might have swung in too deep, and Jeremy with a late timing. I mean, they saw the push out earlier, and now Jeremy remembers that timing.
It's just such a tough angle there. I mean, Texture so confident, I get it, but man, oh man, it's so hard to find where that player's head is going to pop out. There's a lot of options.
Lakia! And that's a deep flash from his teammate Munchkin, but he's only going to find 1 kill. He definitely needed more. The spray not going to find the kill onto Envy. It's a quick flood onto the A side, and a nice double swing from NDG and Borkum will clear out the site. And the first round of OT going very much in Secret's way. Karon's still alive, but 4 members to battle through.
Should be nigh impossible.
Yeah, he can't get the first kill either. Now they know his location. That's the one advantage he would have had. Just trying to creep in. He'll do what he can. Obviously, momentum a very big part of it when it comes to overtime as well. So whatever you can do to bring up that confidence. We know how snappy his aim can get. He's ready for the trades, but it's just another double swing with NDG and Envy. And Team Secret leads 13-2, or 13-12.
I mean, I think it's...
Match point.
You have the confidence as Texture to make those plays, but maybe this isn't quite the moment. You think you can catch Team Secret off guard, but Jeremy's checking for it. He's aware that something like that is possible. And NDG having some really impactful kills here as this map has gone on. Having a huge performance and giving us a little bit of a head bob. He's feeling it. Team Secret could close it out.
Secret 1 round away from getting the first match win. They will have to play another afterwards against Zeta Division. Any of these teams that wins both of their matches make their way into the play-ins. And of course, we could have those tiebreakers with the differentials, but that's not the question at hand right now. The concern for Gen G, can they keep the OT going? This time a bit more of a spread. They do have a backup plan onto B site. They know that Team Secret hasn't aggressed on that part of the map.
Yeah, I like that we're seeing this from Gen G. It was a concerning part of their attacker side before. Now playing with a little bit of pressure on both sides, and that knife gives no information. Everybody on Team Secret is playing right at the edge of where they expect that knife to land. They don't give any info over. Now the wall comes up though, so now Gen G has to kind of reconsider here. Take their time. They know that there's probably nobody on the eastern side of the site, but
they're just going to go for it. I mean, they drew out the utility, and they're just trying to bait out more of it, but they just say, okay, there's still members hanging around, even though they're not in sight. The retake clearly at the ready, so the siege wall down, the slow orbs out, and they feel that that's enough to try to get them into a position. Secret very quick on the rotate, though. Back up all at the ready. Karon knows that Borkum's been playing up in Evan. Borkum has to back out. Karon is dug already deep. Secret's just not ready for it. And Texture watching for the lurk. Doesn't find the pick, but gives the information to Karon, who is still holding her on sight. Borkum eventually takes down his nemesis, the opponent Viper. 1v2. Borkum is in time. Oh! He gets a third. 10 seconds on the clock. Left. Texture, he has to stick the ply. No, he's going for the kill, and he will get it with the shorty shutting down Borkum. We go for another.
Oh my goodness. I love what Gen G does here though. Karon getting that far up gives him an extra kill, which frankly helps give Gen G the round in a lot of different ways. Texture there on the lurk through mid. Yeah, he doesn't find a kill off of it, but he at least causes enough distraction and gives a little bit of extra info over that they can find a few kills themselves. Borkum almost said it's time. He almost said it, but now Texture on that op once again. This time gonna be over by yellow, getting pretty close to the front of green here, but so far just gonna keep his feet planted, not going in for anything crazy aggressive. The rest of Team Secret now making their way back over towards A. Lakia, the only one on the A site proper, up on top of the pipes.
Yeah, in Secret, they sent that long-range recon onto green as well, but it looked like Texture hid right under the container. So Secret maybe playing with a little bit of false information that it might be a default hold. Meanwhile, Gen G, they know that the B site is fairly weak at the very least. Lots of forces on the A side, just waiting for the execute to happen. Look at the angles they're holding. The drone does spot 2. Mosh at the ready just to delay.
They've got a nano right on the plant spot as well, the default plant spot, to try to punish Team Secret if they keep going this way. Knife gonna catch a few more members, give a little bit of information that they're still sticking around, at least for now.
Yeah, selling the footsteps as if they're exiting, but no reason to move from Gen G. They're still watching mid with the turret as well. Operator on the B side, Mosh to buy time. The mollies are all coming through. They just can't get in safely. They will get delayed. Munchkin stays alive in the back of sight. Does he find an angle? He finds one through the screen. Can he find another? No, Jeremy will get that trade, but it's a double stack in the back of sight. Karen and Meteor just holding true as Lakia will even things out. Now a 1v2 once again for NDG, and it's going to be Karen, rookie for rookie, as he fires back. Gen G leads 1 round in overtime.
Yeah, steadfast defense here from Gen G, understanding the map, understanding what they needed to do to play some delay, some great positionings of their mollies. The snake bite from Charon lands, softens up some targets, the nano to delay the plant. Perfectly positioned early on in that round, expecting this hit potentially. Then you just rely on the operator of texture on the other side to get it done. No over-aggression that round. And now Gen G seeing if they can somehow completely turn this on this head. This has been just one of the most incredible back and forth.
And it's going to be the fast hit onto B. A little variation of it though. The spike not in the hands of the Jet, just trying to draw them out. Just draws a lot of attention onto B, into
Jeremy
mid.
though.
Do they expect this? I mean, surely they have to. They've left it open for so long. Meteor looks like he wants to check it, but the angle is so advantageous for Jeremy. Meteor just does not think he's already going to be on conveyor. Jeremy now on an island, just wants to buy time. Envy does get picked off across his own wall. If Jeremy dies here, that is going to be bad news for Secret as the site feels so weak.
Oh, Borkum.
All members spread apart for Secret. I mean, they have to win their duels no matter where it happens. Borkum's going to try to tighten the choke point against Gen G. Still 55 seconds. Gen G, do they keep in mind how much time has passed since they have cleared mid? Borkum, he gets one, and that's going to be the end of it. Munchkin saves him. Lakia has been holding control of green, and Gen G, they feel that they are close as they lead the charge onto the site, and potentially as they try to lead in the play-ins today.
Tough situation now. On site here for NDG.
He's so good! The pings are perfect! He just sprays it down. 25 seconds left. Now, just trying to bait out his position. Lakia's ready for it. NDG gets the trade onto Munchkin. Lakia, it's mind game for mind game as he only has 9 HP. He has to bait him out, and he will get the wraparound. NDG does not suspect it. Gen G will lead with a series win. Hard fought. It was never easy for this team here at Kickoff, but once again, it is another victory.
It doesn't get any closer than that, folks. Lakia on the floor, all the pressure falling off of him as he's able to clutch it out in that final round. Goodness gracious, just unreal what we're seeing here from our first match today. If that's any indication of how this is gonna look, me oh my.
I mean, the map 3 monster, Lakia. Say what you will about how his series starts, but he will always be there to bring home the fairy tale ending for Gen G. All these players looking for redemption in 2024, and they would hate to see their kickoff end early.
No doubt about it, and it's just such a relief here for Gen G after such a rough start to this match, getting just absolutely destroyed on Breeze, coming back, fearsome stuff from them, having the mental to do this as well. Unbelievable that Gen G is already showing us that not only do they have the firepower, but they've got the ability to hang in when things get tough as well. And tip of the cap to Team Secret. They came in here and played so good today. I mean, their Breeze read was absolutely brilliant. It looks like they had Lotus on download too, but as time wore on, Gen G just kept coming together more and more and more.
I mean, the number of heroics we saw from Gen G, and we all knew that was one of the core strengths that this team had. Every single member having the potential to carry around out of the depths, and that's just what they needed to buy enough time to overcome this series. Well, that is going to be the end of this match, and we'll have the desk on standby to break down the craziness of Icebox.
Hey, we kicked into Icebox talking about Insanity, and Insanity, we did have Gen G move on forward one step closer to Masters Madrid. But Secret did come really, really close. We went into overtime, and Nasser, you were talking about this earlier. You know, Secret didn't want to go to Icebox, and maybe this is why.
Yeah, again, there were so many factors that it felt that there isn't a surefire win for Icebox here. You're coming into this one with, again, a team that hasn't played this since last year, coming in from a different composition, having NDG to slot in, and there were so many things that you saw that could have gone their way but just didn't. But my goodness, did this still go that limit with the second overtime?
It totally did. I mean, so much of it. You had crazy moments from both sides. Jeremy getting some op kills, really, really sick stuff. Borkum even almost trying to bring things back from the brink, but towards the end, I mean, it's just, again, like the caster said, a lot more individual fragging power from the side of Gen G. You had aces coming out from the likes of Munchkin. There was one more knife kill, I think. Was it Jesse Vash who picked it up?
Jeremy.
It was
Jeremy picked it up.
On NDG, it was almost like a little bit of... Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, it was Jeremy.
Yeah, and then there's another moment where Charon kind of survived and it held long enough, killed so many, that exact round, where he held on until the spike went off. And so many rounds like that allowed for Gen G to extend all the way over, into overtime.
Yeah, and here's another, at least observation I've seen in that the third map, excuse me. It just felt like NDG was forced to try to do so many things in overtime, really testing how much stamina he really had to keep his composure, to be able to, bring Secret that round if he could, right? We saw the last round. He was fishing for the kill against Lakio, which I felt like he shouldn't have done because he had the position, he had the time, he had the HP, he had everything. And then, just trying to chase for it.
So before we go into that, where does this leave us now? As you can see, we just finished the very first match, which was really damn close. But this is not the end of the road for Secret. This is not the end of the road for any of the teams. Each of these teams do play twice as a single round robin elimination gladiatorial fight. So Team Secret actually will carry on forward to face against ZETA Division next. Now, what do you think about this momentum? We were talking about the momentum that Secret had. They were coming in real strong. They had the birthday buff from Jesse Bash, but then Gen G reversed that momentum. They came back around in the second half of Lotus, carrying forward through Icebox. How do you think they have been playing for almost every single day? And they got one more series to play.
One more. Well, they got a little break before the next one, Gen G at the very least, but they did have a timeout being called in round 22. I think that was one of the things that gave them that extra boost. Unfortunately, Team Secret not quite there and not quite being able to adapt on the fly. And, as I was talking about the stamina of some of these players, NDG, for example, Team Secret's got to play another game next, and this is now play-in single round robin.
Yeah.
You really don't have that many chances. You lose this game, then all of a sudden your chances at making it through play-ins becomes that much more slim, right? You have to, the win conditions is now like, ZETA has to lose. They have to win their next match. ZETA has to also, maybe beat Gen G, and then they might be able to stand a chance at winning the tiebreak. So many factors. It's just not a position that you want to be in, so it cannot feel good right now, but they cannot let that affect them.
Yeah. So there's a couple of things, right? I feel like, absolutely right. They need to stop already the momentum for Gen G because it's only one team that's going to get into the playoffs. But one more thing, I feel like if you're in the position of Team Secret, you'd want to play that second series rather than the last one.
Oh, yeah.
Just because you want to carry over the momentum that you still had. You still put Gen G to their paces. You still were almost able to win that series, right? Exactly. They're still warmed up, so they don't want to lose that heat before anything else.
Well, they definitely are in a good momentum for knife kills. I'll give them that. But we're going to go on a quick break before we go into our second series of today, which will be ZETA Division versus Team Secret. I am very excited. We're getting into the meat of things in this play-ins. We'll see you guys real soon.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
제일 큰 세계 대회에서 한번 우승컵을 들어보고 싶어요.
챔피언스는 또 중요한 대회니까
모든 선수들이 기다려왔던 무대죠.
챔피언스 우승이 목표예요.
진짜 우승밖에 없는 것 같아요. 무조건 이제 우승해야 되고.
발로란트 챔피언스 우승 트로피 아닐까요?
마스터즈는 챔스를 가기 위한 하나의 길일 뿐이니까.
챔피언스를 기약하고 챔피언스는 또 중요한 챔피언스 우승이
우승 못하는 제일 큰 세계 대회에서
가기
하고 이제 저희
길일
목표는 이제 챔피언스 우승이기 때문에 진짜 우승밖에
우승하고 당당히 트로피를 들어올리고 싶습니다.
Match found.
Less than a second is spared and a fuse comes in. Unbelievable. Come on, let's go.
Found them. Done.
After hosting champions in Europe and the Americas, in 2024 we'll take Valorant's biggest moment of the year to a new part of the world. A place where esports resonates through the very soul of the culture. Welcome to Seoul, Korea. Korea is synonymous with esports. It's home to some of the greatest competitors of all time, the VCT Pacific League, and one of Valorant's most passionate communities. We wanted to come here for a while, and we're very excited to bring champions to Asia for the very first time.
He's getting away with murder. Unreal.
Oh, it's gorgeous! Even one! What a monster! The villains have had their day!
This August, the 16 best Valorant teams in the world will converge here for a chance to write their names in the history books. From August 1st to the 25th, champions will take over the city and crown the 2024 Valorant World Champion.
We are back in the arena for VCT Pacific Kickoff, the PlayΗns edition. Now, Gen G won the very first series of today in a very long best-of-3 against Team Secret, but it's not over for Team Secret yet. This is a single round-robin elimination where only one team will survive and carry forth onto Saturday for the playoffs and semifinals. Now, that was pretty cool. One thing we got to see, though, in the first series of today was not one, but 2 knife kills from Team Secret. That was pretty fun, wasn't it? And also the announcement of all the team skins and banners. We saw it as we were coming in back to this desk. I mean, are you guys gonna be buying any skins for yourself?
They had the shot of the Gen G player card. That one was really cool with the tiger, yeah.
Tiger Nation.
Tiger Nation.
It's like, apparently there used to be tigers in Korea, and so that's why they're the Tiger Nation. But I hope you're getting your Team Secret.
You know I will.
Bucks ready
when I get back to the
spend.
Yeah, when I get back to the Philippines, I'm definitely copying one for myself.
Yeah, but so Team Secret weren't, they were playing really strong, but you made a really good point earlier that they might have not wanted to go to a third map because perhaps they hadn't prepared it as well.
Yeah.
But you can see here they're going to be facing off against ZETA Division, who have been performing really well throughout this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this is another... This is just the thing, right? When you have tournaments like this, obviously the deeper you go in, the lesser, the stronger the teams become because there's less of them and there's just more performance coming out. And this is going to be the same thing that they're going to be facing, where ZETA has a superstar in that with Dep. Dep has been just an absolute phenom for the ZETA Division team throughout this kickoff, and Team Secret has this just wall that they have to climb over, and they cannot lose this time because they only have this one extra shot, this one last shot.
They used 1 life already. They got 1 life left, Quack.
That's just one, and you know, there's all that pressure that comes along with it. Like I mentioned earlier before we went to the break, there are so many more win conditions now for Team Secret to make it past play-ins and into playoffs. Meanwhile, ZETA has been resting. They could have been studying and watching that game, I'm not too sure. But you can definitely see and feel all of these differences in the team sometimes. ZETA having won so many games against Team Secret in the past before, having only lost once. And not only have they won games, Vic, this is a ZETA division that denied that Champions game for Team Secret. ZETA beat Team Secret in a best-of-5 in last year's LCQ.
That's right, they completely snatched away their chance at Champions during LCQ. It was particularly Asarai when the Chamber came back into the meta.
Yeah,
Or he just came back into the game and everyone was like, woo, Chamber time.
And it just felt like, I do just fondly remember that Secret just had no idea how to deal with Laz there. So if you guys, you know, for the viewers out there who didn't watch that, imagine if you watched the X-Unit fight with him playing the Chamber. That was exactly what it felt like with Secret having to face Laz's Chamber back then. I think that was also on Lotus. So yeah, definitely something to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and Fracture, that was absolutely terrifying.
It definitely was that Lotus map, and yeah, Fracture was kind of scary as well. There are definitely, you know, a lot of room for improvement on the side of Team Secret, I think, and you can see it in some of these maps. But again, that's the whole thing about Team Secret, is they kind of know your secret. After watching your games, Coach Warbird somehow just kind of comes up with the best counter strats, best anti-strats, and then he uses that to break open teams, especially, you know, like Gen G, and we saw in that map 1 play on Breeze. And now coming on to the next one, you know, you got ZETA Division. They are looking so darn good right now. The way that they played against Global Esports, even challenging T1 to, you know, certain limits on some maps, but they're not like unbreakable. They had a bit of a weakness when they, like Asarai said, played up against X-Curate.
You know, we were talking a bit about last year because these two teams obviously haven't faced up against each other yet since kickoff with their new rookies joining the roster. But it's worth noting, despite their Team Secret's qualifications loss, Secret has beaten both Paper X and DRX last year. So, you know, despite having lost to ZETA last year, this is, you know, no team that's going to roll over.
Yeah, truly. I do feel though that, as you mentioned, Team Secret really has those highest of highs, but it does come at a cost. It feels like it's just that one moment that they're able to do it, and then the next you're like expecting, my predictions should be Secret now because they beat them last time, and then Secret just comes in with a whole different face. This is the reason why I wanted Secret to keep playing, or at least luckily enough, they have that second schedule where it's the next series right after just because they can carry over that momentum. If they get stalled, sometimes they do take a long time to heat up again, and that could be a big problem when there's only one series remaining.
Yes, I mean, I agree with you. And now we're looking at our player lineups, and what's really interesting about these two teams facing off, or in fact, a lot of the teams remaining in the pool for Kickoff, a lot of them have their core team remaining. But of course, again, we got the two rookies, Yuron and Hiron on ZETA, and NDG on Team Secret, who was playing just now. I mean, he was picking it up at some point, especially on Breeze, but will things be different this time around, or are they going to need a couple more months to get their full form Secret?
If I'm being honest, after watching, the next two maps, Lotus and then Icebox, it might take a little bit more time. A little bit more time. Yeah. Because NDG, Breeze was great, but then he had support from players like Jeremy. He was able to anchor downsides because Jeremy took the attention away. NDG was then able to frag out because nobody was really pointing their guns at him. On Breeze, on Lotus and on Icebox, when he was by himself in a clutch situation, sometimes maybe he's able to get away with one, but then not the other just to finish things off. Meanwhile, when you look at a team like ZETA Division, on the other hand, look at this Pentagon that we have. It's so much more consistent, and then you have this one big triangle, the one biggest point on this 5-star. It's depth, near 30%. That is such a big factor.
It's crazy. It's appropriate he's up there, right? He's sort of like the North Star. It's just like, follow the child of God into victory.
Oh wait, I was supposed to say something after that, sorry.
No, you're going to say something.
I was just laughing.
I'm sorry. He's laughing at my joke, thanks.
Yeah, I got you.
But I mean, and even despite this, this graph is great, but Sugar Zero, 13%, I don't think that tells the full story either. He had many Sugar Hero moments as well over the past couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just because he doesn't have to reach that far deep into him being an individual player maker, right? It's always been, as we are seeing right now, Depth has been able to do that. The rookies that you mentioned, Hiron and Euron, were able to make that something happen. But Sugar Zero has gotten some stellar rounds as well in the previous days.
Definitely has 18 assists actually in that previous matchup against Global Esports. So he had some clutch moments, some crazy plays as the Omen. You paranoia and then try to step over onto the other side, other angle, and opponents just have no idea where he is. There's so much that ZETA can offer. Meanwhile, when we look at Team Secret, similar things, maybe not one particular star player that's like a cut above the rest. Jeremy definitely does a lot. Envy is right up there next to him. But of course, the rest of the whole team, they kind of more or less work together. That's the thing about Team Secret. They are truly a team. I think that's the thing that we were talking about before, Asa, right?
Yeah. And again, this is a team that likes to play off of each other for the most part. There's always that back and forth that we're looking towards. So let me just real quick at the stats we were looking at. NDG is going to definitely need to dig deep because if he gets isolated, it feels like he doesn't get that value over the line that Secret are looking for.
Now, this is a really interesting stat. So Envy has a lot more experience in Hiron.
From here on out.
Ron. Is his name? That'd be great if that was Ron. The hero, Ron.
Yeah, just dig deep in your anime watching skills. Hiroron. There you go. Yeah.
Well, you can tell they're, with their power rankings here, Hiroron has, in third place in the power rankings against Envy.
I mean, I think overall, we've just felt Hirodan's performance a little bit more, the impact a little bit more. But off of those previous games, Envy top fragging, I would dare say he has risen up the power ranking list a little bit. But apart from that, just looking at some of these stats, I think although Hirodan doesn't have as many star moments as much as Envy does, you can still feel his impact. He gets away with those heads-up duels, one-on-ones, or getting the trades after Depth dies. And that is such a big thing for ZETA Division because comparing this new Atarashi, new ZETA Division compared to last year, Hirodan and Yuran are just direct upgrades. If I were to draw a line chart, I would feel like Team Secret adding NDG, very nice, still good, a little bit fresher, but it's not a straight line. It's more of straight and then a little bit lateral.
I completely agree with you. I think ZETA has shown to pick up two great new team members, and they've really been coming into their own. I have to say a lot of their set plays have been really clean, really tight. Their protocol has been really good. Their pacing has been different. We're seeing a bit of a different ZETA division, but we'll talk more about ZETA and Team Secret. We're going to go to the stage and talk to the coaches, and we're going to see Warbirds again and see what he's got to say this time.
Welcome back to pre-match interview. I'm standing here with Team Secret's Warbirds and ZETA Division's coach Carlisle. 네, 이제 프리매치 인터뷰로 다시 인사드립니다. 현재 워버즈 감독과 그리고 칼라오 코치와 함께 인터뷰를 나누게 됐는데요. 먼저 워버즈 감독 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Warbirds, I'm going to start with you. Tough loss, but you got to forget about that refresh because you have another one coming up right away. What did you tell the boys during the break? 먼저 좀 접전 끝에 패배를 거두기는 했지만 그래도 다시 모든 걸 잊고 오늘 경기 최선을 다해야 합니다. 선수들 멘탈 관리와 또 체력 소모에 대해서도 생각해야 할 부분이 많을 것 같은데 좀 선수들에게 어떤 이야기를 해줬을까요?
Yep. So for us, it was just kind of shrug off the loss. I think we're still technically in it with like tiebreaker rules, but also the big thing was like we want revenge for LCQ. So yeah, that was the big like driving factor for this match.
먼저 이번 지난 경기에 대해서는 조금 더 잊어버리고 이번 경기에 집중하자는 얘기를 하기도 했고요. 사실 이번 경기가 굉장히 중요한 게 이제 승자 동률이 나왔을 때 조금 더 많은 맵을 따고 또 조금 더 많은 라운드를 따는 게 굉장히 중요하기도 하고 또 제일 큰 부분이 이제 제타에게 LCQ 복수를 해주고 싶기 때문에 이번에도 좀 최선을 다하겠다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그렇다면 이제 NDG 선수에 대해서 물어봐야 할 것 같습니다. 사실 NDG 선수가 직전 경기에서 조금 고전하는 모습을 보여주기도 했고 이번에는 라즈 선수를 상대로 그런 라즈 선수의 노련한 침투 플레이를 막아내야 하거든요. 어떤 경기 예상하는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Now I want to talk about NDG because it seemed like he struggled a little bit in the last match. Now he's up against Laz, a very experienced Sentinel. How do you think he's going to fare up?
Yeah, that was kind of like a first like super close match scenario for him. So it's just kind of more experience for him and getting slowly more and more comfortable in the setting. So I think for now it's just continuing to build on that and making sure that he's as comfortable as possible.
젠지전이 NDG 선수에게는 좀 이렇게 길고 팽팽한 경기가 처음이었기 때문에 경험치를 먹었다고 생각을 하고요. 그리고 이제 라즈 선수를 상대로도 몸이 풀렸으니까 더 좋은 모습을 보여주지 않을까 싶다고 얘기합니다. Now I'm going to turn to you, Coach Carlisle. Thoughts on Team Secret's new roster? Dubstep out, NDG in. Do you feel like they've become a stronger team? 먼저 이 팀 시크릿의 로스터에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶어요. 분석해본 결과 작년에 비해서 NDG 선수의 합류로 조금 더 강해졌다고 느끼시나요?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, Team Secret is a really good team, and right now they have a lot of firepower and like teamwork also. So it's gonna be a tough match for sure. So they are a pretty solid team.
팀 시크릿이 워낙 잘하는 팀인데 NDG 선수의 합류로 인해서 지금 현재 팀 시크릿이 화력도 너무 좋아지고 그리고 팀의 시너지 그리고 촘촘한 전략도 눈에 돋보이는 부분이기 때문에 오늘 이번 경기도 굉장히 팽팽하지 않을까라고 예상합니다. Well then, Uran and Hiroran, they have a big task of going up against Team Secret's infamous initiators Envy and Jesse Vash. How do you think they would match up then? 먼저 제가 질문을 드릴게요. 히로론과 유란 선수 신인이지만 오늘 또 팀 시크릿의 어마어마한 첫 후대 라인업이죠. 인비와 제시베시 선수를 상대해야 하는데요. 이 첫 후대 싸움 잘 이겨낼 수 있을까요?
Yeah, for sure. Hiron and Yuran, they are like improving a lot match after match. So it's gonna be one of like tough battles for them. It's gonna be a super fun game to watch that will make them better. So I think they're ready. They're getting better step by step and really proud of them, so it's going to be a good match.
경기를 치를 때마다 유라운 선수와 히로론 선수가 계속해서 성장해가는 모습을 보여주고 있는데요. 그렇기 때문에 이번에 또 인비 선수와 제시베시 선수를 상대하면서 또 선수로서 한층 더 성장을 할 것 같고 또 오늘 이 두 선수가 좀 열심히 싸워줘야 하지 않을까라고 이야기를 합니다. Thank you, coaches, for the interview. Good luck to you, both of you all. I'm going to toss it over to the desk now. 자, 이렇게 두 팀의 칼라우 코치 그리고 워버즈 감독 만나봤고요. 저희는 이어서 분석 데스크로 돌아가겠습니다.
ゼータディビジョンのシュガゼロです。練習通りやったら勝てたって感じで、うまくいつも通りが出せたんじゃないかなと思います。ヒロロンとかは普段通りを出してて、それが大会でも出せてるのはチームすごいことなので、その部分であったり、ユランは自分の持ってるポテンシャルをすごい出してるなっていうのがすごい伝わるので、そこがいい部分かなと思います。普段通りの練習でできてることを大会で出すことが勝ちにつながってくるんじゃないかなって思います。倒すだけです。
Hi everyone, my name is Noel Kyudegia, also known as NDG, and I'm a player for Team Secret as a Sentinel. Things get rough at first, probably for me, and I just adapted to it, My team helped me a lot to face my struggles and my flaws in the game, and then we're gonna practice a lot to make sure that we're prepared and to make sure our strength doesn't go down, We're gonna be preparing and doing VOD reviews, map talk with the team, more discussions, especially to have a new environment and adaptive playstyle that the team cannot adapt. So we're gonna try our best to win the play-in matches so that we can move forward to the playoffs facing PlayㅡIns.
Welcome back from the interview just now, and I have to say this is a very different energy than the last few days. These two coaches, do you guys feel the tension in the air between them? I mean, this is it. This is the end of the road for some of these, or at least two of these teams. And Warbird said himself, what they really want is that LCQ revenge.
Revenge is gonna be, sweet, but I do feel like Carlisle coming in sort of new-ish to this ZETA division roster. He's really respectful of Team Secret, saying these guys are a solid team, they have a lot of individual fragging power. I kind of like that, I dig that respect, but the other thing is just, how does that carry forward into the game? ZETA as a whole, that's how the entire team feels, right? That's the culture. You heard that in Sugar Zero's interview. He's just talking about how we follow through with our game plan. Everything's really formal and everyone does their job and it works.
Yeah, I mean, look, follow the plan. As long as you have enough plans to go for all the things that happen in game, and Secret can sometimes pull out a wild card. Now, they are definitely recovering from their latest loss against Gen G. I mean, even with NDG, again, he's new to the roster, and he said it himself in that video just now that he wants to be able to keep up. He's trying to get as much experience as possible. I'm wondering how he'll be able to recover to get his mental in game, because his Sentinel role, very crucial.
Yeah, true. I mean, I can only assume how he's going to try to do that, right? So it definitely is going to be a big factor, I think, as to what is going to push Team Secret to that next step, or maybe even into the series swing. Because the thing is, you saw that everyone was really stepping up from Team Secret there. The players that we don't talk about too much, Borkum, yeah, basically it was just Borkum. We didn't really talk about too much.
We had a Borkum time.
Yeah,
we had a Borkum moment.
But
we had a Borkum moment.
Not quite a beast.
Yeah.
So I do want to talk about our predictions. It's different this time around for all those of you in the Philippines and T-Secret fans. You're like, oh, it's always it. Look, it's a little bit different this time around. I think they're going to bounce back this time, because this is what Team Secret does. When they're feeling down, they come back up. So loss is probably a good thing for, their game. But Quack, you picked ZETA this time.
Yeah, I mean, again, if we're going with Asurai's point about how NDG needs to back it up, first of all, I haven't been bribed with Kare Kare or Sisik yet.
But they're so good. It's hard not to say.
Send it to him, guys.
I got bribed.
We'll give you his PO box.
Apart from that, if NDG is that Sentinel anchor, imagine going up against someone like Depp, or the full force of this new ZETA division roster. You got Hirodon and Yuran here to back up Depp. If you can't, fend him off, that's it. It's going to be a really rough ride. So you need to pull off some of these wild cards. You need to break ZETA Division's system, and that's the whole kind of game plan against this team, because they are so structured. They follow these rules and protocols, and you have to make them think. But again, like I mentioned, the rookies on ZETA Division, Hirodon, Yuran, direct upgrade. They are just that good. They provide so much more. The whole team just looks brand new.
Yes.
Yeah. And this is coming off of Hirodon being, I think, for the past, when he was previously with Fennel, he was only playing as the Sentinel, and now pushing into a different role, completely, freed up, and actually just slots in so well. So this man's pretty much a Swiss Army knife in a way, right? He's able to just adapt that quickly. I just really wanted to also just add that both of these teams kind of play on the same ground, but different approaches, where you talk about how Carlisle is very much known for, you know, those mid-round calls, being aggressive and all of that contact because Furia, but Team Secret also known for those mid-round calls, but because of how much counter-strategy they've done.
Now, I want to go into the game, but before that, we did an audience survey.
Oh.
We like to ask our audience fun questions. The audience here inside this little ice box. This question was about the Odin this time. Can you guys see what that says? It says, what do you prefer, a friend who runs and guns with the Odin or a friend who keeps asking for an Odin?
I can't answer you guys because I don't have friends.
Oh.
Wow, Astra.
For those of you watching at home, if you would like to be friends with Asterai, please follow him on his Twitter and his Instagram because he needs some friends. But what would you pick? Look, I have friends who are both of these awful things, by the way. So I do have friends, but they're awful because I have one, round 2 has a freaking Odin. Like, he does just how he plays.
Maybe I might go with someone who asks for an Odin because at least they are asking for it, and then I can tell them, like, no, no Odin. Stop.
But every round, it's like quack, 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 quack.
Mute.
Odin,
I'm
Odin.
done. I'd take my headset off.
Cut out your skin. Do you have a skin? Do you have a skin? Do you have a skin?
Oh my god, that's annoying.
What would you pick?
I thought I gave my answer already.
Well,
friends who run and guns with Odin and it keeps asking for an Odin. You know what? I like to have a friend who keeps asking for an Odin because at least they know, right? If your friend only runs and guns, that means that they don't know how to use an Odin properly.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Like I said, I have friends who do both, and I do it with them anyway because I'm a good friend, I guess.
Good friend.
That's why my rank suffers. Anyway, we are going to go to the stage really soon, and you know, are we gonna see a rejuvenated Team Secret? It was a very short break. Let's see them walk out. Let's see the mood as we go into our second series of today.
Stepping up to the stage, representing Japan, make some noise for ZETA Division. And their opponents, please welcome back to the stage, Team Secret.
As we go into our second series, Team Secret has played just now, and I'm assuming in this map pick they're once again going to ban, bind, and split again.
They've always banned split. They're just not really comfortable on that map.
Except the one time they beat Paper X last year.
Except the one time, but that's a really long time ago. I do feel as though like ZETA has a lot more variety in their map pool, and that's why I think it's got to be really careful for Team Secret and what they pick. And ZETA might be able to go for something like a Lotus or a Bind, because that could really challenge Team Secret, but
This is interesting, considering this is the map they just lost the last series.
Interesting.
They want to redo.
They definitely do. And again, if they would have any chance to pick any map that they're not going to be comfortable on, right? Especially that is this going to be a map, you know, might as well just put it at the very start, right? So I feel like do or die, they don't want to have Icebox be their like last map, as I was mentioning when we saw that previous series with Secret.
I mean, they love bouncing back. They love proving everyone wrong, and they did go into overtime in that Icebox just now, so I'm not surprised. And you're right, Quack, you were talking about, you know, we've seen a lot of ZETA. Now, both of these teams are quite notorious for counter-stratting other teams, and to have them kind of see who can big brain the other will be very interesting, but there's more data on ZETA right now. And here we have our agent pool. Secret obviously continues the same comp.
ZETA, of course, like doing the same thing that they did against Global Esports in the first day. Viper Harbor combo, you know, it comes down to how Secret kind of adapts around this, and seeing as they picked it, I do feel as though they might have something studied or prepared. But I'm more curious about that Ascent. But right now, I mean, ZETA has looked really good on this. Of course, Sugar Zero, Yuran, we can expect them all to do great things. They shut down players like Pulvy incredibly well. Can they do that against someone like Jeremy?
Just wanted to add, there's no more woes for Team Secret here to deal with the Gecko, which has been such an issue for them. Even though Lakia wasn't hitting, you know, insane kills and everything, his Dizzies were so good at setting up his own teammates. So ZETA Division not bringing that to the table, at least is one step, or, you know, side of relief maybe here for Team Secret. That being said, the Reckoning from the Harbor, also something to just watch out for.
Now, this might be interesting also, the Icebox pick. The coaches, ZETA doesn't have enough time to pick it apart in time for the second or third map. With that, let's get into the game. Let's go over to PaperThin and Will.
Thank you very much. Kicking things off right where we left off, it's going to be Icebox for this map 1. Now, as the desk mentioned, PaperThin, a lot of people have questions about, all right, Secret, how confident were you in this pick, in this composition? It's a little outdated, but they bring it out again.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough going back to back. You know, ZETA had a chance to just watch this map moments ago, and ZETA looked pretty good on this against their opener in GE. So definitely looking towards Yuran and Hirodon, two of the players that were mentioned in the pre-match interview with the coaches, to see if they can continue to have that impact that they had the last time around when they faced off against Global Esports. So it's a little bit of mid-aggression. Love it from Team Secret. Getting a very different look here to start.
A big change. Now, unfortunately, not winning that first duel amongst the Killjoys, so Laz is going to pick that off, and that's a spike dropped as well. So, I mean, ZETA has a decent idea. They had this fast push as well, but they don't have any idea about this deep push into Kitchen, let alone how many members it might be. So, map control kind of all over the place. This retreat from ZETA on the B side, that's the big question to be had. Will Team Secret find the timing as Jeremy will pick one off, gets traded. He's ready for the second. Hiroran just waiting for his teammates. There's 3 pinching on to Borkum. Stays alive, snake bites to try to draw him out. That's 1. He just has to buy time. That's all he needs to do as the spike does go down. And Jesse Vash, long range kill onto Def, and a nice headshot to follow up. Yuran, the rookie for ZETA Division, trying to stay alive. They would love to kick things off on the right foot, but Borkum is not giving him the time of day. I mean, this is just a fight for time.
Toxins going up.
Just keeping up the screen, trying to shift in, trying to find these 1v1s. He was ready for it, but not going to find the kill in time. Envy will clean it up for Secret.
Yeah, what a funky round there from both teams. With one pushing up middle and with ZETA pushing out B, it caused both teams to kind of pull back and have to kind of reassess some space. So that gives Jeremy 1, and then Hirodon is right there to trade for the other. But then Jesse gets so far deep into the defender's spawn. He's able to find 2 kills with that Sheriff. And, yeah, you can see it on Borkum's face. This is going to be a rough day for Team Secret no matter what, but let's see if they can get off to a hot start here. keep Zeta on the back foot. Dart out early, be clear, trying to set up this push for Laz. Already spotted.
Yeah, that's slow orb as well. I mean, that's one of the things the Sage can do very well is really deny that ult orb from one side or the other. Jeremy's just going to dash on through, keep the pressure going. Team Secret has no intention to slow down. They are just forcing Zeta out of this site. Borkum in the lead with a Spectre. Slow orb from his own teammate, kept him at bay for a little bit, but NG picks up one, and Borkum has to reload, barely stays alive, but enough time for his spray down assist from Jeremy Depp, cleaning up that kill, and eventually it will be a round win. A little messy, but still keeping 3 weapons in hand.
Yeah, not bad at all here for Team Secret. You know, Depp is Depp. He's going to find his. No doubt about it this season. The guy is in the best form maybe we've ever seen him. And on top of the firepower that now resides behind Depp on this Zeta squad. Tough, nice little drop down there for Jeremy. Pre-fire on the corner for Borkum. Team Secret all business here today. They want to try to right the ship. They do not want to go out in this match. If they can win here, if they can find a win here, they give themselves an opportunity and keep their tournament hopes alive.
Yeah, we're going to see continue to keep track of exactly just how much these teams adapt. Of course, given the grueling scheduling, Team Secret, lots to learn from, but can they adapt to it with just that short break? And Zeta, how much did they glean from that? A very far back alarm bot, just making sure it covers screens for a potential lurk. And no pressure on mid just yet, other than the poison cloud just trying to bait out some more pressure. It will draw out that drone coming out from Huron, and he's going to clear that out. And DG just hides right from it. No information gained for Zeta Division.
Well, Zeta firmly planted. You can have kind of an interesting position here from Huron. Pretty deep into mid, maybe playing off that alarm bot, but as of right now, Team Secret not showing any of that mid pressure. Jeremy swinging wide.
Yeah,
Good on, safe behind that wall.
Are very well aware of this as well. Zeta, they heard the initial tailwind, and now backup has arrived. Looks like they have to give up the plant for the time being with the wall being put up. Not going to get the lineups all the way through. Again, you got to remember that happens when the Sage is on that other side. Now it's all about the retake. Can they flood onto the site? Looks like it's just going to be a push right onto Yellow. He lands on top. Depp, he gets the pings for him. Can he find the kills instantly? But no, it's Borkum right around the one-way. Huron does get the trade as Zeta continues to push through, but they don't want to lose weapons, let alone they try to need to secure the round. And Borkum continues to stay alive. Cove now broken, and Impy with a nice headshot onto Huron. It's just Laz. He's always been a hero for Zeta Division, but not in this round, as Team Secret will take the bonus.
Yeah, already Team Secret here being given a little bit of breathing room onto the B site by Zeta, playing so far back on the map. Gives them an easy plant. That wall still proving to be a little bit tricky for players to remember how to deal with. And Team Secret falls victim to it in terms of not being able to really contest the plant itself. That allows Team Secret to get into these deep post-plant positions. And the angles are so well covered. Again, everybody in a position where they can trade off of the kills, cover each other very, very nicely. Team Secret going to take the bonus here against Zeta. Both teams going to trade recon darts over on the A site. Team Secret staying behind there as Jeremy seeing if he can find anybody lurking in that nest. And push forward continues. Laz looking for another cheeky sheriff kill. Not able to connect this go around. Jesse's going to load up with his utility. Check things out. Toxic screens are up. Let's see if Team Secret can get the plant down.
Yeah, they will get some tags as well. Has some decent information, but not exactly citing everyone. Borkum will thin the numbers. Nice long-range fight with the Vandal, and Depp just hiding with the Classic. He's going to have to dash out. Can't continue with the fight without the weaponry to really back that up, and it's just going to be Team Secret that fires through. Depp constantly getting tagged. They don't want to give him that short-range angle, and Jeremy plays the timing well to his advantage. Should be clean finish to the round for Secret, but there is a Sheriff in Huron's hand. Not landing any shots just yet, though.
Yeah, tough position now for Huron. Depp couldn't snag that gun off the kill. He got dashed out and wasn't able to pick it up, so no extra firepower available for him as the round went on. And Huron, nope, Jesse Bash, not having any of it.
Yeah, quick little check. Doesn't want to take any risks. I mean, Team Secret, they know that not only do they need to win this match, obviously, ideally, they want to win it 2-0, given the endurance test that they're going through. But on top of that, we've mentioned again the tiebreaker if it comes to it. It's map differential, round differential, and especially, of course, round differential on your opponent's picks as well if it comes down to the wire. So every round counts, and they're snowballing forward to make sure that they have that advantage.
Yeah, the good news here for Team Secret is if you can 2-0 Zeta here, then you have a really good potential tiebreaker in that you were able to get a big lead against Gen G with that 13-5 onto Breeze. So absolutely, there's still a lot to play for here for Team Secret, and you can see it in their play. They are really fired up right now. You do have a Blade Storm for Depp. Jeremy's sitting on one as well. Jesse Vash has that Hunter's Fury that he has been so good with today, finding so many valuable moments to pick off players and going fishing once again, but Zeta wise to it, not giving him the opportunity to get a ping off that drone.
Yeah, but the site opened up. All the Killjoy utility already burned other than the turret watching for the flank. Now it is watching for that screen's entrance, so once they flood the site, they should feel relatively safe. Do keep in mind, Euron still over on the B side as they hadn't quite heard the plan go through. A lot of damage put down, and it is going to be just an extra scratch onto NDG, down to 14 health, but the spike is down, Pit is up. Zeta, you have to find the information to get through, but it's Jesse Vash who gets the first kills. Depp finds him right above the screen, but he needs to dive into the pit. He needs to dive into enemy territory, trying to make sure he catches anyone on the outside first. He will find it, be from above. Another reset for the Blade Storm, the hero for Zeta Division. How much can he do as it's only 2 members of Zeta? Now finding his 3. He wants to go in on the close angle, tries to use the chaos to his advantage, but no, NDG is smart to it, and that's a 5-0 lead.
Phenomenal reactions by NDG there. Depp might add him dead to right. He's able to swing just in time and take him down. Depp doing everything he can above the pit, but never able to isolate and eliminate Borkum. Our Zeta, they did not have much utility left to clear by the time we get to this point. Depp, yeah, quick to respond. Jeremy and company seeing the feed there, sticking out on top of the wall. Just really, I don't know what he said, but he's got a smile.
Couldn't translate that one.
Where's
for
Asarai?
There you go. That's what we need him for on this cast. But the good thing is he's putting that smile on, right?
Yeah.
I mean, despite a grueling match, which again, that's something Warbird's talked about. That's the first time NDG's really been pushed to the limit and then barely not getting that win. So something to gain experience from. And so far, it looks like the team has done a good job of trying to keep the spirits up. Obviously, they're going to be tired. I mean, that's just a given fact. But how much can you hang in there? Because at the end of the day, Zeta's going to be going through the same thing in that next match. So whatever round wins and map wins you can get here is going to matter for Secret.
No doubt about it. And really curious to see exactly how Zeta is going to recover after this rough 5-0 start. You know, playing very far back, giving up a lot of space. Some of it, you know, sometimes to deal with some ults that could potentially come through. You know, like in that previous round, you don't want to deal with getting pinged and getting Hunter's Furied by Jesse Vash. He's still sitting on it. They've got a lockdown as well. One away from a Hunter's Fury of their own to potentially counter that. One away from a Viper's Pit as well for Euron. So I'm curious. What I want to see is like Zeta get a little bit more aggressive, start challenging the front of A little bit heavier potentially, but it's been really difficult with some of these util combos. Team Secret being really diligent with control of the space in front of the site. There's that ping.
Yeah, here comes the ult, and he's going to have to use that tailwind to just barely get out. Does get hit by the first one, and it's going to be Laz right around the corner. Does not have the reposition in time. Envy will find him, and Borkum chases through. The tempo kept up at 11 for Team Secret as they have now cleared the entire site. Now just waiting to clear hell. He goes for the swing. Depp finds 2. He cannot continue onto the 3rd. But was it enough? That's the big question. NDG goes for the plant, and he will find Sugar Zero as the alarm bot goes off right at the end. As Secret continue to lead 6-0.
What reactions from NDG the last couple of rounds. We got to see him kind of spin onto depth, not something that's easy for most players, and there he's able to pull off in time. Sugar Zero, of course, not with the best weaponry, but still, the snappy reactions here from NDG is a good sign. He had a couple rough clutches that he couldn't convert in the previous Icebox against Gen G, but so far, holding fast, holding stalwart, and already guaranteed at least an even half here on their attacker's side.
Now there's a head bob again, just making sure he's relaxed. See that whenever he's feeling good about that last round. The operator now in hand for Depp and Zeta. They've just been starving for a round win. They're not even thinking about match wins, tiebreakers. They just need to get on the board. And Depp continues to be targeted by all this util. He cannot find the comfort that he often has as a duelist.
Yeah, this is really, really good homework being done here by the side of Team Secret to keep Depp in check, knowing that he is a huge win condition for Zeta. Whoops. I'm not sure if he wanted to go up there, if that's an intentional fake for Jeremy. Still with those blades, wrapping around the corner. Depp just popping some shots through Cascade.
Oh, he
Not
knows.
really, yeah, going to affect Jeremy. Yeah, that's going to give away the Harper's position.
Yeah, and he chases him through. That snowball taken over by Jeremy should be enough of a distraction for the plant to go down safely as the wall stays up as well. And that's a kill onto the snakebite. Huron couldn't find the exit in time. And ZETA, they're starting to fall apart. And it's only the first quarter of the map. Depp will get some kills back on the board. Sure, he still has 8 to his name, but how many of them really had impact, as it's more just him trying to stay alive with this operator?
Yeah, and ZETA has no money. I mean, obviously you're down 0-6, so they haven't been able to find any rounds to really bank a little extra cash to rely on. And yeah, Jesse's so
early.
tricky.
Oh, that's quick enough. Now, he definitely wants the operator. Calls over his teammates to see if they can make some sort of pinch from mid as well. Not going to be too much time, but the recon bolt will give him that position, and that should be Depp in safety. The last swing around, and Depp will survive with the operator. Woo! I was getting real antsy about that timing.
Almost, but Depp able to hang on to his operator and his life. Now the big ults are going to be here for the side of ZETA. You do have the counter to the lockdown with that Hunter's Fury. You do have that Reckoning for the retakes and the lockdown as well. So some options here for the side of ZETA. They've been playing retake heavy. Now's the round where that has to work if it is ever going to.
Yeah, I mean, you're already down 7 rounds. Even scraping together all 5 right now would be a desperation play for ZETA. Still have that operator as well. Just trying to set this up. Now, we saw this trap play come out from Gen G yesterday as well. But now they hear the Bulldog, they hear the extra gunfire, and they're just trying to clear it out. The shock darts doing their job of pushing Sugar Zero out of position. Oh, the jump just a little high, just a little wide, and that's all Depp needs. That will be the first kill, and on to the second, and this is exactly what Depp wanted. But the trade, Team Secret, they still have the option to continue pushing forward bit by bit.
Huron and Sugar Zero are holding their angles there, and Depp's going to get caught by the elevated position of his opponents. So now you got a tough hold as the rest of ZETA still holding.
In the middle of the map, he does get through on the drone. Meanwhile, back on the site, Jeremy gets a nice peek. His barrel is shown, but Borkum, does he have the timing for the trade? And he will swing out. Unfortunately, Jeremy goes down for it. Now, ZETA, I don't know if they spotted him on the drone, but they do have an inkling. Now, Larbot gives him sight. He doesn't know if there's another, but now he hears him. Hears him on the jump. NDG makes the call that it's a 2v1. He sees the elbow, but Laz lines up the headshot.
Spike planted.
The clutch master for ZETA Division, the IGL, trying to put the first victory on the board, but this is a mind game that you cannot possibly be ready for. The lockdown, he surely assumes that he's backed out all the way, but
Borkum knew this was coming.
Yeah, he's just waiting in Snowman. I mean, he has all the space to hold the angle. He's waiting on the peak as well, and Laz has a suspicion, but Borkum shuts it down, and he shuts down the lockdown. That's 8 rounds. Ults wasted. ZETA still nothing on the board.
Borkum read that the lockdown could come through, so he moved to the side where he's going to have more extra open space to contest the defuse attempt by Laz. Laz is just kind of a little bit befuddled there. That toxic screen that Borkum throws up right after the plant makes it impossible to know which way he went, if he went left or if he went right. He went right this time, and it was the right decision as well. So now you have to, again, already take that second time out.
I mean, at this point, it's anything to get the mental back in the game, right? Forget the map itself. I mean, whether you win this map or not, if your mental gets destroyed just within the first 12 rounds of this best of 3, you have a long way to go to try to crawl back. So you have to imagine the coaching staff just making sure the players aren't too flustered despite the scoreline. Just don't look at the scoreboard. Get back into it round by round.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is something that I remember talking to Minnie about last year at Champs, and he said, you know, sometimes when you're just getting blown out, the only thing you can do is just, you know, reset. And it almost makes it easier sometimes because you're just like, okay, well, all right, maybe they'll get this one, but we can get the next one. And that can change your mental really fast if you can let go of it that quickly. And ZETA, you know, certainly a team that's been around the block for the most part, other than the new players. You know, maybe a little bit of a struggle for them to kind of adjust mentally to these situations, but the rest of them, absolutely not.
Yeah, one of the biggest things is not only is Depp getting pushed out of position, but it's also the trades afterwards. Even if Depp is able to get a kill, Secret just hasn't let up. They haven't taken their foot off the gas. Anytime the first kill happens on either side, Team Secret will be pushing through. So now Uran tasked with supporting Depp. He's got a Bulldog in hand. not the greatest of weapons, but one that could get a multi-kill.
The turret set up here, expecting a push out, ready to play off of it.
Oh,
so
this is a
difficult to
read.
so difficult to deal with that Blade Storm in hand. You can't, clear that turret so easily. So they have to step up, use the Bulldog to clear it. They're able to ping it with the drone as well. So now Depp just gonna fall back here as ZETA gonna have to reset. Team Secret now beginning to make their march forward a little bit.
Good spot from Uran. Yeah, that sets it up for Deb. He's on for another. Will push them back.
You will not
Cascade, but there's a Resurrect, and that's a weapon not recovered. So the only thing ZETA really gains from that is the ult and the wall being taken out from Team Secret's arsenal.
Depp still bouncing around, still looking to pick off another head of a Team Secret player. Jesse, though, going to identify a lot of players of ZETA.
That is a lot of info gathered. You still have some control of mid as well. You've been keeping your eye on that as Borkum was on the lurk. Still have the nano swarms from NDG, just putting pressure down on the potential rotates.
30 seconds left.
All this pressure to make it look like they might also have a pinch going through mid. That really slows down the rotate over from ZETA Division. And Laz, he'll be watching under 2, but the site giving up for free.
Some shock darts to try to do something about this. Laz thinking about the nano, but deciding better of it. Now another tough post plant for ZETA to try to break through.
I mean, you're down 0-8, you have ultimates, but there's the preemptive lockdown, and it's gonna draw out the Hunter's Fury, because if it's not for that, you absolutely are already giving up on this round, and Jeremy just pushes out amidst the chaos with a double kill, and Team Secret just wants to end this match. They want their break, and it will be Envy with a triple kill, leading them 9-0.
Yeah, just phenomenal stuff here from Team Secret. Nothing else to say, but they're not feeling it after that loss to Gen G. It turned them around a little bit. It feels like they are really dialed in. They are really crisp, really snappy, making good decisions. ZETA left scratching their heads. You're going to be able to funnel another op into Depp's hands. You still have a Reckoning for Sugar Zero. Overall, ZETA cannot get any data on Team Secret. Now, setting up for a lineup here with that slow orb. Standing ahead. A little bit of pace to this one.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And it's almost as if Team Secret are making ZETA look like they went back to 2023. I mean, I would say overall ZETA's movements themselves have still, had a little bit more oomph to it than compared to last year, as we've been praising them with the roster upgrades. But Secret has just pushed it up in relativity, and ZETA look like they are immobile. Now, perhaps a little bit of an overreach. SC Bash is trying to create another curveball. The Reckoning early, but it will not stop the plant. Envy holding in the Poison Cloud while he gets that heal. The Reckoning trying to get the positions. They find one. Depp will eventually recover onto that aim, but they peek out one by one into the Operator. Will this finally be the round win? Borkum still trying his best to get the clutch. He already had one in this match, but now it's 4 other members, and he's been surrounded. He's aware of it. He picks off one. The defuse on the way. Not much time. And finally, a round win for ZETA Division.
Yeah, it took everything, seemingly, to get one in the books. The Reckoning able to help out a little bit, but Depp really clean with some of those off shots. Peeking some angles were Team Secret. Depp instantly punishing them. And it's a good rotation call early here for ZETA as well. Uran, the only one on site initially able to find a good first kill, but on their horse were 3 other members, leaving just Laz behind at the A site. The other 3 well on their way early to get there to try to punish this. So there was plenty of time on the clock there. You can see they were comfortable enough to, of course, swap it around a little bit, make sure everybody, or make sure they knew who they wanted to have their ult orbs and that kind of thing. And that's encouraging for ZETA, but is it too little too late? Yeah, they are better on their, or at least they were better on their attacker side versus GE, but who knows if that's going to matter.
The tailwind in from Jeremy. Once again, pace picked up. That's going to force step out, and Jeremy's waiting for a repick up high. Not sure how he catches that kill so quickly, but sends him flying back down to the ground. And with that Sage Wall, once again, another easy plan for Team Secret. I mean, this composition, it has its very strict strengths. Sugar Zero finally gets the long-range kill with the Vandal. It's the Vandal for Heroron this time, getting that headshot. They know he's close, but he's not quite sure of that member in the Poison Cloud. The Shock Dart goes in, and it will find Jesse Vash. Thorough is Heroron, as he's clear to yellow, now wrapping around against the enemies. 2v2, MDG solo. He knows the location of Envy, but he doesn't have, he doesn't finish the kill, and it's just enough. Envy will swing around.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Thought he had the spray and pulled off of it to check knowing that there was going to be another player over in green and just didn't actually quite have it. A little tough sometimes, and yeah, they got the ping still on Depp. I think maybe he thought it was already going to be done, and he tried to go back up. I'm not exactly sure.
I think it might have been that deep recon coming out from around
actually,
the site.
You could be right.
Yeah, right above the screen. Depp probably thought he was safe from the toxic screen.
Yeah, because he got pinged by the drone earlier.
Yeah.
Backed off. Thought he would be safe, and he wasn't. Jesse's so smart with his utility. Don't cheer me.
I mean, Team Secret at this point, the entirety of the squad on stage is just, they've built all the momentum, and they are letting it out in this fast-paced game of Valorant.
You're seeing.
I mean, surviving that alone.
Jeez, dude.
I mean, that's huge. Keeps them tied up. They have to worry about NDG on the flank. Spike's been planted. They will all run out and hear most of those footsteps. And he even catches the tail end. Euron goes down, Pit is up. NDG still a menace in mid. Eventually gets taken down by Depp, but Depp's the only one who has been putting up these kills for Zeta Division. 11-1 scoreline for Team Secret.
An absolute dismantling on their first map so far, once again. Be unreal to think that there's any world where Zeta's going to be able to come back into this. Yeah, again, against GE, better on their attacker side than their defender side. But I'm not sure it's this good. I'm not sure it's, you know, potentially just rattling 12 rounds in a row off or something like that. But
yeah, I mean, this is a big part of, it's not even that they're getting trades back and forth, right? I mean, if you look at the overall KD, Secret's just surviving. I mean, they are able to just, after that initial trade, it's just one trade back and forth, and then Secret wins the rest of the duels. And it feels like Zeta is just not ever able to get into the positions that they're comfortable with.
Yeah, no doubt. They're not really winning any of their opening duels. They're getting beat in open trades. Often they're getting read like books. You know, NDG is doing a great job controlling that middle part of the map, making sure that any lurks or any flanks from the side of Zeta were basically contained and dealt with. Jesse's nailing some great util. There's not a lot else to say other than Team Secret is a team to be feared on this map. There's a reason nobody wanted to play them on this map so far until now, until today. And yet Gen G was able to just barely beat them. But Zeta is completely befuddled right now.
Yeah, Warbird slightly befuddled there as well, as it looked like his monitor just flickered for a second, but looks like everything is back in normal. And now, just 2 rounds away from the first map win, it's Team Secret leading 11-1. I mean, Jesse Vash, the least kills on Team Secret with 7, and he's still above everybody on Zeta Division except for Depp, who is trying his darndest with the most kills in this game, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, Depp is Depp. He's quite good, but we've been used to seeing the rest of the players pick it up for Zeta so far this season. You know, particularly Yuran and Laz have been quite good, but so far today, rather quiet. What in the world?
Man, the combo coming in once again. We saw the assist from Borkum. I mean, these lineups, you see it on Breeze and Icebox, the Snake Bite Shock Dart combos are deadly.
It's just ridiculous. I mean, it's just so well read. Well, Laz is going to find Jeremy, pushed out a little bit too far, getting him from the belt, but still, it's just like that early start just has to put such a just dagger in you. If you're Zeta, that's just going to be in your mind the rest of that round. Like, they're reading us so well right now.
Exactly.
What can we do?
And the fact that you're buying that on the pistol round, you're committing the 200 creds just for that potential early kill.
Poison's off.
And it gets Depp.
Exactly. That's the biggest part, right? I mean, you can't really force your way into the site, especially on the pistol round. No Cove available for Sugar Zero. So they're going to have to fight their way into the site. The question is, Secret, do they let them in first and wait for the retake? Looks like Borkum might be ready for a cheeky kill. Tries to get some tags in, but NDG trying to provide backup. He's going to be late to it. He'll clean up one. He's ready for the wraparound. NDG with the jump right click. Doesn't have enough bullets to finish the kill. Sugar Zero barely getting out with his life. Spike goes down, long range for Jesse Vash, stabilizes in time, Cascade comes out, he's ready for it, the snap on to the head, and a third, that's 4 kills for the IGL. Jesse Vash gets the defuse.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Jesse struggled on Icebox the last go around, but he has something to say about it. Didn't need much time to recover, to recuperate. That was snappy shooting from Jesse.
Oh man, the swivel onto Sugar Zero. That's gotta feel bad. He was even slowed through the cascade.
The double take there. Oh my God.
Age is just a number.
Yeah, exactly.
Age is just a number.
Yeah, just unreal from Jesse there. Really glad to see him be able to bounce back. Such a tough situation that they found themselves in.
And
now
we're
ZETA,
already at map point.
Yeah, and ZETA has to buy. No reason not to. Just buying everything you can the rest of the way out. Jeremy already up in the nest, or excuse me, pipes.
Yeah, Clue's a judge, and Deb just not ready for it. He won't be able to be that spear point for ZETA Division no longer. And perhaps he just won't get a chance at all in Icebox as they are staring down the barrel of this first map. Still just a couple weapons, Bulldog, Stinger, Judge. I mean, it's just a hodgepodge, no philosophy to it. You're just hoping that you get the frags. You're just hoping that they walk in to your sightlines. And Secret knows they just have to wait. Jeremy picks up one. He's ready for another. The shock dart lands right on top of Euron's head as well. Euron trying to hide as long as possible. The heal's ready. I mean, Team Secret, they have no intention of giving this site over. Jeremy's pushing in. He goes for the aim labs, and that's the third kill. Dashes out. He's on the chase. Laz is low, and that will be the ace for Jeremy as Team Secret cleans up map one.
Well, blink and you miss it map. I mean, just 13-1 doesn't get much more dominant than that. Team Secret, they are in control the whole darn way. And again, it's all business now for Team Secret. Warbird's trying to bring in some smiles, bring in some energy, but the rest of the team is just, they look angry. And they look like they're taking it out on ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to stay in the zone at this point for Team Secret. Meanwhile, for ZETA Division, Dep just trying to keep up a smile, right? I mean, especially with maps like that, you just got to forget and move on, because what is there to break down other than we lost literally every single gunfight?
Exactly, and you'll see all the time that teams will bounce back from rough games like this, all the time.
Well, we'll see if ZETA can do it. They've been there before. See what the Desk thinks of this quick map on Icebox.
What do we think? What do we think? I think like the pineapple power is back. Laban Piñas. It was absolutely insane. Team Secret definitely is on the revenge arc right now, and they came in hard. It was a 0-9 to start the first half.
That was so fast. I don't even, what?
I know, like what happened? We're already back at the desk. Like, what was going on? I mean, they were just absolutely on form. The casters made a good, Pipperthin made a really good point, and Coach Carlisle from ZETA even said it. He was like, the thing he was most worried about was Team Secret's firepower, and that is indeed what carried them so far in.
It was firepower. They had the setups. The biggest thing was just momentum, I feel. You know, once you start to lose that round 3, ZETA can't really come back. And even though Coach Carlisle called 2 timeouts in the first half, they really couldn't do all too much. Like, Borkum already had Viper's Pit up and ready. He would plan it down. Depp is trying to find openings. He's trying to find picks and trying to do as much as possible to soften up the attack for his team. But something's just doesn't feel right. Like, everyone else can't follow in.
Yeah, I mean, Secret definitely wants to remind the world that they are dominant on Icebox, even though you haven't seen it for a while. But hey, it was really close against Genji just now, and now this is, I think, the biggest, you were talking about it, the biggest differential in rounds.
Yeah, just looking at it from a few factors. First off, again, I did mention how there's no more flashes to kind of dissuade Team Secret, which may have transitioned or translated into them able to successfully set up these wall plays within, because you saw, I think comparing it to the match that they had with Genji, Indy wasn't able to really set up his walls as confidently as he was able to do in this one. Again, as Quack was mentioning, because of the executions and stuff, the setups that Team Secret did, and because of that, Borkum's wall, yada yada yada, I know. ZETA was forced to push into the utilities of Secret every single time, never really having solid foothold to work with. And you saw that with the Viper Pit that Borkum did, right? Depp was looking everywhere, hoping that maybe somebody from Secret peeks out, but no, Secret were just so contained in playing in their own zone that they couldn't really be bothered to do anything else in.
That's what it feels like with the composition. You can't initiate a fight. You got the Sova, you can get some information, but as we look at the score right now, Hirodan, what happened, bro? Like,
you know,
can't really all do too much. He dies really early in the round.
Yes, that's right. I mean, I think they had a lot of problems. And the only time ZETA got that one win was when Team Secret overheated on round 10 and they just charged in. I think it was NDG. He was just going up into up the ropes and just like he was there before Jeremy was even there. And that was the only time they lost. But I also remember this round following immediately after, like, okay, Zeta's got their momentum now. But no, Hiroran, he did a pretty cool shock dart on Jesse Bash, of all people, which was kind of like, oh, kind of cool. But then he whiffs, and it's almost like he knows, and I think this is where inexperience comes in. He knows how important it is to get Envy, and he's got this perfect shot behind him, and Envy turns around and manages to kill the last two remaining Zeta players.
Yeah, just to add to that as well, we're looking at Envy already, or sorry, not Envy, but Jeremy, that has gotten so much impact in this game. I'm looking at the stats real quick, and he's gotten 2 kills for the most part. So he's been able to string so many of these rounds to start with that, again, you just see it, how do you say this, convert so cleanly for Team Secret.
Yeah, there were a couple times he won some duels out against Dep too, that's crazy. I never would have thought that this would happen. I might have to swing my votes now after this game. But yeah, I mean, this is such an incredible Team Secret. It almost really does feel like they have warmed up past that game against Gen G. Now, maybe a little bit of the Zeta division, not really feeling it, getting to their own heads, the timeouts not working out. Nothing goes right in this map, and you could also say it's a little bit of that agent composition without having no flashes. Another thing that Team Secret does well is to use their opponent's walls against them. You know, you had this Viper, you had the Harbor, and it just doesn't really do anything because Team Secret just kind of bypasses everything. So Zeta Division, I don't know what it is. It doesn't work great. It doesn't feel great right now. They need a mental reset.
Absolutely, and going into Ascent, this is going to be really tough. Secret is also known to be pretty darn good on Ascent. Zeta's definitely shown, you know, historically some good plays on Ascent, but this is their map pick, so hopefully they have something there. Now, this is sort of a make or break for Secret. They need to win the series to stay in the game. But the thing is, for Zeta, with such a huge round differential difference there, if we, for some reason, get to a tiebreaker, this is what it comes down to, the round differences. And they lost so many there. So even if they win the next series, if it becomes a tiebreaker, yeah. I mean, they lost so many there. They have to absolutely come back in Ascent and the last and final map of this series.
It has to be a decisive win. That's the thing, right? And you cannot let yourself, there can't be any self-doubt, I think is what I'm trying to say. But then if you think about the past and all that, you know, as analysts, that's kind of what we want to do and talk about. Zeta Division playing against Team Secret last year in LCQ, they actually lost Ascent to Team Secret. They lost 9-13. I think they were trying out some kind of a new composition. 10 was playing the duelist at the time. He was on a raise. Didn't work out too well. I guess we can see that. They did play Ascent again during kickoffs right now against T1, and they did win, but it was a 13-11. Yes, of course, it's the classic composition we all know. Sky is blue, nothing's new, but it feels a bit labored. And if Team Secret is prepared for that, if Team Secret knows how to work that defense against a team like Zeta Division, I don't feel good right now.
I mean, if they go in with the same strategy they went in with Icebox, which basically steamroll you with contact plays, I don't know how that's going to be working for them. In a sense, Zeta surely would be more prepared. Again, we do have a very different Zeta Division this year. While both teams have their core there, their core, like, you know, lead two players, I would say Zeta is still adapted more. They've changed more coming into this kickoff, whereas Secret is still Secret. And Secret has always been strong. So this has been working out. But Zeta surely, at this point, has some ideas on how to counter Team Secret.
Yeah, I guess that's just, you know, it's just boiling down to the rawness of some of the newer pickups for both of the teams. Again, I was mentioning how it just feels like maybe NDG is that player that's a bit too still, you know, pink in the middle in a sense. But this game that he has, you look at the highlights here, he's been like out fragging. He looks a lot happier when you look at the camera on his end during the highlights,
right? What did he say against Dep that one round in the Viper's pit?
Oh yeah, so he basically translated to his team. He said that, oh, I heard him flying around somewhere, so he just like immediately got his crosshair locked into where the audio cues were from Dep as Dep was coming into that Viper pit. But yeah, I think one of the things right now that we have to look at for Ascent specifically, since this is going to be that mirror comp, I mean, unless there's like, you know, but I don't think these two teams that are very much set in their ways and their strats will change up comps. Which is this. It's going to be a battle, I think, between of how efficient the Odin threats are between Euron and Jesse Bash. And both of them have really shown that in the matches that they played previously on Ascent here in Kickoff.
But, I mean, would you buy your friend an Odin if he kept asking you for it?
Come on, Chubby.
I wasn't even thinking about that. I mean,
look, I didn't make the questions for the audience.
It's not just friend, it's teammate and as a pro player, all right?
I do want to say...
Completely different, you know, situation.
Oh, Secret, they're all friends with each other.
I do want to say, right, although you could talk about the Odin plays, the bigger thing for me right now is just Team Secret's attack looks really good, but because this was Zeta's pick, they are starting out defense.
All right. Thank you so much. We are going to go into our second game. Ascent. Is it going to be another Laban, Piñas, Paper Thin, and Will?
Well, with the pacing of it, I mean, I wonder if Secret even let go of their keyboards, right? I mean, that break probably just wasn't long enough for Zeta to wrap their mind around it. We were talking about it during the break, and it almost, T-Secret almost really made it look like Zeta was as slow as they were last year.
No doubt. It didn't feel like the Zeta we've seen so far in 2024, so over to Ascent, a map where actually last year, believe it or not, a map that Zeta liked a lot last year and had some success on, that Team Secret beat them on both times they played on it. So this is going to be an uphill battle for sure for Zeta the rest of the way through today. And to make matters worse, like the desk was just mentioning, it is Zeta on the attacker side first, which is usually the harder side of this map.
Yes, yeah, especially in pro play. I mean, it's one of the maps that's been as consistent as possible in terms of which side is slightly favored at the pro level. But like you said, it is a comfort pick for both Zeta and Team Secret. Now, Talon did defeat them, crushed them in the very first match, but of course Secret bounced right back. So Zeta cannot underestimate their opponents as they get ready for a site execute. Recon going to go through the spam to keep him tied up on the site, right up on top of Quad. Has to drop down due to the paranoia, and the flash is perfect, but it's going to be the trade from Envy. Site still taken over by Zeta as they have a perfect swing out for main.
Yeah, a great timed push here out of the main door. NDG going to swap to that Ghost, has to clear the turret as well. Drone making it hard for him. He's just going to drop down, but he's taken out. Jesse, though, responds.
Yeah, Euron quite low, and Sugar Zero takes the first contact. It's going to be just enough health for Euron to also pop out. And it will be the spike planted as well as Zeta. I mean, as good of a start as you could hope for.
Yeah, and seeing some things here that we didn't really see too much of on the previous map, where there's some teamwork here. I mean, everybody's kind of, look at that. They're all looking at different angles. They're all covering their bases where they need to be going. And that's good news here. Obviously, Zeta already picking up a win against T1, which is a very strong team already in the playoffs. So certainly a much-needed start. Some Bulldogs, a Vandal, and that Ghost for Laz.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a bit of a shorty trap setup. No, eventually switch back to the classic actually for Jeremy. Over by Tree. And they will just wait. Has a fair good inkling that it's going to be that A hit, but Zeta, they have the weapon advantages. They don't want to rush anything. They're still waiting for any sort of lurk out of B at the same time. Wants this information. Deb, if he's tasked with having to go through on his own, this could be a rifle drop. Zeta has to be very cautious. I am a little concerned given their position because it looks like they do want to send him in on his own. He will get picked off, and now Zeta has to fight to keep control of that dropped rifle.
Yeah, this is really, really tough. Jesse was also bouncing a shock dart and anticipating that timing so well. That knife going to delay any more utility from Jesse, but Zeta doesn't really feel like they have any options to get through this site. They feel like there's too much pressure here, and they're going to just have to let that rifle go, it looks like.
Well, Team Secret just going to hold on to that position. Does look like Sugar Zero might have picked it up right on that shadow step. So just trying to make sure I get the weaponry, make sure we still have the firepower lead, and try to overpower where it should be weaker. Obviously, there could have been a gamble for Team Secret, but it doesn't look like it. It's just going to be a hold at mid doors of Market. Euron tasked with holding that site. Trying to make sure there's no early backup. The Nano Swarm gives him an idea that there is one member at Market.
10 seconds left. Spike
Great
planted.
shock dart, so much damage done.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. Just swapping of a couple of those pistols, trying to get the best chance they can. Team Secret, they're just going to flood onto it. It is just forces in numbers, but they will get mowed down by the rifles. Bulldogs galore, and ZETA will get that second round.
A nice job there by ZETA. Able to recover that rifle even. Looked like they might not be able to get it to it, but like you said, Sugar Zero stepping in and out. Gonna find the ability to keep things in check here for ZETA, so already finding more round wins here on Ascent than they did on Icebox. Our ZETA,
yeah.
I mean, it just do be like that.
Yeah, it's brutal, but it's a fact.
Yep. But, I mean, things are looking a little bit better. It's a good read to pull off on that contact. You know, too much utility there. Jesse there as well with that Sova. That gave them real problems on Icebox. So I imagine that's going to be something they want to try to avoid, is that impeccable timing of Jesse's Sova utility that he's so well known for, so renowned for. Now the one-way will be dissipating. And ZETA, once again, going to be seeing if they can find purchase on the A site.
Yeah, and because they see no one working off of that one-way, ZETA just wants to push up the
flash.
tempo. They're doing the same thing Team Secret did to them, but Envy's ready for it. He eventually gets traded out. They haven't found Borkum. Takes him down, left at 30 HP. With the Ghost, everybody pinked out so low as Jeremy gets the spray down. He cannot stabilize for the third, but Jesse Vash is already on the ground.
Well, there it is again. Jesse finds the perfect timing on a recon dart, spots everybody that's left on ZETA. It's a great push there, great execute from ZETA to get some space. Sugar Zero able to clear that space. That's a really nice combo there. The flash lands right as the recon dart is, so it makes it hard for Borkum to clear it behind Dice. But still, I mean, Jesse's just, he's on it right now.
Yeah, I mean, the backup was there. And ZETA, sure, they tried to push up the tempo, and yes, it was a bonus, so take out a couple of weapons. Sure, maybe they could try to be happy about that, but given the round differential, I don't think ZETA's going to be satisfied with anything but a clean match win.
Oh my God.
It's going to be a fast push out, but it's not exactly a tower scorch, but Jeremy somehow gets to swing around with that extra flash coming in from Envy. The support is impeccable. Now stuck on an island. Team Secret has to choose to fight here. Jeremy is going to get surrounded. Depp trying to get the kill, but the paranoia is good. Jeremy's still alive for a second, and they just cannot clear him out just yet. Sure, they take out the backup, but now everybody out for B main. Jeremy's not the main threat. It's Jesse Vash from behind. Jeremy fighting for his life, and somehow this round is now a 1v1 in mid.
Some great trades back and forth.
And Huron does get the last kill. I mean, barely scraping away the round win.
Man, great plays on both sides here. What a setup for Jeremy. A little bit of a delayed flash after he pushes to the other side. You're expecting him to go really aggressive, really fast on those tiles crunches, but it's just delayed enough. Good paranoia there to back that off momentarily, but then this high-low setup, great timing on trading their positions is ZETA. So they're able to pick off those members that are still over in tiles well enough that they're able to just barely get through with that round win. And now both sides having their null commands. Jesse does have a Hunter's Fury as well. Already suspecting that a lot of pressure has been put at A. Maybe they're going to try and take a little bit of space at B early, but so far no contact for Jesse to use that shock dart off of the turret.
Yeah, and a nice early alarm bot clear in mid as well. So ZETA taking this round advantage where they do have the score lead, the firepower lead as well, to start shaking up the default just a tad bit from Team Secret. Jeremy not backing away from it, but it is a Marshall. He won't find that clean kill. And while it delays him just a tad, and they do have a nice spot onto Huron, if they want control of mid, they're going to have to push back out, and Jeremy gets just a little too aggressive. Gives Huron that sightline for the headshot.
Yeah, Huron launching a flash into there even. Might have helped him just a little bit in that fight.
Oh, and a miss that chaos. ZETA, they've prepped all 5 members for a execute onto the B site. Still quite a bit of time left, so they can take it. I mean, sure, they don't have any information on A, but they still have that turret watching their back. The paranoia comes in. Jesse Vash just trying to hide away from the recon, and he does, and it's just enough to make sure that he can get Deb. A little bit uncharacteristic for the duelist, as NDG gets a triple with the Sheriff. Once again, a 1v1. There's just something about Team Secret's killjoys as they come out of market, getting these multi-kills. Borkum with a paranoia, just trying to cut that noise. Does have the Vandal, he hears the weapon swap. Laz has an idea, but he doesn't have the plant just yet, wants to stick it. Borkum going to peek out at the last second. He knows he's stuck, but Laz will swing out and win the 1v1.
Wow. it's hard to play it much better than that for Team Secret with the gun disadvantage. They were so smart on that round. And again, it's concerning for ZETA because they don't seem to recognize quickly here. It seems like their comms are a little bit off today. You know, that hidden position of NDG. A lot of times it's Borkum lurking in that cubby. Team Secret really likes that spot. That's something that ZETA has to be aware of going forward. Now, Jeremy with the Blade Storm is going to cut funds, so just rely on that ult. Rifles otherwise. No ults used on either side in that previous round. One away from the lockdown is Laz. This could play for an orb. Could play to try to get that to at least force out potentially that Hunter's Fury.
Well, they're just going to really bump it up. ZETA, again, just sticking with that same mantra. The Hunter's Fury tries to keep them tied up at market. He gets the first tag. They're barely surviving onto the sentry. Now on the site, but haven't quite cleared it just yet. Laz, meanwhile, keeping mid-control, but that's not an option to exit the site just yet. A 1-for-1 trade. NDG staying alive, Fragment a little bit off. And now we have backup from Jeremy. He's going to rise up, but he gets gunned down by Hero Run from below. NDG cannot follow through on the spray. The tracking just not there through the wall. And of course the Odins, the desk mentioned it, and Euron's the first one to bring it out. And now Envy all alone. If he can find Laz, there might be a shot. He's well aware of it. He hears the sound.
Spike planted.
Trying to take that advantage that they don't know his location. He finds Euron. Now prepared for the wraparound from Laz.
Yeah, I mean, Laz anticipating maybe he was in a different spot. They never identified where Envy was until he got that kill.
Oh, but Laz has the angle. He's waiting for it. He heard the door. And it's going to be the IGL once again getting another round win for ZETA Division.
Okay. Well, a great look here for ZETA on their attacker side. Now they've built up a ton of ults in rotation, so they have a really good opportunity to steal another one away from Team Secret. You've got the lockdown without the Hunter's Fury. It was drawn out there with that no command coming through. Jesse Vash felt like he had to pull the trigger on it before it got close enough to him that he had no other options with his utility, trying to just buy some time and space, hoping that somehow maybe you can fish out a kill. He's good enough that he gets at least the tag. Depp has to use that dash. Try to get over it. I don't know how Depp got that one kill. He was already so beat up. He was at 45 health, took a shot of damage through the wall, still peeked out and got a kill before NDG got him.
I mean, just knowing the mission, right? That you still have to just somehow break into the site, whether you're bait or whether you get the frag or not. I mean, Depp continuing to smile again, something we're not quite used to seeing on stage here in Seoul.
He's in a really good mood today.
Yes. I mean, overall, throughout this kickoff, it just seems like whether it's, their performance or whether it's the team vibes and the communication, something has revitalized them. Same can't be said for Laz today, though, as he does feel the pressure after that just crushing 13-1 map loss on Icebox.
Yeah, we need some nices out of Laz.
Yeah, we haven't heard a nice today.
Exactly. We need that. And looking over at the weaponry here for Team Secret, there is going to be the op.
All in.
Yeah, they've got enough cash for the next round that they can go for the half armor buys. So there's a Bucky in here as well. So somewhere Achilles is tilted.
Well, it's worked on Achilles. Can it work on ZETA Division is a big question. It's going to be a setup for B main. Meanwhile, it's just default setup on A with the one-way. Now the op watching mid. We'll see if he finds any contact. This time Secret playing off of it. The paranoia, a little bit of a mismatch there from Borkum, and that means Secret will have to back off. Of course, not great weaponry either. So unless they got that first kill, that's not going to come to fruition.
ZETA's still thinking about this A hit, even after all that contact over there. I mean,
all that utility gone, right?
Yeah.
The paranoia not there to quite stop them. That's one of the best ways to hold them up in the choke point. And of course, only one flash drive left for Envy. So ZETA seeming to think that this is their chance to break open this A site. Obviously, things can still go very sour, as we do have Borkum holding close with a stinger.
And now they haven't really given over much info, but now Jeremy starting to peek his way through mid. Hasn't seen anybody crossing just yet. Depp with the blades, thinking about going somewhere. Bouncing some utility into the spawn. I think that might have been a shock dart to clear the alarm bot.
The potential alarm bot. What I would like is they're just making noise, right? Trying to tell them that they might have rotated, that they might pressure mid to make sure that they back away from the entrance of the site. And Borkum somehow still staying alive, but he can't find a kill. The Hunter's Fury trying to find its target. Eventually it will, and that will be the site broken open. ZETA trying their best to just avoid all casualties. Huron will go down, but that is the spike planted. Oh, not yet. We'll stick it now. I thought they were already singing it because you might as well have, but
you knew it was going to get there.
Yes. I'm a little ahead of myself.
You're all good. We all knew it was happening.
Let me take a very bold risk here and say they might even get the round win.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good with a Bucky and an Operator. I mean, the Operator is just going to be saved, so NDG just going to go to try and do some damage. I mean, the thing is there is some damage to Zeta's economy, so if you can get an extra kill here, Depp's only on 6 HP, so one pellet connects with him, and he's not feeling so good. But okay, well, Depp's just too good, too fast.
Knives are stronger than guns. Everybody trusts in the Valorant philosophy. Depp still on point. I mean, we got to remember, in that first map, I mean, seeing scores like that, right? Keeping up, competing for best ACS in a map where you only got one round win is absolutely nuts, regardless of impact of frags or not. I mean, Depp has been keeping up the energy here for Zeta Division.
Yeah, throughout all year. He's been absolutely phenomenal. Just such a incredibly talented player across so many esports. He is truly the greatest from Japan to play FPS. I mean, he is out of this world, and this year is just another step in that direction. I love the way he's playing. He's been one of my favorite, if not my favorite players to watch so far here in Pacific.
Yeah, a lot of charm and aggression as well, something that obviously was always missing from Zeta Division. So now trying to back that up with the rookies, Yuran and Hiroron. We'll see if they can continue the lead. We see the buys on Team Secret. Operator, of course, saved over. Now Jesse will have to stick around with the Sheriff, but a couple else to play with. I mean, if there's a round that Team Secret can bounce back on, it has to be this one, but there is a risk taken. Borkum planted in wine, holding on to that paranoia, and Envy is ready to swing with him.
Yeah, they tried it last time. It was identified by Zeta and dealt with. Here again, another one-way smoke to try to set up. The pings are coming down from Zeta. They flash right underneath it.
Nice
That's cute.
pop flash. Drone's still not used just yet, but Zeta's very wary of it. They want to just draw out all the utility. The 0 point pings 3, and that's the paranoia drawn out. That's exactly what Zeta wanted. Now that utility's gone, they cannot use it to delay the push once again. And he has to from the shadows out as well. So much value lost. Backup has arrived, though. Envy now watching Tree alongside Jesse Vash. It's going to be the null command, trying to make sure that the entry is just a tad bit slower through that smoke.
30 seconds left.
Still have that lockdown in play as well for NDG. He's starting to slide over towards this side. Two members of Zeta trying to flank through short A
Only
to
20
set up
seconds.
for the hit. Yeah, it's got to be fast.
Yeah, now that the no command has ended, this is the moment. If they don't get the initial frags, it's going to be rough, and Envy gets the first kill. It's going to be the hold from NDG on Tree as well, and that is Borkum cleaning house. Zeta, the plague of the timer, catches them once again as they give the second round to Team Secret.
Yeah, this is a great adjustment here from Team Secret. A very similar look at the beginning of the round, but the follow-up this time is a heavier rotation towards A, expecting that. We showed the exact same thing. Paranoia flashes used early, and we're just going to send Borkum back early, you know, right behind Dice. He's able to... Whoa, Borkum.
All right.
That is some fancy shooting there.
Oh.
And you're able to keep the lockdown as well.
Exactly. Very important round. You have the lockdown. You now have the Odin in hand as well. You've basically got the full arsenal that you would want. Jeremy does have to give up mid position, but Alarm Bot's still there. It's pushed up a little bit, so Depp will have to shoot it out, giving away his position. Team Secret sending an aggressive drone, trying to regain control of mid. And during all of that, a push out of B main as well. Secret, now they are the aggressors, taking over so much map control in the first 30 seconds of this round.
Yeah, let's see if Laz is ready for this. He's tucked himself behind the corner. Turret is cleared. He doesn't push off of that. And with Jeremy with an op, and he's got him!
The timing, and you saw the ping as well. He was ready to swing. It's always just a little weird that a Phantom would solo push out of B main. And Laz has the read, the experience coming through, but the push not stopping for Zeta. Envy will cut off the backup with that fragment. They did hear the jet go through, though. I don't know if he has, and now he does. He's watching for Evan, trying to plant himself over in hell. Jesse Vash will hold on Tree, so keeping his teammate alive. KO hiding in the site. They haven't quite identified it. Depp finds him. He's low, but he finds one more kill. Another pop flash trying to land. The spike is now down. Laz tries to push him out, but he's already repositioned Laz with a nice flick around, but it's just not good enough. Sugar Zero, can you be the hero? Not this round.
Good patience from Team Secret. Envy winning such a crucial battle underneath Hell, just waiting for Depp to drop down the whole time. And Depp, when he drops, it's just a great re-peek. Jiggle there initially from Envy. Depp kind of pre-fires and isn't ready for the follow-up. Jesse there Johnny on the spot with the Odin. Oh, and he catches the feed as the door is closing.
That's rough. I mean, even after that, sure, the angles looks great for Team Secret, but that's just salt in the wounds. Jesse Vash with great support with the Odin. And while, 6 rounds, ZETA already feeling like they had a decent start, they had such momentum, so it's going to be a timeout called as now Secret has stabilized everything from, gun economy all the way to ult economy.
Yeah, I think now you've got to start working a little bit towards the center of the map here for ZETA. They started out that round, but because they missed the initial clear on the alarm bot, it forced a dash out of Depp where he had to leave those stairs right in mid. And then they were kind of scratching their heads a little bit, thought, okay, well, Depp got so deep there that we got to try to go to A. We've got this great angle for him to set us up. But Team Secret was fine with it. They were prepared for it. They mentally had players ready, and that was able to be dealt with rather quickly. So nicely handled by Team Secret. ZETA now finally not able to come through with a full buy.
Just Sheriff's in hand and a Hero Vandal.
And an Ares?
And an Ares. I mean, it can still fire back. It looks like they are just set for a B hit right off the rip. Ready for the spam through as well. You're at a bit of a different angle here for Jesse Vash, just trying to catch them off guard, trying to catch the bulk of them if it was a rush. So Secret seems to have a read. I mean, 3-man stack on B as well. The Nano Swarms to make sure they can't get in. The Recon is on point and he's spraying down. Yeah, you can't come through here. This is way too risky, Deb. You might be the child of God, but you eventually are mortal here in Valorant. That's going to be the shock dart, pushes them away. And that's the Hail Mary shut down Jeremy. Holding close, could be a risk. He's been spotted, but he gets 1, gets 2.
Down mid.
And that will dwindle the numbers. The Vandal still in the hand of Depp.
This crossfire.
Envy's ready for it. He's able to stabilize, and that's just around cleaned up. 4-6, and what looked like a one-sided first half, no longer.
Yeah, it's really good reads now. Good communication from Team Secret. Anticipating the way that ZETA wants to work the map, the way that they want to move around, and able to shut it down nicely. I mean, Jeremy, that second one is really nice. This follow-up through short. I mean, you know exactly where they're going at that moment. You saw them crossing mid, and you can just line it up. Not much left for ZETA to do there.
No, well, it's looking like a potential another crunch here, or at least faking it out for it. It's going to be the Odin, and that is so many people bunched up, not finding a kill, has to back out of the Nano Swarm. Thought he had a little bit room behind him, but now he's stuck. They know he's here. The smoke to try to survive, but Depp will just get the peak. An unfortunate death for Jesse Vash, but he did sprinkle a lot of damage onto ZETA Division Borkum. How much can he do? They're trying to find him, and Uran's ready for it. They heard the shadow step. It was a 50-50 already, cross angles covered.
Now you got to worry about this late lurk from NDG. Still sitting on this lockdown. He's had it for quite some time. Uran just going to pick Envy off, getting a little bit ahead of things.
Well, surely the retake not able to find success. I mean, especially with the Jet being spotted. NDG will pick up the Odin. Now, they do have the creds to go for it, so we'll see. You got to imagine that the lockdown will be saved up by NDG, but any damage you can do, ZETA very low on credits. Take away a couple guns, and that might be a weak last round of the first half. Jeremy's going to go for the drop, and he finds the flick onto one, clears the other with the shorty. That allows NDG to enter into the site. Spike already ticking down, so Jeremy preparing to exit, but damage still trying to be done by NDG, and they'll find 2 more as well. That's already 3 weapons dropped for a ZETA Division. And Uran, can he get out in time? Jeremy's trying to run away with the op. Everyone will get home safely. And Jeremy, his back exposed. Eventually, oh, he almost got the swing around there at the end.
Jeez. Yeah, some nice attempts here from Jeremy and NDG. Put a lot of damage in. You saw the creds on ZETA not looking so good coming into this last round. I still think they'll be able to scrape together most of a buy, but it was a little bit dicey there towards the end. And yeah, you have to cut one gun away from Sugar Zero with just the Sheriff.
Yeah, mostly still favoring the armors as well, so just going for that. Of course, half armor on Hero Run, but he's not the first line of entry. Lots of util trade right off the bat, and the pings are so good for Jeremy. The spray, double-edged shot. Now, that wasn't the main force, but it's already 2 members down. No smokes for ZETA to defend on the post plant. They're going to activate the null command. They need to find whatever kills they can, but the KO goes down. Depp, 37 HP alone on the site, gets picked off. It's all down to Laz against 5 members. He finds the first, 4 more to go. The count is going. He's aware of the flank, but JessiVash wins it. And it will be a 5-7 stabilized half for Team Secret.
Yeah, again, a great bounce back here for Team Secret once they started to kind of figure out and keep Zeta at bay and really mirror their movements, cut them off in rotation, things like that. Really started to turn this half around for them. Some great play calling, some great utility usage again from Jesse. I mean, that last round there is another Jesse special with that recon dart coming out into Gelato. The players out there are just stuck trying to dodge Jeremy. There's nothing they can do. It's being seen through those smokes. Hello.
Well, the official broadcast here, the viewing party for Zeta Division. Regaining some joy, it looks like. Can't imagine it looked similar to that during the first map, but now in the lead in the first half. On ascent, 7-5. Not the lead they were hoping for, given the dominant 6-1 lead they had, but they'll take whatever they can get at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you'll always take a positive score coming off of your attacker's side. Now we got to see if Team Secret get some of those classic executes set up. I mean, again, my eyes are on that Sova of Jesse. He's having a ton of impact with his utility here. Is the rest of the team going to be able to get going behind him? Seen some good moments from Envy.
Yeah, they're
Orcum spray.
Firing today. And like you said, I mean, a lot more utility impact today than some of the previous matches for JessiVash. Zeta Division also, I mean, it looks like they're going to start on a 2-1-2 default, but do they have anything else up their sleeves on the pistols? It can be so crucial when it's just all the way up to 13 for each map here.
I'm kind of wondering if this is like a fake towards long A, and maybe they cut through short, or excuse me, cut through mid and go maybe towards market or something.
Could be, trying to be aware of that potential mid push too, I would assume. So common for a lot of teams towards the end of last year. A pop flash into B main, they'll only find the turret, eventually clears it. But that gives notice to Team Secret that it's a heavy stack onto B. You heard the flash, you heard the ghost, you heard the flood steps, and now it's the entirety of Team Secret entering onto the A site. They stop to pop the nano swarms, waiting on tree, seeing if they can cut off the reinforcements. Main still smoked off. They have jumped up. It's just a matter of Zeta. Are you aware of it? At the time, Huron swings back around, but he cannot clean the main forces. And now, 2 members of Zeta hidden in L. They've been surrounded. They're going for the drop, and it's going to be Sugar Zero with a double. He has to go for the reload. 1v1. You hear the reload on reverse. Orcum gets taken down much lower with the shock dart. Just trying to keep him stressed up. He's looking at the wrong angle. 22 HP versus 56. Just one right click is all it's going to take, and Borkum will spam him down through the crack. And Team Secret get the pistol.
Oh boy. That was so close. Sugar Zero doing everything he can from hell to get Zeta back into that round. And I like the way that Euron uses his shock darts, never over-peaking to give Borkum a chance to finish him off. Then it's just bring around the rosy trying to guess where players are. And Zeta kind of realizes it might be window, looks away momentarily, and that's exactly when Team Secret stepped out. So the timing there, working against Zeta Division.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like Euron maybe overthought it a bit, right? Thought that Borkum would go for the entire wraparound dice. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Borkum who wins that out. Another round for Euron to kind of look back and try to gain some experience from as one of those rookies joining Zeta Division. But for now, he has to look forward as Zeta, working with an eco, 2 sheriffs. They have been favoring a lot of these sheriff buys, whereas many of the teams have now kind of regressed back into just classics only to save up those creds.
No doubt. And I think for Zeta, especially in the hands of a player like Depp, you're willing to give him a little bit of extra comfort, a little bit of extra room to pick up some kills, get some alt orbs flowing, get that incredible duelist potential he has going. Now, drone to check here for Team Secret, but all of Zeta is here. Maybe they can get something done.
They're ready for it. Can they get a nice little peek out of the smoke, though, trying to make sure they have an entryway, but the paranoia is going to keep them at bay. Now, there's still 2 members in the site. One waiting on market, trying for the reposition. Borkum gets one. Huron staying alive in the back of sight. That should buy enough time. The paranoia for support, but NDG will clear him out. The remaining members of Zeta, they haven't quite gotten into the site yet. They have been spotted. The spray down gets one. It's a trade for trade as Jeremy swings out, brings Dep down to 25, and that should... Okay, Jeremy. A little bit of a performance trying to let Dep know.
Well, the 360. Oh boy. You don't see that every day in Valorant. That's a little trickier to pull off than in some other games.
Wow. I mean, today was the battle of all the duelists who have been topping the power rankings with all the stats and all of our own votes as well. And, you know, Jeremy just says, continues to tell Dep, doesn't matter what experience you have, I'm here.
Yeah, it's just...
What a show.
So funny. I love it. I just love that stuff. That's just phenomenal from Jeremy. You can see the confidence now for Team Secret. Right back in it. Dart to check. The rest of Team Secret is going to be playing back. So Euron going to see if he can maybe get somebody towards the edge of the door with the shock dart. Not going to be home. And now that Outlaw beginning to maneuver its way in towards Market to keep track of it. Everybody fanned out here for Zeta. Dep playing pretty far back. That Odin is on Euron. Trying to see if he could maybe earlier on get that rhyme that I didn't even mean it.
Yeah, well, Dep
no.
not quite aware that Jeremy had already made it through, though. I mean, if you're going to choose to play that far back, you got to at some point just trust the alarm bot. Dep gets just a bit curious as they've spotted nothing. No information gained from B main. Nothing gained from A. No reaction from mid. And Dep just feeling the pressure that he might have to get first contact, and he does find it. But on the end that he wasn't expecting. And now still Alarm Bot available so they can hold the 2-2 split for Zeta Division, but that does make the site quite weak. Paranoia on a timing will hold them back. Keeps Euron alive, the fragment. Gives away his position just a bit, so he's going to have to reposition with a flash drive. Trying to swing a bit wider. Wants that first contact. Euron will swing out on a timing from B as well. That's already forced TS. Ooh. Oh, it's forced their hand, absolutely, as they try to rush in. They haven't quite cleared the KO. Eventually he goes down. 3 versus 2. Last kick it down. NDG, he's been quick with it. Sugar Zero shows himself with low HP. Another 1v1 here for Euron. This time it's against Envy. A long bounce onto that recon. Spike will go down. Euron's trying to hold the spray. He knows the exact location. He's trying to bait out the peak, and Envy's just too quick with the swing. Gets the edge shot, and Team Secret will overtake Zeta 8-7.
Oh, well, this looked like it was going to be a solid round here for Zeta. Getting a lot of good reads on different parts of the map. I mean, Euron finding Jesse. You know, Hiroron doing his best here to get out of danger, get to a spot where he can pick up a good double.
Let's fucking go, Jigs.
But it's, yeah, they're ready, man. I mean, is Team Secret starting to feel that energy underneath them, starting to get their aim well established. It saw it on Icebox and it is right back in form after some rough rounds to begin, and it's Sheriff's Abound for Zeta Division here.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Full Sheriff buy, and these, I mean, they haven't really been bringing home the results, right? Sure, their creds, you know, when you consider the half armors and everything and the loss streak, yeah, they can still buy up, but at a certain point, you have to wonder if you'd rather just have more powerful rounds come through, just not finding success.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to gamble here, especially on a defender side. On Ascent, you're thinking, well, okay, we can sneak out an eco potentially with these Sheriffs. We trust in our players to be able to pull off those snappy Sheriff shots. We see it typically, but today so far, Zeta has looked a little bit off overall. Yeah, Dep is still Dep, but outside of that, we haven't seen the typical Laz, the typical Sugar Zero maybe we were hoping for.
Well, we'll have to see it here, as it is just going to be a full site execute. A little bit of delay with the Paranoia, but they do dodge it perfectly, and Jeremy's going to get the first dash in. He does find the target onto Hiroron. That's the switch cleared. One way to make sure they can all funnel in, and that smoke just about to pop open as Team Secret will find sight of every member of Zeta Division. They get a couple trades, but it's just not enough with this weaponry. And NDG picks up yet another 9-7 lead, and Zeta Division, they're starting to run out of time.
No doubt. And this is an even better start than Zeta Division had. 4 in a row for Team Secret. Zeta got 2, lost 1, and then got 4 in a row. Already 4 in a row now for Team Secret. You've got some ults to play with now as well. NDG has a lockdown. Hopefully he can find some use for it a little bit quicker than he did in the last half. Still have that null command both sides of the coin. Dep's going to be grabbing that operator.
Yeah, the op is kind of the big part, but you have to imagine Team Secret probably just looking to avoid it as well with the ults you mentioned. You have the lockdown of the null command. Find side of Depp. Obviously, he's the superstar of Zeta Division. Just flip around to the other side of the map.
Take flight.
Right now, they're just doing a little bit of exploring of B main. Depp all the way over on the other side. Expect the Sova to be over here. Laz trying to punish that a little bit, but only gets a little bit of damage into Jeremy. Shock dart to follow.
Yeah, they did hear that dash, and that's going to slow down the entry just a bit. They do still have the lockdown. They're going to activate the null command as well. Make sure there's just no chance that the lockdown gets taken out by any other utility. Now the operator has arrived, and the spray comes through from Iran, but it's going to be a shot back from Jesse Vash. But Depp lined up on the cross angle. He gets chased down, but Borkum can't finish the kill. Only 2 members left for Team Secret. Make that one, and Borkum gets the spray on one. He dodges the pop flash, but Huron will swing out for 4.
Yeah, so the setup here initially for Team Secret, popping both ults, gives you some space, but it doesn't clear that alley corner, and they don't use any utility to cover it. There's no smoke there, there's no flashes there, there's no mollies there, and that just turns it into a shooting gallery here for Zeta. You can see they're right on the outside of it. Sure, they use smokes to cover their side, but it's a lot more effective. The paranoia is a little bit late there. Borkum manages to squeak his way through, sure, but at that point it's basically round over. And that's just a little bit of a kind of leaves you wanting for Team Secret. How about that? Look at Depp. He's like, yeah, you're gonna jump up and over, aren't you? Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, if he does try for it, he'll be very well prepared. Now, didn't see it at the start of the round, so Depp starting to have his doubts. He'll change his sight lines down to the main entrance, repositions to make sure he's not taken out too easily. Of course, Odin on the other side as well, so Zeta Division just holding true with a 3-2 split. Alarmbot watching mid. And Team Secret trying to perhaps send this fake as the spike still awaiting right outside B, trying to hide from that drone.
Yeah, this has gotten even Hiroron to shift over to the other side. And it's going to be, I think, just Jeremy going in off these flashes, trying to really sell it, like you said. And then see if they can maybe, oh, no. They're going to come back.
Yeah, they're just going to back out. I mean, it does seem like the Odin spam just really shutting down any potential ideas. Now, they're still going to send the smoke into mid, but again, the alarm bot just not triggered. It will pull Hiroron back just a slight bit, especially with no one getting hit by the 0 point. Is that going to be enough for Team Secret? 4 rifles and a blade storm. Jeremy, he makes his way in. The op doesn't find the first kill. Jeremy into paranoia, but he gets out just in time, and he's going to take out Huron. He's going for the pop flash. NDG now on the site alongside his teammate Borkum. No, Sugar Zero with a quick swing around. Spike being held, and Envy will answer back.
One enemy
just snapping shots on both sides. 2v1.
What is that bounce?
Well, I mean, it got the damage they needed. Laz wasn't quite ready for it. But he's been in this position before, just waiting for the peek out, waiting for the impatience from Team Secret. You never know when a timing swing might happen. Tries to check for the jiggle, holds close, but he's not going to get the kill onto Jesse Vash, who will bring Team Secret the 10th round win.
What a push here for Team Secret. These executes working a treat. And this is a team that used to scrim a lot against Korean squads, did Team Secret back in the day, and that's got them kind of built into this team that can really dial up these phenomenal executes when they need to. I mean, Hiroron getting a little ambitious there, trying to go in for the big play. Sugar Zero, I mean, stalwart on the side, a phenomenal anchor as usual, finding 3 big kills. But at the end of the day, it's not nearly enough. The combined firepower, Envy, Crisp to hold that short A angle, that makes it all but impossible for Laz unless he can pull off the artist there and go for that big play at the end, but not to be for Zeta Division. Down 2 rounds and out of timeouts after this one.
It took me a split second to understand what you said there about
the artist,
and then I realized it's because I wiped it from my memory with all the trauma that it caused.
Yeah, us Pacific fans try not to remember that moment.
Yeah, there are some great memories for Pacific, and then there are some traumatizing ones. But for now, Zeta, the future itself is looking bleak as well, as they might be staring down a potential 2-0 loss, which would really dwindle, if not completely snuff out their chance for play-ins, just because of the potential for map differentials and round differentials as well.
Yeah,
but of course,
this is a must-win for both teams.
Yeah,
it's crazy how close it is already, and I mean, we knew it would be coming into today for sure, but the options start to dwindle here for ZETA Division, and it makes it all that harder for Gen G in their next match. You know, if this is a 2-0, then they have to 2-0
yes
as well.
Yeah, to make it even somewhat comparable, of course, the round differential, we won't even get to that. But a different setup here for ZETA. The Killjoy coming over to A to help buy some time. The turret will get first contact. That will cause both nanoswarms to be popped. And then the 0 point to shut down the Bladestorm as well. Team Secret, they think they have a timing here, but it's only Jeremy in the site for now. They're funneling through. Uran comes up with a stinger, but it's just too long range. Deb, can he get more than one? No. He will have to stop. 2v3, he gets the jump and the headshot onto Jesse Bash. Now, Bladestorm and a Sheriff, 2v2. It's against the Vandals, but the spike is down. So Depp buys time for his teammate to regroup onto tree. Door was closed. So Huron's going to have to reconsider that.
I mean, this puts the fear into you, no matter who you are, when Depp starts hitting blades like that with the speed and tenacity that he can go.
I mean, if they start the stick and suddenly turns into a 2v1, he avoids the 0 point as well. He just wants to find a timing on the stick, but he won't get it. Now split positions. It's going to be NDG going all the way far out, but the turret, yeah, you have to take it out with the Sheriff, and now they know the positions of both members. The turret lets you know about that heaven position, and it's just a crossfire setup from Team Secret. I mean, this is all up to Depp. He has to fly high and find a kill. The fragment onto below on Hell, but he's not on that side. They're gonna have to dash in. Depp trying to create a wider angle. Time ticking down. He just does not find a peak. Team Secret is just so patient on this hold. They find one position. He needs to find whichever kill he can first, and NDG is just not letting go of it. The Vandal pickup, though, not something Secret expected. Time, he doesn't have it. He's just waiting for the last kill, and NDG will not give him that joy.
Yeah, it's just, you could never find the comfort there to make that retake work, and that turret positioning really is what does it. It makes it so uncomfortable. The turret, the ultimate enemy of the blades. I mean, if knives beat guns, then turrets beat knives.
Yeah, robots beat knives.
Yeah, robots beat knives.
It's a little rock, paper, scissors here in the Valorant universe, because guns will take down robots.
Exactly, but I mean, I mean, a Team Secret potentially here going to be closing out their day on a very high note after such a difficult loss against Gen G. The unbelievable mentality they have to be able to come back after that and just really take it to ZETA Division. You know, take a rough first half and turn it right on its head on their attacker side and make it just look so good, so clean here.
Oh, and Secret are just using ZETA's habits against them. They know that ZETA now has to play with a little less confidence, and they will just wait for the 5-man push into B. And it's going to be that null command coming out as well. Already onto the site, Jeremy finds Zero Run from behind. He's waiting for the up-peak depth. Gets one, he's held these positions before. Backup has arrived, can he get a second? He's holding on to Boathouse, but he's starting to get surrounded. The jump peek, the shorty, it's not enough to clean it up. And it comes down to Laz once again. Just how many times can the IGL of ZETA Division handle this pressure? Trying to keep the Japanese squad alive, you have to imagine this one's nigh impossible once again. Sakura Vandal in hand, but it's not going to save them this time as Team Secret will rise to match point.
Unbelievable. They're just dismantling ZETA right now. You know, Depp, he's stuck there. He can get that first one, but then he needs someone to bail him out. He needs someone else to find another kill to create an off angle that he can work off of. And it just didn't happen. I mean, Jesse Bash tucked himself right around the door. How many times have we seen that here in Kickoff where you don't check a corner, you get punished instantly, and Team Secret loves to be a team that hides in those nooks and crannies. Have to be so aware of it. So everything in the kitchen sink here for the side of ZETA. They put their economy all into it. You do have the Outlaw, Stinger, Bulldog, couple Guardians. You have the Hunter's Fury for Yuran. But also Jesse Vash has a Hunter's Fury as well, and we've seen that he's so good at finding those opportunities to use it with his own recon utility.
Very aggressive with it as well. I mean, not just kind of timing based on luck, but really just forcing ZETA's hand. And again, somehow, Team Secret has hit ZETA so hard that they flew all the way back to 2023, just playing so passively, not able to find that first contact that they've been digging for throughout this kickoff. And perhaps they're just gonna need another month or two to regroup, because after this, their chances looking nigh impossible. Of course, we'll have to run the simulations, but
I wonder if there's going to be a recon to check for Depp's position, because he's been up here a couple times, and if Jesse's got it on download.
I mean, they've punished it a couple times as well. Maybe not always with a kill, but they have pushed him away from it. Now Fragment onto the site at the ready. It's going to be a perfect set execute coming in, Jeremy. They hear the Outlaw once, and there's Hunter's Furious just trying to clear things out. Uran will get that kill for himself, trying to keep them at bay, but the forces have still come through. And now Sight taking over, 2v4. Hunter's Fury still alive for Jesse Vash, mind you. Team Secret will play this patiently, a little bit lax on that door closing, but still numbers advantage, and the post plant available for the Team Secret squad. Door broken, and NDG so snappy with it, and Jesse Vash will get the last headshot. A 2-0 victory, bounce back from Team Secret, will keep them in contention for playoffs.
Unbelievable. And so for ZETA, now you're looking into that next match. And to get the win is already seemingly going to be very difficult with how tough Gen G was.
Yeah, I mean, and even then, I do believe ZETA's chances snuffed out. Not even getting a map win here, as Secret already has 3 maps to their name. Of course, we'll let the desk break down the possibilities there.
Yeah,
I'm sure they've been running through it.
It's not possible.
Yeah, I believe ZETA's out. Of course, obviously that third match, it still decides the fate between Gen G and Team Secret, but I mean, both teams looking a lot stronger today, or overall in Kickoff rather, but ZETA, the upgrade, not coming through on stage today for the play-ins.
I mean, I'm just so impressed with the way that Team Secret came into this. It looked like they were just going to just not have a good time, and they came through and got business done.
Yeah, they treated it like a warm-up, and they have that 2-0 victory. We'll send it to the desk to break down all the possible scenarios before match 3.
And Team Secret have definitely won out on Ascent, proving their dominance on both Icebox and Ascent. Now, it was a strong first half for ZETA, but things quickly got turned around. But before we dive into that, can I just say both of my predictions have been right so far for today's play-in.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Now let's talk about the game.
Wow.
Yes, Vav. All right, now let's talk about this turnaround. What was happening with Secret? Something just geared up going in the second half.
Absolutely. I feel like it was just that pistol from Borkum that really riled him up. It felt like it could have gone either way. And then as that kind of kept happening, everyone was just so confident already. Jeremy was taking so many fights early on with the Outlaw. He was challenging Depp at every point in turn. And then I think that just made Secret a whole lot more confident with their plays. You saw how many more setups Jesse Vash still had. And then they were just able to convert every single time.
That's right.
Conversion, that's the biggest thing to me. Again, we saw this a little bit on Icebox. I mean, Icebox was like a really different map, but to have it happen on a map like Ascent, a map that ZETA Division should be really good on. I mean, again, this is the map where Depp had like the crazy overtime. You got a crazy clutch, so many kills. But today, I don't know what it is. Like, how can you be losing the third round, the bonus round, and you give that to Team Secret? Once that happens, the mental game is just lost.
That's right. Now, I did mention that the first half looked strong for ZETA, but you know, that data, the stats doesn't tell the whole story. Every single one of those rounds on the first half was actually really, really close. And EG was doing some really cool things. He was managing to, you know, get things down to a 1v1 against ZETA.
Yeah, and because of that, they were just able to follow up so well. Another thing I kind of just noticed here was not just NDG. I think Envy was also put into a lot of positions where he was clutching against the rookies, Huron and Uran. There was a point where I think the rookies were playing a little bit too predicted or afraid in a way. There was a situation where Uran was in 1v1 against Envy on the A side. He didn't really have to throw his recon dart. He already knew where Envy was going to be, but he still did. So Envy immediately knew, he's going to be coming through short. I only have to wait. Uran was just holding an angle with the Odin, and it was just a game of patience and who would just crack under the pressure. And Uran kind of started to crack at the seams, and then just, again, continued and continued.
I chuckled for a second because like your Tagalog accent came out for a second.
Which one?
I don't know, just like a really little bit. But I mean, it's exactly true. I mean, that's basically what happened. I'm a little bit bummed bummed out because I had more faith in ZETA. But the way that they played just really felt so off, right? Like so many times, so many moments, like that clutch or that 1v1 situation. It felt like they were second-guessing themselves so much. They lost a lot of confidence, especially after that first map. And although they had strong executes in that first attacking half on the defense, Team Secret was that much stronger. We even saw a couple of rounds where Depp and I think it was Hirodon, they were like just paranoid, checking their back, thinking Secret might rep around from behind me. But no, Secret's just doing normal stuff all the way in front. Yeah, so unfortunately a loss.
So where does this put us now? Who's going to be the final team that joins PaperX, DRX, and T1? Now, the casters did point this out, unfortunately, because ZETA was not able to bring it to that third map. This is probably, it is the end of the road for them, even if they win in this next series. But we still don't know what the next series is going to determine is if it's going to be Gen G or Team Secret going into the final slot for playoffs.
Wasn't this like what happened in Essential Pacific with Scars and Bonkers, where they were like holding hands like this? You have to win for us so we can also qualify. So it's like ZETA with Team Secret right now. You have to win so we may be able to qualify.
Well, the same was for Gen G and RRQ last year as well. So it's also happened.
Shake hands.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see the last and final series of today. And this is it, guys. This is the final series. See you soon.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
제일 큰 세계 대회에서 한번 우승컵을 들어보고 싶어요.
챔피언스는 또 중요한 대회니까
모든 선수들이 기다려왔던 무대죠.
챔피언스 우승이 목표예요.
진짜 우승밖에 없는 것 같아요. 무조건 이제 우승해야 되고.
발로란트 챔피언스 우승 트로피 아닐까요?
마스터즈는 챔스를 가기 위한 하나의 길일 뿐이니까.
챔피언스를 기약하고 챔피언스는 또 중요한 챔피언스 우승이
우승 못하는 제일 큰 세계 대회에서
가기 위한
이제 저희
하나의 길일
목표는 이제 챔피언스 우승이기 때문에 진짜 우승밖에 없어요.
우승하고 당당히 트로피를 들어올리고 싶습니다.
Match found. Less than a second is spared and abuse comes in. Unbelievable. Come on, let's go.
After hosting champions in Europe and the Americas, in 2024 we'll take Valorant's biggest moment of the year to a new part of the world. A place where esports resonates through the very soul of the culture. Welcome to Seoul, Korea. Korea is synonymous with esports. It's home to some of the greatest competitors of all time, the VCT Pacific League, and one of Valorant's most passionate communities. We wanted to come here for a while, and we're very excited to bring champions to Asia for the very first time.
Let's get away with murder. Unreal. Oh, it's gorgeous. Even one. What a monster. The villains have had their day.
This August, the 16 best Valorant teams in the world will converge here for a chance to write their names in the history books. From August 1st to the 25th, champions will take over the city and crown the 2024 Valorant World Champion.
the final chapter of Play-ins, where only one team will survive and move that much closer to making it to Masters Madrid. You're watching VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Kickoffs. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and again, with me at the desk, we still got Quack, and we still got Asurai. Guys, it's been a crazy day, and you know what? It's gone by really fast, considering we're knocking out 2 teams today.
Considering there was a 13-1.
That kind of helped. That kind of helped. And we are nearing the end of our 6th day today. It's snowing outside. We got our icebox view. And again, the formats we're in today are a single elim round robin. It has been absolutely brutal. Gen G start off the day, won a close match against Secret 2-1. And then just now, Secret made their comeback, beating ZETA 2-0.
Really big comeback, right? It's not just any small feat. The fact that they made such a quick run in that first map of Icebox, their own pick, by the way, and then kind of, I don't want to use the word trashing, but trashing ZETA Division on their map pick or their one of their home maps, Ascent. And that's something that, you know, doesn't happen every day. There was a nice little 360 scope shot from Jeremy as well. And with that 2-0, ZETA just no longer has a leg in this competition.
Yeah, that's true, but they still are able to influence it in a way. And yeah, you're just looking at the play-in standing. There is still a shot here for Team Secret and Gen G. ZETA, maybe not so.
So
yeah.
That's what Astra was saying before about the handshake deal. ZETA has to win the upcoming match in order for Team Secret to make playoffs. If not, well, ZETA doesn't make it, Secret doesn't make it, and just Gen G makes it.
That's right. So you're looking at our tiebreaker situation right now. And yes, if Gen G wins, they go straight into playoffs. Easy, no calculation needed. And ZETA, if they win, you know, they're giving Secret their little shoe-in into playoffs. What's been really cool is Gen G, Secret, and ZETA. We've got 3 teams representing 3 different regions. So today has been absolutely exciting, and we're going to find out which of these 3 are going to be joining the big boy table, DRX, PaperX, and T1.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about sportsmanship. So, I mean, even if ZETA can't really make it, you still got to play your best game. You still got to show that, hey, whatever just happened on Ascent and Icebox, that was a one-time thing. We were, you know, maybe not feeling ourselves, but we're going to come back in this game against Gen G. But at the same time, I mean, taking a look at the highlights, that is the gameplay that we expect from ZETA Division. That's the fragging, you know, like turning this entire B site into a bit of a fire range just from defender spawn. That's the ZETA that we want to see. That's the ZETA that we were promised. My predictions were promised. And what happened? No.
It's crazy. You're right, though. This is not the ZETA that we've been seeing throughout Kickoff. You know, they were amazing coming into Kickoff. They were not playing their usual style, but today it looked like ZETA of 2023.
Yeah, and again, this upcoming series that they're going to be playing, you can't say maybe that, you know, they might not take it seriously, but if you think about it, it's still a valuable experience for them. They still have newer players that they want to, again, put through the grinder to improve upon, whether they're able to get into the playoffs, Madrid, or just straight into Split 1. That is so important here for ZETA Division. So I feel like they're still going to do as much as they can to win up against a team such as Gen G that has so much to offer in terms of that experience that they're looking for.
Now we're looking at our lineups right now. ZETA and Gen G. Gen G has been resting during that second series, and I'm sure, watching the ZETA gameplay and studied a little bit, and probably know right now they're not on their best form. That said, is Meteor on his is Texture on his best form either? I don't know.
Well, maybe now that he's a little bit more hungry, maybe the coach is like, Solo's like, dude, I don't know what happened at first game, but I'm not feeding you until you win.
Yes, that's right. We had an interview with the Gen G.
Yeah, thanks for clearing it up.
With Texture, actually, with Gen. Apparently, Texture, when he's hungry, he gets hangry, and he just shoots real good. Now, let's look at our win contribution right now. This is from today only.
Play-ins data.
Yeah.
I feel like even then, it's like not fully representative because although Depp looks at a 38.5, and he was really trying to bring ZETA Division back in on that Icebox map against Team Secret, on Ascent, like especially in that second half, it's just not quite there. Sugar Zero definitely did a bit more in terms of fragging, but that's because he was that last player alive trying to clutch out rounds. The rest of them, and I don't know, Laz.
Yeah,
my dear boy, what happened?
And again, just looking quickly into these stats a little bit more as well, right? These are stats for Sugar Zero where he had to play around his smokes in such a small, enclosed space, whether it was an A site or be primarily on that A site. And again, if you just contrast that to what we saw, you know, throughout this kickoffs, the pieces that made ZETA so entertaining and so successful in this entire kickoff stage isn't there anymore. So they definitely need to have something change up against this Genji roster.
And this Genji performance, this is unusual. This is different than all the days here at Kickoff in Pacific. Texture only at a 10% win contribution.
It's like not really a pentagon anymore. It's what do you call it? It's like a trapezoid kind of thing. Normally Texture would be the one on top, right? But today, because of the aces, Munchkin comes out on top. Karen getting some crazy near clutches or basically clutching out rounds for his team. Meteor having crazy anchor performances against Team Secret's Jeremy. This is now, you know, a full Gen G that, you know, shows us they're not just their star player Texture. They are also the rest of them. And sometimes, you know, Lakia even has some performances. Maybe not today, but previous days. And that means for ZETA Division, this is going to be one heck of a scary match.
Definitely, and that is a fantastic point when you were saying about Texture. You know, Jen had a chat with him backstage. She was saying that he wasn't feeling his best today, and maybe he really is hungry. I don't.
It's dinner time.
Yeah, you know, it's dinner. It's about dinner time. Actually, it's not that late here in Korea, which is again really surprising given how all of the kickoff games have been going. But we're gonna have a chat with the coaches, and Jen, I'm sure, is gonna have great questions. Maybe she can look into, you know, Texture's situation there. Yeah. Yeah, so both these teams usually need some time to rev up, but let's go talk to the coaches.
Thank you guys. I'm standing here with ZETA Division's coach Carlau and also Genji Solo. Now, Carlau, I'm sure you wanted more out of Kickoff, but it's the last match for you guys. Regardless, everybody's here to win. So what was being said backstage to keep the vibes up, make sure the energy is there, and you guys pull through till the end. 먼저 좀 원하는 결과는 아니었고 참 아쉬운 경기가 되겠지만 그래도 선수들 끝까지 최선을 다할 것 같거든요. 선수들의 멘탈 관리와 또 분위기를 끌어올리기 위해서 선수들에게 어떤 이야기를 해주셨을까요?
Yeah, we're here to win. When we go inside server, it's always to win. That is what we can do our best on the server. So just talk a little bit, fix some mistakes to come here to this series and make a better map and show like our real team. So that is.
어떤 경기이든 그리고 그 경기가 어떤 결과를 가져오든 선수들은 늘 이기려고 경기를 하기 때문에 계속해서 집중해서 경기를 치를 거라고 얘기를 하고요. 또 끝까지 집중해서 정말 제타가 어떤 팀인지 보여주고 싶다고 얘기를 합니다. Well, can I talk to you a little bit about what happened in the last series? Just your thoughts on that loss and what do you think were the main takeaways from this kickoff? 지난 TS전 경기 좀 어떤 걸 얻어갔는지 그리고 어떤 점이 좀 아쉬웠는지 여쭤보도록 할게요.
Yeah, in Icebox we lost a lot of situations that we could win, so I think like all the rounds just came in. We lost pistols, so it's kind of like hard. Ascent was a good match. I think like both sides could win, but they were better as a team in the final part of the round. So just talk a little bit, fix, and come back as we usually is as a team.
아이스박스에서는 사실 이길 수 있는 라운드들을 내준 게 많았다고 얘기를 하면서 특히나 피스톨이 참 아쉬웠다고 얘기를 하고요. 어센트 같은 경우에는 누가 이겨도 이상하지 않은 맵이었지만 좀 라운드 후반으로 갈수록 경기 후반으로 갈수록 팀 시크릿이 조금 더 경기를 잘 치르지 않았나라고 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 이번 킥오프에서 발견한 부족한 점들을 한번 고쳐서 다시 스테이지 1으로 돌아오겠다고 얘기했습니다. Now Solo, I'm gonna turn to you because you guys are coming back from intense series against Team Secret. You have a W in the back already. Just what was being talked about during your break. 팀 시크릿 상대로 정말 팽팽한 접전 끝에 승리를 가져갔습니다. 선수들과 좀 전 경기 시간이 있었는데 어떤 얘기를 나누셨을까요?
일단 너무 힘들게 이겨서 좀 많이 힘들었고요. 그리고 다시 보기를 할 수 있어서 저희가 못했던 부분 체크하고 그 부분에서만 집중하면 어떤 대회 매치건 이길 수 있겠다. 약간 그런 피드백도 하고 좋은 경험이었던 것 같습니다.
It was definitely a tough game, but we had some time to review our plays, make sure that we fix our mistakes, never make them again in this one. And I think it was generally a great experience for the guys to push through and get ourselves across the finish line in that match. Well, ZETA Division, they're going to try their best. And they also reached top 3 at Masters Reykjavik with their counter strats. So, are you still confident in taking a W from them? 그러면 제타 디비전이 사실 전략으로 세계 3위까지 들었었잖아요. 마스터즈 레이캬비크에서. 오늘도 단단히 준비를 해왔고 특히나 좀 마지막으로 최선을 다할 것 같은데 분석을 당했다 쳐도 이길 자신 있으신가요?
일단 저희도 첫 경기 하고 조금 약간의 여유를 가지고 조금 쉬었기 때문에 좀 재충전했기 때문에 저희 항상 하던 대로 하면 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, after that match against Team Secret, we were able to refresh a little bit, take a break, relax, recharge. So I'm pretty sure that if we stick to our game plans, that we can definitely win this one as well. Well, thank you, coaches, for the interview. And now that we've heard from the coaches, I am going to toss it over to the VOD that we have to hear from the players. 네, 이렇게 해서 감독 코치진의 이야기 들어봤고요. 이어서는 선수들의 이야기 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
ZETAディビジョンのシュガゼロです。前回より快勝って感じでうまくプレーできたので良かったんじゃないかなと思います。G 戦で1マットも落としてないとこだったり、T1 戦でアセントはじけれたことはいい部分もあったので、ダメな部分を修正していけば勝てるかなって思います。個人的には去年のチェンジよりはるかに強そうだなっていう印象はあるので、厳しい戦いになるかもしれないですけど勝ち切りたいなって思います。練習通りのことを大会でもできたら勝てると思います。
안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠 소속 라키아 김종민이라고 합니다. 일단 퍼시픽 리그 경험을 해보고 있는데요. 좀 많이 힘들 것 같다고도 느끼고요. 그래도 저희 팀이 많은 스크림을 미리 해놨어가지고 체력적으로 문제는 크게 없을 것 같다고 느끼고 있어요. 딱히 바뀐 목표는 없고 그냥 첫 목표였던 마드리드 진출과 우승 이렇게 생각을 하고 있어요. 또 이길 자신은 있고 하지만 방심은 하지 않는다 이렇게 생각하고 있습니다. 이제 저도 한 단계 레벨업을 하는 더 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 노력하겠습니다.
All right, well, you heard it from the coaches, you've heard it from the players in that VOD. So Gen G is definitely, they were taking that break to review everything that was happening with ZETA and Team Secret, although I guess it wasn't that much time for them to review. It was really fast in a 13-1. One thing to know though, Coach Carlisle, he was really worried about Team Secret's firepower, but you know what? Gen G's got firepower too. They've got Texture and Meteor.
Especially today. Oh, this firepower has reached a new level. Munchkin getting aces. You got Texture maybe not doing so much. Who knows? Maybe he's going to come back now after the break. And at the same time, you got Meteor, you got Lakia. Lakia's still a little bit quiet. We'll give him some time. But the whole team, basically, today has shown that they can perform. ZETA Division, on the other hand, I don't know what happened, but maybe, you know, after a bit of a reset, they might be able to come back. But of course, now they're doing it for Secret.
Man, that is a tall kind of ask again. I did mention how I felt like ZETA Division will still play this for the sake of their own team, just to, you know, enhance what they already have, because, again, they still are learning with their new players such as Hiroron and Euron. But to be called that they have to win this for the sake of Team Secret is, again, kind of, you know.
Of course, it's not just that, but
yeah.
It's for the glory of Japan.
Yeah.
And all the fans. There are so many ZETA fans here in Korea.
Seriously, yeah.
We see them
Don't
in
let
the
them
audience.
down.
Yeah, half of them are holding up signs.
Plus, if they
probably
win,
for Laz, but like,
I don't know,
they're fans.
Throw plushies at the crowd, right?
Yeah, but so both of these teams, they do need some time, historically, time to warm up. They both need time to rev up. Now, you can see our predictions. I have a reason for my prediction. I have been quite regularly predicting Gen G's win. I think they've been playing very well. ZETA, but in this particular case today, Will and I have chosen Chaos. We're like, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen if like ZETA wins the last one, if Secret wins the second one, and the first one is Gen G? Well, this might as well have. This is kind of happening right now. We're 2/3 of the way there. But what does happen again when ZETA wins? Well, Team Secret's actually the one that goes through because of how the score lines played out. Now, gentlemen, why have you picked ZETA today?
Honestly, I just picked them because I thought they were going to win. I really wanted to believe in Dev. Dev, you're my savior. He's like so good. But then,
You're
I don't
like
know.
those ZETA girls right now.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to like
make a sign?
write a sign and just like hide my face like, Dev, I love you.
But you know what? Gen G is so strong though. Like I said, I definitely believe in Gen G, but why did you think ZETA was going to be the guys taking it?
Again, I just did feel like they had that step up this time. We know how strong Deb can be. You look at the team and how much they've improved since last year. I wanted to believe that they could, you know, come back and win, you know, a match or two and actually make it into playoffs. But given the performance today, you know, again, Gen G is just on a new level.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go around that though, because I feel like there are moments of weaknesses here for Gen G. So even though they looked extremely strong in that series against Team Secret, they only looked like that in the second half of it or the later half of that, right? As to why we reached Game 3, as to why it looked like Secret should have gotten, you know, that Icebox map, but then it just went the way of Gen G on that second overtime, so don't forget about that. So there is a chance here for ZETA Division. I don't only look at ZETA Division as, you know, Dep and friends. They have these incredible moments between Euron and Hiroron. So if you're kind of banking on that fact, there is a definite possibility here. They just have to find that chink in the armor for Gen G to reel out the Gen G that was struggling against Secret in that first game.
Yeah, I think that's a really good case. This would normally be a really close game. I think if we didn't see the series that happened just now with ZETA, we would still be on the fence. We would still like be hard debating this right now. But it's true. Throughout this kickoff, ZETA has been looking incredible. With the two rookies on their team, they looked a little shaken up just now in their game against Team Secret, and that might boil down to experience. But prior to that, they were looking good. They looked like they were cohesive. Their protocol was like really sharp, really well put together. They had really nice tempo, being more aggressive, which is very different than ZETA last year. But on the other hand, with Gen G, I mean, they are, while they are slow to start, they are also the only team that's really given Paper Rex a run for their money in a while on one of their stronger maps, Lotus.
I mean, I think that that's one of the things about predictions is always we base our predictions or our analysis on the game that they last played. But we never quite know, you know, what goes on in the player ready rooms. We never quite know what goes on when the coach is discussing with the teams because they are always constantly evolving and they are leveling up the game as they go along. So although maybe ZETA hasn't had the best game in the previous one against Team Secret, who knows? They might have shown up. If you actually take a look at the past games that they played against Gen G, which interestingly enough, last year in Pacific, not a lot. They only played like once against each other. I think that's about it. And that one, they actually beat Genji. That's also another reason why I really thought ZETA, at least this version of ZETA 2, is that strong, that capable. But now, yeah, it's really hard. My mind's a mess.
Yeah,
Genji looks too good.
Yeah.
It is a tough call. Genji, you know, if they do win this today, they do get to join the rest of their Korean homies in playoffs, and I think there's so much pressure on them for that too. You know, there are 3 Korean teams, and Genji last year also was sort of a little straggler behind the other 2 Korean teams, and I'm sure there's some sort of pressure there for Genji too.
And again, just story-wise, right? There's so many pieces. What was it? Texture playing from Global last year, right? And then Lakia coming in from Ascension Pacific, from D+. So there's a lot for them to prove in this new roster that they just joined to, you know, get as quickly as possible side by side with DRX. So there really is so much to be said about what Genji wants in terms of their aspirations.
Now, what I really want to see from Genji, though, earlier, end of last year, we know HSK had a lot of influence in, you know, training up the team before Solo really stepped in for that coaching. And now I'm kind of curious to see if that is actually what affected the difference in their gameplay style earlier today. It seemed like they were, you know, changing a lot of their set plays, going for a lot of contact into sight. So I'm curious if they're going to switch that up going into this match against ZETA.
I feel like they would have to, right? Especially depending on the map picks. You go into it, if you play the same game and ZETA knows what to predict, it might be trouble.
Well, the final match in the Gladiator Arena is here, where only one team will survive. Let's welcome ZETA Division and Genji to the stage.
For the last match of the night, please give it up one more time for ZETA Division. And their opponents, make waves for Genji.
Alright, so we'll begin the map ban for today's final match.
The air is tense because there is so much on the line for these two teams right now. ZETA Division, Genji, and the third that is also waiting their fate Team Secret. Now we're going to map picks, and honestly, if I was Gen G, I would pick Icebox, considering the 13-1 Team Secret. No bind.
I was just gonna say, like, if I were Zeta, I want to play something like Bind, something that I had a good game against Global Esports on. But yeah, okay, of course we're gonna go back to Icebox.
I wonder if they would have picked this anyway, or they just saw them get absolutely smashed on Icebox, and the second close score to that was 13-3 by Zeta on Lotus. So 13-1 is definitely the biggest difference we've seen in terms of rounds.
Redeem yourself.
I will say though, at least coming into Icebox, again, the change of composition is probably going to be key here, because it's not the same that we saw with Team Secret. It's going to have Lakia on that Gecko again, which is so good. His thrash has been amazing here. So Zeta Division got to be prepared for that. On the other side, Zeta Division has been using that double controller, which could work well in countering the Dizzy. So that's all the, I guess, the things that you have to watch out for the Icebox one.
Guys, you know there are mirror agent comms. Have you heard of the mirror map picks? Because that's what's happening. Zeta is having deja vu.
Second try, second chance, second wind.
That's right.
Come back into the game and show us that whatever happened was a one-time thing. Same compositions, exactly what Asteroid thought. Yeah, hopefully the double controller is something that they can use, but I don't really know how effective, because you want to use that to take space, but how do you take space and hold on to that space if someone like Lakia is splashing you and pushing you away?
At least, again, I am such a big believer of the Harbor for retakes because of the safety of the code, the walls, and hang on, I need to call. And again, bless you. Yeah, sorry. That is going to be very important here for Sugar Zero to really amp up what he was doing. He was doing so much impact when they played against Team Secret. I feel like he has a lot more to prove right now when the rest of the team needs to look up to him or follow his lead.
For real.
Now what I really want to see is both our Jets stepping it up, because frankly speaking, honestly speaking, both of them have not been looking their sharpest. I want to see their crazy plays where our jaws are on the ground with their magnificent jet plays, especially their jet plays from Texture and Jet.
Yeah, confidence, I feel, needs to come back in very much more for depth. Texture, maybe he hasn't had the best day, but definitely starting to wake up.
All right, we are ready to start our final series of today. Let's go back to our casters, PlayㅡIns and William.
And we're in for map 1 of the very last best of 3 today. And of course, that will wrap up both phase 1 and 2 for VCT Pacific Kickoff. If Gen G wins, they move on to the playoffs. And if Zeta wins, it will in fact be Team Secret.
A lot on the line here, and Zeta certainly hoping to play spoiler against Gen G, so a lot of pressure here on Gen G to get the job done, to secure their position. Destiny, their fate in their own hands. Will it be Gen G able to best Zeta in a similar fashion to what we just saw from Team Secret, handling them incredibly well on this map in particular? This time around, a very different look on this pistol here from Zeta, pushing right down mid heavily, but it's an A hit from Gen G, just completely sidestepping this crunch towards attacker spawn that Zeta has set up.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G doesn't have much information about it, but they won't care one bit. Now, the big question for Zeta is, do you split back and try to wrap around to make sure that they don't push entirely out into the defender spawn? It does look like that's up to Huron to make sure Screens doesn't get overtaken by Gen G. The remaining forces of Zeta now looking for the wraparound. With the site empty, Gen G very well aware of this.
Oh, whoever comes up on Belt might catch somebody completely off guard here. Huron getting pushed back a little bit.
That's going to be the first contact. Meteor gets taken out from above, and Gen G has to back out, and they will correctly push right back out to secure a little bit more space against this retake. Now the spike planted above, I believe, right onto that nest. So we'll see if they can get in there. Gen G Texture trying to find a timing, but he's not going to get it. Huron will hold true. Still 3 members left alive for Gen G. It's only 1 left for the side of Zeta Division. Last 2 low, she gets shot through the wall, and Lakia will kick things off with a triple.
I really like that Zeta's showing a very different look, a very unique approach to this round. They're able to catch Gen G enough off guard that they get the first kill, but the reactions are really, really good on the other side of the map. A quick 2-kill that shuts down any sort of flank angle to be created from the side of Zeta. And then the rest of everybody doing their jobs on site, making sure that they're covering the angles, covering the positions, and man, oh man, they're already fired up. Like,
Yeah.
1 round in.
Well, Meteor's trying to calm them down, just like, nice. Yeah. But then on the other side, Lockia's popping off. I mean, he had a rough start to some of those matches that Gen G had to play. Of course, great at closing it out, but it's got to feel good to be the opening act here for Gen G. And now a fast push onto green. The high tide will keep them at bay, but not much else other than the stack here from Zeta Division. And it is going to be a heavy one. 4 members right on the site on B side.
Yeah, they've read this correctly so far. We'll see if Gen G's just going to try to test their mettle here against the defense that they've set up. 0 point, I don't think finds anybody. I'm pretty sure Zeta dodged it all. Poison Cloud right up close and personal.
Trying to find a pick right above the screen, and they're not going to find it right away. Karon gets the first pick, and Texture saw most members, gets 1 kill, gets traded, but it's set up for Lockia once again. Another double for the initiator of Gen G, and it's just Laz left once again. And one of the reasons he just hasn't had much impact today is he just never could be part of the fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of times some gamble hits, and yeah, there's a dink, but Karon going to find the headshot with that Guardian to take Laz down. And only losing 1 member in the fray is Gen G. Just Texture going to fall, so plenty of options and already a thrash online for Lockia. I mean, that did not take long, and that is super scary here for Zeta going up against the bonus. Such a powerful ult. I mean, one thing I'm really trying to key in on here is the Harbor for the side of Zeta, because with all of these initiators in there, it's going to be really important that those cascades and other things are timely to either protect you from, you know, trying to push off of flashes or covering those angles that the flashes are going to hold the high tides as well as course, but usually the high tides are more used for site control initially. Here, just trying to find a little info is Gen G's Lockia holding the spike as well, but for now, they're content to just hold back.
I mean, the other problem is of course, it's the Gecko as well, so if you do kind of let them go in for the plan, normally you'd hope that they used a lot of their utility and you can use those cascades and high tides to go for the retake, but now with the Gecko, I mean, you can still save one of the flash drives, you can get the Dizzy back as we do find sight, and Depp will just hold his ground for a couple more seconds after getting just dinked all the way down to 11 health.
Ooh. Yeah, just a tough start for Depp. Ascent was okay-ish for Depp, but not as good as his Icebox, but definitely looking, as the desk was talking about, to see both of our Jets start to pick it up, and Dizzy at the ready. Just going to see if they can get up and around this utility, and certainly they've cleared plenty of space. Euron just has to back off.
Yeah, can't let this one happen, and that's the thrash. Just keep them at bay as well, trying to see if there's any more of a stack here. They're not going to find it, but Wingman does get taken down and miss that. So not enough members trying to watch out for the little bro, and Spike stranded, 25 seconds left. It is the bonus for Gen G, so any more damage they can do against Zeta, they'll be happy about it, but a round win seems possible as we go for the flash into Snowman. Texture will get the double. Before he's flashed, he's still holding control as Laz jumps down for 2. He's now been part of the fight. Lockia holding true on the site. Meteor with an Outlaw, both of them below full health. Could be 1 shot, 1 kill on both. He's got it loaded up, 2 in the chamber. Wrapping around, they want to clear yellow before they tap that spike, and he spots at least 1. He spots 1 on wide, so he has his suspicions, trying to close the gap. He scoped in, he finds 1, and he finds the second! The Outlaw brings Gen G the bonus round win.
Unbelievable stuff there from Meteor. Great positioning with that turret to make sure that one side is covered, he can focus on the other. Recognizes the double stack and is able to wrap around to the other side to give himself just enough time to isolate those 2 fights. Brilliant stuff from Meteor. What a push here from Texture to find those first 2 kills. Catches Zeta way off guard. Laz tries to respond, finds 2 of his own from up in kitchen, but it is just not enough. Meteor just too darn good with the sniper rifle.
And using that turret as well, somewhat as a shield, and the angle he's holding, not one you'd expect, especially not with that weapon. Just way too close for them to even suspect it with the Outlaw. What a play from Meteor, and he was a big reason they could stay in the match against Team Secret earlier on.
No doubt, he had some really impactful rounds. He's been so valuable for this squad so far, and he looks so comfortable on these Sentinel roles. he is just really at home. I mean, it's still a position where you can grab those sniper rifles and still have a lot of effect. Not just late round like this, but in the early parts of the round when he's on defender's side, you know, controlling sights, doing those kind of things that you expect out of a Sentinel player. And oftentimes you see this where a duelist, when they're called upon to fill in another role, the Sentinel role is something that they often can really dive into, really pick up quickly due to some of the similarities in the play styles. And that Outlaw will continue, of course, as ZETA is going to be onto an Eco Marshal for Hirodon. Is the only thing outside of the Sheriffs.
Yeah, and of course, barely any armor, let alone half armor. So just trying to set up for some sort of a trap play. The Cascade gives away his position. Sugar0 very low. They haven't spotted him on the exit just yet. Could have made it through yellow, but Texture is keeping his sights trained, and he finds Uran's feet. Gets one kill. Sugar0 now trapped in yellow. You do have Huron here, but it's just not much support. And while the round was never meant to be your victory, you would like to do at least some damage against your opponents. That's going to be Sugar0 taken down as well. Just clean from Gen G, and Texture seems to have found his tempo once again. He had a little bit of trouble finding his footing against Secret, but a little bit of a rest, and he's right back on it.
One enemy remaining.
Turret posted up himself. That's Texture on top of yellow, and Lakia continuing to get the frags halfway towards another thrash.
That's just heartbreaking now for ZETA to have a flawless come through like that. This is going to be already, it feels like a crucial round. It already feels like ZETA is falling apart at the seams, just like we saw on the previous Icebox, where they just cannot get anything going, where they're just being read on the map much better. Texture just finds that nice angle. You can spray through. Lakia holding it, and the fans are hyped, and Texture's, you know.
Yeah, just keeping it chill.
He's ready.
Yeah,
He's good.
Doesn't want to get too hyped up. Now, one of the worst parts is, of course, is Texture gets a nice opening kill onto Depp with the Blade Storm. Fast pace up from Gen G. You take down Depp, and already ZETA just seems like they might start crumbling. So they don't have too much else to show so far today in these matches. They will have the Killjoy setups here on the A site, but Gen G happy to back off. They want to reset. They have the numbers advantage. And I was about to say, I mean, obviously none of the ults coming online yet either, all the way into the 5th round for ZETA. So a bit of a mismatch in the economy that they would hope for, where you would like to have the ults alongside the firepower to overcome the round differential, but right now that's not happening.
Yeah, for sure. There's not a lot of options for ZETA outside of good gunplay, it feels like, which has seemingly eluded them throughout the day so far. Yes, of course, there's still some utility to play with. Euron is going to have to back right off. The 0 point comes in, the Dizzy as well, but it's all looking like just a bit of a fake to draw some attention over. Meteor has information on the other side. Him and Laz in a bit of a Killjoy battle, but Meteor knows there's not much going on over on this A site, so he's calling in the rest of Gen G to come in and find the weak side of his opponent.
Yeah, and the fake absolutely works. The high tide spent as well. Meanwhile, I mean, a big part why this fake works is Meteor breaks, you know, activates all the enemy's Killjoy utility, but there's just no push on it, so ZETA believes it's still a B hit. But it's actually the perfect fake here for Gen G as they start the plant. At 15 seconds, Wingman will get it down. Undeterred, sending 3 Blaze just in case for a repeat, but he still has a weapon, so Texture still deadly as ever with that Phantom. Everyone able to back out comfortably. They'll even have the leisure to watch their flank. So 0 point is actually going to catch Huron. Just nothing going ZETA's way. They will just have to push in and clear out this site man for man. 4v5, Fragment already on the way to buy time. Meteor has somehow snuck right under. Uran will find him. Even sings out 4-4. They'll start the defuse. Not quite sure if Gen G's heard it as they're a little late on the swings. He's just going to eat the snake bite, and it is going to be the ZETA defuse right on top.
Wow. I mean, with everything working against you, okay, Lakia is going to pick up a couple at the back, and that's not great for ZETA. The money is horrible, and that's not something you want to see there at the end of that round where you lose a couple players. So, okay, now the ults do find their way into ZETA's hands, and maybe they could start stringing some rounds together. It's great you get the Blade Storm as well for depth, so the loss in funds isn't the end of the world for this round. Going forward, it could be a problem, but absolutely just unbelievable that with lacking so much utility, getting caught, you know, with those 0 points and things like that, they're still able to break their way through. Still fight left in this ZETA squad just yet. Depp pops the blades. Gonna be getting up and really up on those perches that he likes to get up.
Yeah, just trying to go for those long-range sight lines. Wants to counteract the potential aggression from Texture that he was on the receiving end of in that previous round. Meanwhile, Huron now a little bit more focus on mid. They do have the turret set up for Zeta Division, but just a little bit of extra reaction available. Also able to keep the eye on that potential window in the tube. So Zeta trying to slow things down. They don't want to get that early contact. They just want to play with the safer defaults, especially with the slew of ultimates they have available. Retakes are on the board for the Japanese squad.
All right, exactly. I mean, lockdown, Viper's Pit, all the things you could want, and that's going to be Depp's knives taken away temporarily, so he's going to have to back out. Flashed up his Lakia, chewing through just a little bit of damage.
Can't find his way out amidst all the colors floating around, but yeah, it doesn't take too much, thankfully, on his end. Could have been a lot worse, and now they'll just leave Munchkin.
Look at this. They're reading it so well again. Like, they know that they've gotten Zeta to bite, and this has been Zeta's MO so far today. Uran's going to see that dash from the Jet, and immediately everybody else, and he pops the pit. This is pretty smart, I think, if he can hold on here.
Yeah, he's just trying to make it so that the plant is just ever so more difficult. The high tide signifies his backup is here, but Meteors finds him. He's just waiting for more. The trigger discipline is impeccable. He finds one. Not quite sure where he was. Sugar Zero, the comms maybe not just there, or the audio just too muffled, as Meteor will go through the pit and clear it out. But the timing, can you get the plant in time? He just starts it, I'm not quite sure on the A side. Amidst all this chaos, and it will not go through.
Oh my.
And somehow Zeta will get away with the win amidst all this nonsense, but I mean, Zeta Division, these round wins do not feel good.
Well, that Viper's Pit did end up winning them the round. It bought just enough time to get them over. Meteor, I love what he does there. He hides for forever inside of that Viper's Pit, completely unaccounted for. It finds a great moment to strike after the chaos caused by Texture sends everybody scrambling from Zeta. And yeah, somehow Sugar Zero just not responding to Texture's position there. Just walks right back out and gives Texture the refrag, so that's, even though they get the win, very, very head-scratching in a way for the side of Zeta. And Genji, you'd like that one back for sure, but still, economy very much in your favor. You've got a thrash again for Lakia.
Exactly.
Meteor's not too far away from his ult. Munchkin's not too far away from his ult, so a lot of things could start to swing your favor. That helps.
Yeah,
that
Meteor just digging deep with firepower. Now Laz is there to trade, so Genji not going to keep control of mid, but they do have the thrash to clear out the site. Now, very curious what the post plant will look like in a 4v4, but first they'll have to take out Depp. Huron is by screens, and that's a great flash, but it's actually just a little bit too early for Texture's swing, and that allows Depp to swing right back around from under. They'll clear out the site, and Zeta now finally finding some footing in the style they would wish.
Yeah, here we go. Now Zeta can get a little bit of an economy going. They've been barely scraping by in these last couple of rounds, even though they're getting wins. A lot of the guns were being dropped. Therefore, the economy was just hanging on by a thread.
And we'll crush it.
So now, they're even still lacking a little bit, actually. The money's just not phenomenal. They should have enough here for Laz to drop a gun unless this is going to be a timeout.
We'll have to wait and see, but like you said, just barely still scraping by one, just enough to try to balance out weaponry in one way, shape, or form.
Okay.
It will indeed be a timeout.
I was like looking at their money, and I'm like, why aren't we buying rifles?
I mean, hey, they did enough damage to bring out this timeout from Genji, who does still have the lead, but they're not liking the momentum they lost. And quite frankly, the fashion they lost it in, right? I mean, if it was only one or two, it would be Zeta scratching their heads, feeling unfortunate. But then it just continues into a second and a third, and Genji starting to feel that they're just missing something here in these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, my concern for Genji has been that some of these retakes for Zeta have just been a little bit strong at times. Like, Genji hasn't kind of fully dealt with them. We saw that 4v5 one where they didn't have a ton of util to work with because their Sova got caught, with a 0 point, and they still made it work anyway with their gunplay. So now you got to kind of try to find ways to get around that, whether it be maybe trying for some of those deeper post plants, with the wingman setups, although Euron's done a really good job of denying those so far, so that's been something that hasn't been able to work out just yet for Genji, and trying to find a way to set up some kind of a pick play. But look at this, Zeta's going to get pretty aggressive towards green.
Just trying to push them away into the A site. They've got that Reckoning for an A site retake. Just trying to sell the idea that there's a lot of presence on to B, which would not be fake. The high tide to follow suit. Really holding on to A. You even have the Alarm Band and the Nano Swarm to continue to delay Genji. One of the biggest things is there's been a couple rounds now where Genji started to run out of time. And in Zeta, they are not strangers to that timer. If they can force Genji's hand at the last minute, it would be huge. Now, Depp aggressing alongside Huron. Could be seen as a risk given the setup on B.
Yeah, and I don't think Meteor's
Well,
even...
Laz just gets a double on the side of B, though. It was kind of an instant reaction from Gen G. Not sure if intentionally timed or not off of that alarm bot trigger. But they're going to lose 2 members, and Depp has wisely backed off.
I think they're trying to sell a fake over there, and then they kind of overdid it, and it got shut down pretty quick. So that aggressive positioning from ZETA's Killjoy utility does cost them a lot. No command going to be popped by Munchkin. Try to get through here, but with that toxic screen in the way, they're not going to be able to push through just yet. And Depp going to tuck himself underneath this box.
A fragment.
Oh, did it go?
Does not hit him. He's still hiding the S-box. They are aware that it might not have cleared the entirety of the corner, but a nice swing around out of timing. He cannot flick to the second. And Meteor is actually going to recover this round. The lockdown now goes down. Of course, with the Harbor down, that means no reckoning for Zeta Division, but they do have a pinch. 2v2. Euron, can he find the first hit? Will get spotted by the turret. They are aware of one. Now Laz, it's up to him. He needs to push the timing back in Zeta's favor. And Gen G will correctly try to make sure that they're covering each other's backs. But they are separated into 1v1s, and Euron finds it. Now the pinch. On to Charon. He finds one.
My ultimate is ready.
Snappy as ever. Can he be as clean against the veteran, the IGL of Zeta Division? He's approaching on a timer, and Carol will find the headshot. 5th round win for Gen G.
That is snappy from Charon. He has been really impactful with some of these clutches he's had so far today. He had a couple big ones against Team Secret earlier today. And now, coming up huge once again. Man, what ability that he has to come in here like this and just find so much value in some of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, very calm as well. I mean, you can see why they were praising his aim. Sure, he's not putting up the greatest of numbers compared to some other rookies, but he's doing the job he needs. Meanwhile, same can't be said for Sugar Zero, someone who once gained the nickname of Sugar Hero, now with 0 kills so far in these beginning 8 rounds. It's not what you want to see from one of your older brothers on Zeta Division. And that aggression from B, they're trying to remedy that, but Gen G not there. The Reckoning still available, so Zeta, the same plan applies. It's a retake with the Reckoning in store.
Nanoswarm trying to buy a little bit of time. A long lurk from the other members of Zeta. Oh, it's not accounted for. Cleared quickly, though.
Well, that's a very big high-low, but that's a good shot from Huron. He's looking for a second. He doesn't really have a way out, and he's just trying to buy time, so no longer a pinch on this retake. Still should be a great angle for the Reckoning. It's going to be used early just to gain some space to push them back. The pit will be used to delay the approach. Ult for ult. Zeta, they will still have to find the frags, and Depp only has a Sheriff, trying to make sure his feet don't show under him. Now they're trying to get them surrounded, and it's going to be Sugar Zero finding one angle on the right side. Use the code to try to draw out of reaction, but no one budges from Gen G. Texture finds sight, so does Meteor, and Texture's gonna find the last one onto Uran. Gen G continue to lead 6-3.
Yeah, great response here from Gen G's Charon again, popping that pit right after that Reckoning, making it so difficult to get any value out of that powerful retake ultimate. And they just hold firm, and they are starting to get back into it now. Charon helping lead the way. Meteor, of course, still just himself. Texture finding 2. And Gen G right back in the driver's seat, and that forces a timeout right away from Zeta. They don't want to see these rounds start to slip. They don't want to see these rounds cascade like they did against Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, you really think about it, they maybe only really had one round that they won on their own terms. The other 2, things just happening to line up perfectly in favor of Zeta Division. And while that did give them enough breathing room, the coaching staff now saying this is when we have to put the stop. Got to kind of pump the brakes against Gen G's momentum and see if we can claw back to a 6-6 for Zeta. You can see on the right side, I mean, Carlisle just looking a bit concerned, but trusting in Junior's comms here to the rest of the team. Meanwhile, HSK pointing out a lot of things on the side of Gen G alongside the head coach Solo.
Yeah, really curious what this is going to look like. We're back to yet another eco for the side of Zeta. They have been really struggling to get an economy going. They did very briefly. Since then, it has fallen apart. So that allows an Outlaw to be sneaked through here for Lakia, knowing that It's likely only going to be half armors at best that he's going up against.
Yeah, and most likely trying to use that more so for the post plant, you've got to assume. But of course, at any point you get content, it will be a very valuable weapon given the situation. Another B stack for Zeta Division, but this time just waiting for a bit of a trap play, just only showing one with a jump peek. That'll be Uran.
Careful here.
And only an alarm bot as well. I mean, they're not trying to preset any sort of utility because they expect this round to be a tough one. They don't want those creds to go to waste too easily. They'll use it for the retakes. That's an instant cascade to try to push them back. And, I mean, this should work to push them into A site. The real question is, what does your retake look like with this weaponry?
Yeah, I mean, you've thwarted their attempt at B, but is that really what you wanted? I mean, like, there's not much going on here. Like you said, the alarm bot only, and that's just basically to give them a little bit of extra time to call in the rotation. So even then, they're just starting to make their way through. Hiroron going to try to do what he can with the shock darts to displace it, but Lakia went up top, so he's going to be able to dodge. Yeah, he dodged all the damage from that, and that's a huge win.
Texture ready for an early shot as well, and it's lined up perfectly on the peak up the ramp. And Hiroron goes down. That's a lot of info loss on the side of Zeta. They will once again just have to push through. The flashes are flying out, and Texture just catches sight. Here's the Outlaw against the F armor, and Texture with a nice wraparound timing. Gen G 7 points on the board, and Zeta still can't find the answer against it.
Yeah, and Munchkin with a great deep flash there to set Texture up for those kills. Landed nicely in the back, caused some confusion, and Texture was just chomping at the bit to get behind the backside of Zeta and strike, and he certainly did. Another thrash for Lakia. He's been racking them up. You do have a lockdown for Laz for the retake potentially, but I mean, again, most of these retakes just really haven't been able to go for the side of Zeta. It's just walking into the open arms of Gen G, and they're fantastic riflers. Even shutting them down, and Lakia's just gonna stick with the Outlaw.
I mean, it got you decent value. You've got the Thrash, right? I mean, as that Gecko, he's going to provide a lot of value to his team regardless on this attacking round.
But he has plenty of money.
True. There's only 2 rounds left in the half. I do understand.
Yeah. Oh, well. I mean, it's a good gun.
Still a decent
one. You can hit
one.
good shots.
But yes, I do agree. A regular rifle probably would have been a bit more valuable. Meteor gets spotted, but there is backup, and Laz is ready for it. A good read coming out from the Zeta Division IGL. But it's still only 1. Now, it is a very important one. That 0 point and the flash drives eliminated from Gen G will make their approach a lot harder, but they've now snuck around this cascade. Of course, Uran's well aware of it. It's his own teammate Smoke, but that puts a lot of pressure for this double angle that he has to be afraid of if there's an approach onto the B site.
Yeah, now certainly that is the direction that they're looking to go is Gen G as the spike is shifting towards them. Lakia is going to try to buy some attention with this thrash even. He's investing hard in this fake. It is going to get shut down, and then everybody on Zeta, other than Uran, has stuck at A, and finally they're coming over realizing, yeah, this ain't it.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Lakia is going to find a kill onto Laz, and he does. He's already switched out to the Vandal as well. Texture with a quick follow-through. Wow. Almost gets it, but Depth's there for the cover. Gets traded out by Charon. Uran will push him out. Rookie v rookie on the Vipers. But the spike already ticking down. Now 3 versus 2. Numbers advantage for Zeta Division. They will all enter from the defender's spawn. High tide out. That calls for the early utility. Sugar Zero gets a nice spam, and Charon just thinks that he has a timing to push through, but that will not be it, as that gives Zeta a 4th round win.
I'll call that ambitious. That's, I mean, it's unexpected. I'll say that if you're popping out through your opponent's high tide and through some nanos, that's it. It's unexpected.
One thing we can gather from that is that kid is damn sure of his aim.
That's true.
Because he thought if he pops out and they don't see him first, he will get the triple 1 by 1. But obviously, quite a bit of damage taken as well. The slow from the high tide, and they swing right onto the spike.
Well, might as well try it. It's going to be a desperate situation no matter what in that 1v3. Texture sneaking in and up for this final round of the half. Again, lockdown, Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, they've got, of course, the Blade Storms for both jets as well, so that long-range availability, but really push up the tempo. Now another split, 2-3 from Gen G. It's been working wonders for them, except for that 1 round where the timer just ran too low. but they have been quicker to react to initial contact. Laz thinking better of that deep alarm bot. Doesn't want to give away his position too much. They will trust in that turret to watch mid, and they've emptied the site once again. You have that Untitled, you have the lockdown. Now, every time they've done this, they did not have the entire squad available for the retake, and ZETA will have to be very cautious on this last round of the half.
Oh boy.
Oh, that timing.
Yeah, that's really fortunate. I mean, if Euron peeks his head out again one more time, could have been ripped off by Texture. Texture's just going to continue to check out what's going on over here, but you got to suspect there's at least two, of course, with the high tide, and you just know that Euron's feet are firmly planted onto this B site. Toxic screen going to come up, and they might be able to set up a pretty big execute, and no one else from ZETA is here to contest this. Not that I expected them to, the way they've been playing.
And they will send out the Cascade, but the thing is, again, when you have a Gecko and a KO on the other side, you're just not winning that war of attrition. They will still make it all the way onto the site, and Texture's going to push all the way through again with a nice flash drive. He's set up for it. Fine step, he's ready for it. The op at the ready. He wants that opponent jet to peek out, get the shutdown against the enemy superstar, and Texture, contact for his teammate. He's waiting for the wide swing out, but Def will get a nice jump peek, a second headshot as well. 2 members left for ZETA Division against the 3 of Gen G, trying to clear out the site. They just don't have information. He finds one, but that distracts him away from Charon, and it's all down to Huron. A rough day for the Academy player who had a stint in Challenger Japan, but he won't find the hope this round as the first half ends 8-4.
Yeah, some really nice turret placements at times here from Meteor. It's really bailed him out from some of these tricky situations that could have occurred. But he's able to set up his utility really nicely to give them good opportunities to react to a lot of this aggressive flank pressure that ZETA tried to apply early on. Didn't really pan out. This time around, just set up waiting for these retakes. Love that Texture gets aggressive there at the end because what we've been seeing is that the retakes have been attempted by them, so one way to kind of make that more difficult is just disrupt them at the point of attack when they're setting up to use their utility and do all that stuff. Just make it so they can't even get to that stage of the battle.
Exactly. I mean, of course, again, with the ultimates as well, perhaps Gen G just had a read, perhaps it's just you kind of expect it when it's that last round when the site's been emptied up that much. You saw the Cascade coming out from so far. Expect things like the Hunter's Fury. You've got that deep flash drive that they've shown off before. And Gen G continues to show why they've tried this adaptation, their own interpretation on this Icebox composition. The double initiators, the timings on the flash just have been splendid.
Yeah, Munchkin really, really good throughout the year so far on this map. He's really found a home on this KO. He's done a great job landing those flash drives, and the Dizzies are always really valuable to gain space, gain information, potentially bait out enemy utility, things like that. That this Gecko that we see on a couple different maps from Gen G has really shown that it has value. And we've seen it throughout the other regions, of course, as well. A lot of teams are really starting to lean into that Gecko, realizing that the ability to, throw out abilities and then pick them back up is extremely potent at the professional level.
It's almost oppressive to a certain point, right, in that skill attrition. And so Gen G doing a good job with it. Now ZETA trying to bait out a reaction in mid, but it's much more of a trap play here. Trying to catch anybody who creeps out. Now, this should be an angle from Texture, who's standing on that box on the window, but it's going to be a quick reaction from Uran as well, and a swing out from Def. It's just a bloodbath in mid, but Charon comes out on top, keeps control of it, and will back off with his life.
Ooh, man, Charon, really quick to react. He's had some great moments so far today. And now Munchkin swinging back in to watch that mid push, which seems to be potentially coming. They're going to be making their way through tube. The real question is he going to be ready for it? Yeah. What awareness from Munchkin.
Yeah, he's still checking both, right? That's exactly the area they gave up. You got the turret helping watch A site as well. So Meteor fairly comfortable on his own. That's a very deep push in. Still 40 seconds on the clock, but Munchkin sniffs something out. He's ready for some skills potentially.
Oh,
now,
boy.
I mean, the A site emptied. So Spike should be able to get planted. And then it's a question of can Gen G get the retake. Charon is quite low.
Is this turret going to be angled that it's going to be seeing anything? I don't think so.
Yeah, they'll spot it, if anything, before they take any chip damage. Should be hearing it, and they'll be able to plant it in the back. And Meteor has a good idea because his turret hasn't spawned anything. The question is, does he expect Huron? Not quite the right angle, but Huron not quick enough on the trigger.
Yeah, that's a nice piece of awareness there from Meteor. Not overextending himself, not giving a free kill.
Oh, and Huron tries to find a timing on it. He will survive with 35 HP, and that might be just what they need as Charon sitting dangerously low at 24 as well. Now grouped up on this retake alongside Meteor. 2v2. They've hidden Huron into a corner. Uran with full health will be the point of first contact. He finds Meteor, turns back around. Can he? No, he cannot finish off the kill. But it's just a one-shot, one kill on either side with the Sheriffs. And Huron, he's waiting for the wraparound. He's just trying to bait him out. He's trying to waste time. Is that enough? Meteor, he started the channel, and it should be... No, not close at all, in fact. Didn't quite catch sight of it and couldn't quite hear it through all that noise, but it's going to be the round win for ZETA.
Yeah, that's huge now for ZETA. Able to get a pistol round win on this map. Something that eluded them previously against Team Secret. It's just a scrappy fight in the mid, and ZETA's throwing a lot at Gen G, throwing a lot of unique looks that we did not see at all against Team Secret. So trying to keep Gen G off balance, and it's been working enough that they've got some rounds. Texture is going to sneak in that Marshall and Sheriff for Meteor back pocket. So otherwise, it's just, you know, some the normal accoutrement for the side of ZETA.
Wow, quite aggressive Texture. Really wanted that Marshall to pay off in value. Bit of a dangerous risk, but of course it is the Jet. So Tailwind's out. Does let them know that there is this Marshall purchase, and we've seen several Korean Jets who will make this work regardless of the situation. See if Texture can do the same, just going for these long-range spams. But Depp has dug deep. They're not quite aware of his position. The high tide perfectly placed onto that kitchen entrance as well. Further with the Cloudburst, a little too deep. But Depp now focused onto the first opening. Dizzy, he dodges right away from it. The Cascade will provide a little bit more timing, but he's just holding true on this angle. Behind side of one, he's just keeping them distracted. He does have a Vandal. If this drops, that could be a lot of firepower given over to Gen G to at least do some damage. It's Laz on the lurk, though, to really stabilize things, and that's going to be 2 kills for the side of ZETA Division. That is a kill on the Mosh, but Laz and Huron will make sure ZETA get out with 3 rifles.
Okay, you got done what you needed to here for ZETA. You only lost a couple, and that's fine. That's an acceptable round for sure against an Eco. Now going up against the full firepower of Gen G here on defense. Now we're starting to see Texture come alive, 16 and 10 throughout this. And it's an okay post plant here, but man, it's so risky. I mean, this is just a crisp one tap from Depp. You gotta love to see that.
Yeah.
And then Laz finding a great time. Sneak underneath tube, do some damage, make sure that that gun is never able to be picked up by Gen G.
That's going to be a push out onto Pipes. 2 members to make sure they've got all their angles covered, as they often do. You even have Munchkin on the side, ready to provide a flash drive if needed. He'll try to just take the aggro away from this drone, and it should be enough, but that should give ZETA a bit of an inkling of, okay, something fishy's going on here. Main force already on the B side anyway.
Yeah, and looking over, Charon playing in the floor level, waiting for contact. Assuming that Poison Orb is set up on that one way. Yeah, it is, and it's going to delay things a little bit. Depp's going to try to take space. He's going to get it, take control of the backside of Yellow. High Tide's going to come down. Execute looming here for ZETA as Texture's already coming in towards under 2.
Now, they do still have time to rotate if they so choose, so I'm curious if they go for the hard commit, but Uran will get that first pick. That should be the cue. They're still trying to draw out more of the aggression on this bonus. They want to really shut things down, but Lakia's still alive. Texture suddenly popping out from mid. Huron is on the flank. They don't have quite the idea that he's here, but the question is the Sheriff enough?
30 seconds left.
He will find, no, Texture swings around. Catches sight of him in the last second. And now a 1v2 for Depp. Trying to isolate the angles, but it's going to be across the open field, and Lakia gets another 3K to get the lead 9-6.
Okay, that was not easy by any stretch of the imagination. It looked like ZETA was going to rip that round right underneath Gen G's feet. Not quite, says Gen G. Lakia had something to say about that. That's a nice spray through that smoke as it's coming up. And Texture able to find value there. Even with that late lurk by Huron, that's something that Gen G's going to have to be aware of, is this ZETA looking way different than we saw against Team Secret. They are really pressing angles. They are not content to just sit back and play defense. or excuse me, not just sit back and play post plant this time around. They are really wanting to make things much more difficult for Gen G in terms of map awareness.
Yeah, really working the entire map. The Zeta division. Once again, Laz now on the lurk on A site and trying to put some early pressure. They want to draw out that utility once again, and this time it could be a setup for a rotate over to A. Karon shows himself on yellow, has to use that snake bite, but Munchkin with a nice kill onto Depp, and that will slow down Zeta to a halt.
Well, now they got to really rethink this. They've only got a few more pieces of utility in the pocket. I mean, yeah, you've got those nano swarms and things like that, but those are for post plant generally. You got to wait a little bit here for some of that harbor utility to come back up. Laz going on an exploration mission through mid, but there is an alarm bot. I believe that's underneath the tube. Well,
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
doesn't
Meteor's
matter.
just, yeah, he's just ready.
And he's already taken quite a bit of damage as well, so it seems like Gen G a little aware of that possible rotation. And that keeps the rest of Zeta stranded on the site. They try to push through up onto Heaven. And Sugar Zero trying to bait out just at least another kill. But that's going to call for the Thrash, and they'll try to clear that entire thing out. And Sugar Zero, he gets caught. The cove gets broken. And that's an easy kill for Munchkin as he swings out for a third.
Oh, man. Munchkin so good with those Guardians today. Saw it on the Ace earlier. This one also looking very clean. And that's going to give him that null command to boot. Some nasty shooting. Great stuff here from Meteor. Ready for these lurks now, our Gen G seemingly. Things that I was just talking about that I was starting to wonder if they might cause Gen G some grief. And instead, they're...
Munchkin's really speaking his mind to the global fans today.
He is fired up today, man. I tell you what. He had some words after the match.
I mean, the thing is I gotta believe that he kept it tame for the Emerge video on that interview, right? But I think Munchkin's out to prove something this year.
Yeah.
Didn't like the direction that they were taking in T1. They had to split their ways, and he says, I'm given the second chance to lead a squad of, I mean, very talented players. A lot of players that fans around the world have been clamoring to see at the world level once again from Korea. He's at the helm of it, and he wants to prove it was just the ingredients that he was missing.
Oh yeah, you got to think back to even his Crazy Raccoon days. You know, I mean, as a player who was showing up to international events, you know, being talked about as a guy who was pretty solid. But you know, the Crazy Raccoon team never really able to accomplish too much. Yeah, maybe that Gambit game was something to write home about, for sure. But
the thing is speaking of his history, he's one of the few players who had a theme song made for him, right? Because that was at Masters Reykjavik when they did it for star players of each team. That's how far back he goes.
I forgot about that. That is, yeah, that's true. I mean, he's been here since day one, right? And he's a consummate veteran, just a guy who wants to win so much, and he's been so hyped for his team. Meteor, on the other hand, he's much more mild-mannered, but he's still getting it done. Oh
yeah,
my
that's
God.
just going to be a spray from Munchkin and Meteor. Quick with it right around the Poison Cloud, ready for more. They're getting spotted, and Munchkin will back out. 2 HP, but he calls for support. Meteor now jumping up from Snowpile. Has his eyes set, the flash drive to support. They hear the spray, and Sugar Zero's quick with it. Finally, a couple more kills onto the board for the controller of Zeta Division. They are trapped. That mosh pit and the Dizzy and the Wingman, it gets him right through the crack. 1-for-1 trade, but now stuck. It's up to Huron, really, to free up the space once again with a Sheriff. And he's already taken too much damage from Karon. He's not going to land his own shots, and Karon knows it. Knows he's won the mental game.
Yeah, nice hold here from Gen G. Great communication. Really doing a nice job anticipating some of these mid maneuvers that Zeta has been attempting, and really haven't gotten too much out of them has Zeta so far. Sugar Zero, though, look, this guy can do it. There's no doubt about it. Nobody has any idea where he is, really.
Yeah, just sneaks on right by Karon as well, but a little late on the swing, and Karon not one to miss the second time. Well, picking off right around the corner, 11-6 scoreline for Gen G.
Starting to get scary again for Zeta. Still just really struggling to find any momentum, any continuation in the success that they found from time to time on this map against Gen G. They didn't find any against Team Secret. Gen G is just so stalwart today, and we already saw it against Team Secret earlier that Gen G, once they got firing, it's hard to slow them down. It is hard to stop this freight train. Lockdown for the side of Meteor. We do have the Viper's Pit and the Reckoning, so some good abilities to get a retake with the Reckoning, or execute with the Reckoning, get a post plant with the Viper's Pit. The Munchkin has a nice little piece of utility of his own.
Yeah,
maybe play retake a bit.
Can really shut down most of it, so they're just going to use an early Reckoning in fear of that. But that means Gen G, they have their choice for retake here. I mean, it could be both ultimates used to try to get to that map point. Wouldn't blame them for it. Getting right up close, and they're actually going to use no command now to make sure that that pit doesn't potentially go up. They realize that the site just has not been taken over by Zeta Division just yet. And with a minute on the clock, Zeta has to reconsider. Dep planted on top of the site, gets 1 kill.
It's tough now. Both teams have to take a pause to reset, to reassess how they want to attack this. The initial ideas for Zeta were shut down, but Gen G losing Lakia in the trade. Karan gonna go exploring to try to retake some space on the A site. Still Zeta content to try to make this one work. Dark cleared. Oh, the shot is nice.
That, and it's on to the Sova as well, so the Huntress Fury not quite there to break apart this lockdown. They're trying to push through. Meteor cleans house as Urad just drops down for 2, trying to push in for the 3rd, as that lockdown will go off. Laz left alone again, but the Spike's stranded. He's fairly aware of one side of the site, but this is such a split angle. Just entirely across it, only 10 seconds on the clock. Laz gets 1, and Meteor, he's actually pushing close, trying to play against him. He wants to set up his utility, and it's just not the time for it. Meteor will pick up the kill.
The awareness there for Laz on one of them, good, but just couldn't quite suss out where the final member of Gen G was. I'm sure I'm a huge fan of that crossfire there in that 1v2 for Gen G, but you know what? It worked. And Meteor so solid here throughout the entire day. Tons of multi-kill rounds against Team Secret. Led Gen G in multi-kill rounds actually in that match. And now you got an op for Texture. Lakia gun, there you go.
Yeah, you do want to buy up this time around.
It's like, dog, like you've already done this to me once.
About to try to close out this map, and Zeta, quite a broken buy here. Sure, Bladestorm available, you got some ults, and it's gonna be a long journey back if you want to climb into it. But they don't have a choice. Texture's already cleared out the entirety of the A side. They've pushed out. They have the operator for the long range. Zeta, this is no longer a fake or rotation. This is a commit to that B site. Now Uran on the lurk will find 1. He's gonna try to escape. Barely gets into 2 before the push out happens, and Dep will regroup. They want to take over a little bit more space. He's a little late on the weapon switch. Meteor still alive on here. They get the spam through the box as well. Karan must have seen his elbow going through, and they're ready for Lakia's swing, but no, Lakia picks up the kill. Spike ticking down. Hunter's Fury at the ready, and Sugar Zero and Huron just need to buy just enough time for that ultimate to matter, but they swing out a little too far, and the Wingman, that's not what you want to use the Hunter's Fury on. He's just sticking on to it. They get the kill. It doesn't matter for the shock darts, but the Wingman will finish the defuse anyway as Gen G will take map 1.
Well, certainly Icebox not quite where it needed to be for Zeta coming in to these 2 teams. Certainly a map that I think they had to expect was going to be there with the way that the bans were likely to work, and just not able to really find value out of that double controller. The Harbor at times working okay for Sugar Zero, but it didn't seem like there were really impactful coves and things like that. It didn't feel like oftentimes they were able to play off the cascades as well as you would like. That was one thing that kind of concerned me here for Zeta. I mean, obviously there's a lot to be concerned about. Another very tough time they had going up against Gen G. Just like against Team Secret. It's concerning.
Surely, one glaring thing is, of course, the map pool here for Zeta Division, but we'll leave that up to the Jets to break down as we get ready for map 2.
And thus we finish the first game of this final series of today, and it's been absolutely brutal for Zeta. Is this how we thought this was going to play out?
I don't know if it's how we thought it was going to play out, but, you know, that kind of happened. I mean, looking at how it plays out, you start things off with Gen G really strong. Again, 3rd round, somehow Zeta can't really convert it, even though they had a full buy. And you were just watching this Gen G that felt so much better. Texture was getting some good kills with the Outlaw of all things. And if you're Lakia getting 10 kills and only like 1 death after a round like that, after, you know, round 3, round 4, round 5. That says a lot as to how Gen.G is performing.
Well, okay, I do want to point out, we did just see Icebox not too long ago from ZETA, so this is much better than the last time around. You know, 6 is higher than 1. So
yeah, but this isn't still obviously what they're hoping for, because
no,
I mean,
this is not
again,
the result.
I'm also on that copium that you know they win and give Team Secret a chance here. But of course, the reality is Gen.G's just so good. You know, aside from the stuff that Quack mentioned, there's also the point where the ZETA players, they just can't find a break in pushing an angle. For example, how many times have you seen, let's say, Dev, any player of ZETA Division, try to push a corner and be able to win that fight without having to be pushed into a less winnable situation, right? It's either they over-push, they can't really find an angle, Meteor, Munchkin, anybody from Gen.G here wins the fight, or if somebody wins that fight from ZETA, the next step for them is to find some solid foot ground. For Laz, it was to put up an alarm bot, but then you see Meteor right in front of his face, already going for the kill, and that happened multiple times in different instances that it just felt really bad for ZETA that they couldn't find any solid footing to follow up on any singular play that they try to do.
Yeah, especially like towards the end of that second half, you could really see and feel
the frustration.
Oh my god, like first of all, there was like this round where, if I recall correctly, there was a bit of a fake ZETA was trying to execute, and they managed to get a bit of a numbers advantage against Gen.G. They had, I think it was Yuran on a lurk or something, and he managed to take out a couple of the Gen.G players, turned it into a 3v5 situation. ZETA has 5 players. But then Texture comes back in along with the rest of the team, and with the support and the protocols to really kind of take up space and even like push back again, players like Hirodon, who had a Hunter's Fury, can't deploy it. Viper's Pit came up, everything just went wrong, and it's a 3-on-5 situation. Like, numbers-wise, in all accounts, ZETA's supposed to win that, but they didn't.
Now we're looking at our MVPs right now. I mean, you guys made a lot of great points. Meteor, look at his KD.
Yeah, dude is just having the best time right now. And again, it's all akin to just how well they were able to bully ZETA Division into those weirder angles that they were kind of holding. Again, ZETA, I think for the most part, was just trying to always make an aggressive play. They wanted to catch out Meteor here, the rest of Gen.G, but Gen.G's just not having it. They were always right on top of things. And I think one of those things is also how well, it doesn't show here because Meteor's the one with the highest ACS, but the first kills were always, I feel, favoring Texture. Every single time that ZETA was about to push, it's the Texture special again. Get that quick contact, get the first pick, even just a tag, even just, again, disrupting the flow for ZETA, and it kept happening over and over again. So really, really hard to be in ZETA's shoes right now.
Yeah, it is. But I do like that Texture is stepping up earlier today. He wasn't quite the Texture that we, know and love as far as Kickoff goes. So now he's getting back into full form. I think taking that break just now really helped. And now we're looking at our 2 Killjoys, our Sentinels. And of course, Meteor had incredible stats just now. I do want to see last step back up too.
Yeah, I think he's having a bit of a rough day. A lot of the ZETA players are. Again, the matchup against Secret really did not do them any favors, but they did reset a little bit. Coming back into Icebox against Gen.G, Laz did manage to climb back up a little, putting down the lockdown for his team in certain situations, getting a couple of frags here and there. But again, that's the best that they could hope for. I really admire that they're not just giving up and not like doing anything. It was not 13-1 against Gen.G. They took away 6 rounds. Still not bad. But at the end of the day, the story always remains that this Gen.G right now looks like a force to be reckoned with. If the next map goes this way again, and Meteor is putting up such big numbers as an anchor player, especially on a map like Ascent, which can be pretty defender-sided. There are lots of choke points on this one. If he can even stop the ZETA execute, when Dep dashes in, the rest of the team follows up. There's that flash coming out from players like, I think it's Hirodon or Yuran, I can't remember. One of them plays Sova, one of them plays KO. But yeah, if even Meteor can stop that, sorry Secret, sorry ZETA, Gen G going up against one of the big three teams, PlayㅡIns, DRX, T1, that will be very exciting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm a little bit excited of the prospect of having all three Korean teams in for the playoffs, but it's not over yet for ZETA. Well, for ZETA today in this series. And as far as Ascent goes, Laz, ZETA historically has been, when they're down, they're usually really affected. They need a lot of time to kind of get that momentum back after they've been crushed. We've seen it happen last year. So it's really up to Laz, especially as their IGL, to kind of boost that morale, get his team back into shape. I mean, he is definitely the brains of this operation. So we kind of need him to help strategize and think out of these really tight situations.
I think that's one of the points that we were kind of discussing a little bit in the green room, is that you're already, you have nothing left to lose.
Yeah.
Right
what
now,
do you
right?
do
Yeah.
when your back is against? You have nothing
Don't
else to
feel
lose,
so
right?
bad. And just go in, play your best game. You still love the game, still have fun. Go in and do whatever you can. Try something different maybe, and give us the best performance possible.
Absolutely. We kind of saw that with Talon at some point last year when they did triple duelists on Split. And they just
apparently
against
that
DRX.
was like a plan, a composition that worked in their scrims. So you never know, right?
Team personality-wise, I don't think that's gonna happen, but I wish it will. For
I
ZETA
really
Division.
do.
Yeah, like we see Laz back on that chamber again. I don't know if it's going to change anything, but at least we see him trying to make highlights.
Honestly, I agree with this. I think PlayㅡIns might agree with this. Maybe this is the time to pull Chamber out.
Yeah!
Get him out. Show us
Back on a
that
set.
incredible Chamber play, Laz. That's what we want to see right now. We want to see how Gen G is going to fare against that. But you were right, Quack, when you were talking about a lot of the attacker, when ZETA is on the attacker side, they have amazing executes, especially on the A site, and it's quite formidable. So Gen G is going to still have to keep their game going right now.
Well,
no chamber. Are we surprised? No, but we were hoping a little bit.
Also, gotta say, Munchkin on he plays the Viper for the most part, but when he's on that KO, I feel like Gen G really steps up a whole different gear here. Dude performs when he's on that KO.
And also, points still matter. Winning every match in Kickoff still matters. Getting points towards champions.
Yeah.
Now we're going to our second game of this final series. Let's go back to Clinton, PlayㅡIns, and Will.
Going live with map 2 on Ascent. Now, while momentum and everything would point in favor of Gen G, these are the moments when, unfortunately, ZETA Division does look strongest, when they're pushed right up against the wall and they're put on Ascent.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, time and time again, we've seen this ZETA team bounce back from rough starts. Didn't happen against Team Secret, but you never know with them. I mean, there is certainly tremendous talent on that ZETA team, so they can get it done. But so far today, it has been a mighty struggle for the ZETA Division boys. On the other side, though, Gen G has looked so darn good today, and now they are one map away from sending themselves into the playoffs.
And that's going to be a quick peek out from Texture. He'll find one, was gunning for two. But that will stop them, and it's a spike drop as well, so it gives Gen G a good idea of the original plan from ZETA Division. They'll be happy with that Killjoy setup as well, just absolutely planted to delay any sort of execute onto the A side in this pistol. Quick recon to check B main. That allows them to stabilize in a 2-1-2 default once again.
All right, gonna be checked by the drone. Cleared on one side, not on the other, so gonna remain hidden as Meteor, and he's gonna find value.
Well, that's just a quick double right click, and it's just trying to hide right behind the wall, but Meteor still able to activate that last minute Nano Swarm. That leaves the spike down, but gives up the entire site. 2v3 now. ZETA Division not entirely at full health. Dep quite low at 54.
Ticking that extra damage into Dep might be a difference maker in this round. You never know, so just able to pop something there. Some utility thrown in towards the site. Laz down to 67 HP as well, and this retake setting up potentially pretty nicely here for Gen G. Gonna try 2 through short A, maybe all 3 through short A. Oh my god.
Timing on the door and the recon. I was wondering if Definitely quick enough. Laz gets a nice kill, but it's a defuse being stuck. He's not quite sure where the remaining member is. He's trying to find it, and Munchkin gets an easy kill onto Laz. What a retake, led by the IGL of Gen G.
Yeah, great timing there, great coordination. Something that it's felt a little bit off at times against Team Secret for Gen G, but here it was really, really good. The bait and switch at the door, not the door that was closed, but the short A tree door here by Texture and Meteor. Nets them a pretty nice kill. Then they're able to find another one for Meteor on the way in. Nanoswarm pop. Then from then on out, it's just Munchkin is so ready, dude. He is so ready to go to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, he is fired up, and he's trying to prove that they've got an entire another playbook at the ready. Now Gen G with another 1-0 lead. He's going to be buying up all the rifles they possibly could, setting up against this anti-eco.
Texture looking for that peek out, looking for those shots, can't connect.
That's a quick push out. He dashes right into the wall, but he'll get out in time. Uran trying to chase up to it, but he'll miss his opportunity by just a hair. And Munchkin now another bait and switch on tree, trying to make it look like it was weak, but surely you expect backup when the Jet was out all alone like that.
Yeah, I think that's why Uran's taking a moment to pause here. He's just like, wait a minute, fool me once. we're not gonna fall for this again, I hope.
Now the question is do they think a flood's gonna be enough? But because there is a rifle here in the hands of Munchkin, and I don't think he has any intention to ever pull out his utility, as they already have strong mid control as well, kept Huron pinned down. They're waiting for it, and that's a dash right into the Vandal's crosshairs. Jumps out, gets to 0 point. That allows Textures to cover his back as well. And that's going to be 2 kills for Gen G. The setups around this A site, just so impeccable.
Yeah, really, really difficult to get through. Laz is going to try to sneak around this corner. Can't even pull the trigger. Oh, Munchkin.
Yeah, the Guardian has been doing work for him throughout this entire match. And that's a 4th as well.
He is just nasty with the Guardian. I mean, so good today. It is incredible. I mean, it's hard to just articulate how good he is with that gun. It is so devastating, especially on these anti-eco rounds, to make sure that the opponents just don't really get much out of them. Texture that wallbang Sheriff shot. Poor Laz around the corner trying to see if he can catch him a little bit off guard.
No. Really wanted more than the 4K, it looks like.
Always animated as Munchkin.
Yeah, 1 point away from the no command, carrying forward with that Guardian. It's been trustworthy all today. Now, an early drone to try to take some mid control on this buy round. And ZETA, usually on the buy rounds, a lot of teams, they kind of want to wait for that aggression against the bonus or things like that, but they just say we want to pressure mid as early as possible. Whenever we have this firepower advantage, full armor as well, we'll push into it.
A lot of information gained by Gen G out towards Gelato. They were able to peek through for quite a while, didn't see any contact, allowing them to fall back and really start covering this mid angle. You can see that the 2 members, Lakia and Meteor, were covering it for a little bit. Lakia is going to reposition, but this setup here is initially for main door, but now they know surely it's going through market.
Yeah, and a bit of a tag as well. 2 members still in sight, only 1 hit by that 0 point, and Huron will find the first kill. A little more spam from Texture, but he's going to have to back out from the Nanoswarm. It's all up to Lakia if he can hold on to the site, but there are a lot of members. He doesn't find the first kill. He's ready for the swing out, and Depth lands the headshot. Site taken over by ZETA Division. All members nearby for Gen G, but they will reset for a 3-man retake.
Still a lot of damage can be done. That Guardian for Munchkin as well, and that helps.
Yeah, that's 1 member down.
Just so good, man.
Yeah, can they inch forward for an upgrade? He doesn't even need it. That's another 3rd kill with the Sheriff. And now utility being dumped into the site. It's only Huron. He can't finish the kill either. A little flustered by his own mistake. And it will be the bonus win for Gen G.
I mean, just filthy stuff from Texture with that Sheriff, and now they're going to be able to go around, upgrade guns before they finish the defuse. Just so smart right now is Gen G. I mean, they were reading that round really, really well. Able to, again, push out, get information early, utilize that to their advantage to fall back into safer positions to protect against the market push, buy some time for the reinforcements to come. That is just filthy.
Doesn't have bullets. He needed the reload, calling for help. All right. Oh, maybe he's mimicking Munchkin a little bit. I'm not quite sure.
So funny.
Poking a little fun at his own IGL.
It's so funny, man.
I mean,
oh, man.
You got to imagine Gen G just feels like the win's already in their hands.
Yep.
I mean, the momentum fully in their favor, and you got to feel for ZETA Division a bit. A lot of people were having high expectations over the course of the year for this roster, and then they came out with some nice ideas, at least stylistic changes that people were excited to see, and it just gets shut down by Team Secret, and they haven't bounced back against Gen G.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, I predicted ZETA to win both their matches today. I really thought that this new look that they're showing was going to be able to get them over the line. Not that I thought poorly of the other two teams at all. I mean, obviously they're great.
Good anti-flash for Lakia, and he will find the kill. He even survives long enough. Backup now arrived at the market door. Lakia still holding by stairs. Meteor tries for a swing. He'll buy just enough time for Lakia to go for 3 kills. Good trade setup from Gen G as they have now swarmed the last remaining member. And Sugar Zero goes down, 4th round for Gen G.
I mean, you just gotta love seeing Lakia back on Ascent. The guy is just at home here on Sova. The Classico for him back on New Turn. Of course, we all know about his tremendous play at Reykjavik, but this right now is just him just farming on the back alley. So nicely handled, so nicely maneuvered. That initial turn on the flash just follows into him being able to shut that push down. Munchkin also a nice ultimate to back up some of these great plays. I mean, this is something that also is so powerful for Gen G, is Munchkin popping on these anti-eco rounds is getting him these ults so quickly that it makes it so much difficult. The no command is so powerful. People don't really sometimes think about it, how it just completely can shut down executes if timed properly, or can really give you a much easier retake, of course, because you're just knocking utility out of your opponent's hands.
That timing especially, Munchkin has been using it pretty aggressively in some of these rounds that we've seen so far in Kickoff, trying to predict the enemy's movements and their intentions, and it has been fairly successful. So he's happy to hold that in his arsenal. No flash drives available left for this round, though, so it's just a 0 point on the fragment alongside the ultimate to provide utility for his teammates. Waiting for a timing onto the 0 point. They want to see if they need to gather information. Uses it at the 50-second mark, and that signifies that this most likely is a B push, and they would be correct. It's a pinch in from Market. The paranoia keeps Meteor blinded for just enough time for Depp to dash in. Now they've been pinged. Lakia in Boathouse. Once again, Meteor can't get the first kill. And Depp with a quick swing onto a double. Texture seemingly wanting to hold for his teammates to arrive. No heroics just yet. Depp waiting by the market door. Texture seems to have an inkling about it. Doesn't feel too safe. The paranoia is what he was waiting for, and they'll try to find an angle. Laz gets the first kill, Laz gets the second, and now it's going to be Charon left all alone as Depp holds the angle, and Laz gets the third as well.
Great adjustment here by the side of ZETA. This time, telegraphing that they're going to go through Market again, but the paranoia is going to land right where Meteor was standing in the previous round where he caused some problems. They're ready for Lakia to fall back to Boathouse. Depp is disgustingly fast. Oh, God.
Yeah, wow.
It's just not even fair how good he is sometimes. And then they're able to get into this nice post-plant setup and just make this retake unassailable for the side of Gen G. So a nice adjustment here from ZETA, learning from mistakes that occurred on their last B hit.
Very much so. Laz also getting some early kills on the board. That's got to feel good, but this is going to be that fast no command, but it gets shut down as Lakia just sends a perfect recon dart and follows them all the way through. The spam coming out for the Phantoms as well. They do not want this KO to get back up, and he saves the Tracers. ZETA Division, I know you want to save your teammate, but this just seems like disaster waiting to happen. 0 point ties them up as well. They know they're still around. Meteor hunting for a couple more kills. Will eventually get taken down. Firing off the op. I mean, ZETA just trapped. They will get out with the spike, and that's the best they could hope for.
Oh, but they're all beat up. I mean, Laz on 13 HP, Sugar Zero on 39, Neuron only on 79 with 7 armor left. That was costly for ZETA. Lakia there with the timely recon dart, getting it out ahead of that no command, gives him the ability to lay down a ton of firepower. Saw it or heard the dash from Depp, able to trap him in the corner.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, this is so difficult.
But
the
they
Larbot
have
at least won't catch him out in mid here because Meteor's dead.
And they have spent enough time to disrupt the stack a little bit from Gen G. Gen G will play it a little bit wiser and safer. They kind of predict the rotate over to A. They've put a stack on there, and they're just watching for the flank. So Lakia on a timer, wrapping around. However, this will allow ZETA to at least get into the site. But as you mentioned, just so low that this Odin, I mean, they can catch strays. It could be the Hunter's Fury, and that's just going to be Euron dead, fishing for a last kill. Won't find it.
cover going out.
Now they have to fish them out of this site, but again, the Odin just holding on that left click could be all it takes for Zeta's demise here in the 6th round. Last feels the pressure. Doesn't want to use the lockdown, doesn't have a real good way to defend it. That's a pop flash coming out. He can't swing away from it. Sugar Zero, he's caught in the back. That's going to be the Odin just pressuring him, but that's going to be Lakia swinging out. The defuse is held. He finds a kill, and Karon will swing out to absolutely guarantee the round.
Oh, we were so close to a Sugar Hero moment. So close there. I mean,
as close as we got all day.
Yeah. It's a little bit awkward here from Gen G. I don't think you need to have that first player swing out while the defuse is happening. I think you can just hold those dice, wait for the shots to come out, see if they spam the box, get them to reveal their position that way, and then tighten the noose around them from there. But it works out anyway. Karon has had some amazing clutches for Gen G so far today. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was like a 1v5 against Team Secret earlier, something like that. It was on the score line that I saw. I mean, I was checking my notes, so I was like, whoa.
It almost feels like he performs a little better when he's left alone, right? Because all you got to do is really focus on your aim. No teamwork, nothing else. That's what he's used to. Yeah. And there's a couple players that are still getting used to the pro settings, and when left to their own devices, they'll really pull up their entire potential. But this is enough to call for that timeout from Zeta Division. Now, as we heard, Zeta Division, this is their last match here in Kickoff, no matter how you do it. But obviously they would like to spend just a little bit more on stage, show off just a little bit more to have a good start and good expectations preparing for stage 1 later. And of course somewhere, whether it's backstage or back at their team house, Team Secret rooting for Zeta to try to claw their way back in this best of 3.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, every one of these rounds that Gen G get just hurts a little bit more. It's, you know, death by 1,000 cuts right now for Team Secret sitting watching this match. Just hoping that Zeta can bounce back, that we can see that Zeta that we know they're capable of being. And they have so many ults for this round. Depp has the Blade Storm. You've got the lockdown. You've got the Hunter's Fury. You've got everything you need to get a round win, to right the ship. But so far, Zeta has really struggled to do so. Okay, that's a good start.
Opens things up in Depp style, and that's the entire Killjoy setup on A, all broken down. They see that it's all been set up for A site. Karon now left all alone on site. Depp's just buying time for the rest of his teammates to come through. Almost a lineup there, but Sugar Zero will stabilize the kill feed. Texture now going for the speed with the Blade Storm, but Huron's ready for it. The Cloudburst gives a little bit of way, and that's a quick round in favor of Zeta.
Yeah, and I'm totally fine with what Gen G wants to try here with pushing the pace on this retake, because they know that a lockdown and a Hunter's Fury are potentially going to be in place. So if you can just rush them down, take those ults potentially out of the equation, you can give yourself maybe a little bit of easier time to win that round, because once that spike goes down, and if you give Zeta Division the time to get into their post plants, this is going to be basically an impossible round anyway. You've got the Blade Storm. You might as well go for it. It doesn't work out, but I appreciate the attempt. But on the other hand, Zeta, a good hold there. Good job on isolating and identifying their targets, knocking them down, and getting that much-needed round win. And the great news for Zeta is you did not have to invest many of your ultimates to get that done.
Exactly. Ult economy still healthy for Zeta, and so is the credit economy. They've somehow been able to stabilize with these past couple rounds, whereas Gen G, some of those aggressive swings out have been costly. Now they have a broken buy in this one, but the Ares still strong enough at that range. Depp will trade for a kill onto the A side, and that ties up the reinforcements from Gen G, but Meteor, he gets the call that he still feels that it's a B hit. The lockdown should chase Lakia out. The question is does he get out with his life? No one there to watch for it.
They're being so slow to get into B here. Our Gen G, or excuse me, Zeta. Yeah, and finally they're starting to put some pressure, but this allowed everybody to kind of get into safe positions.
Exactly, the crossfire is still available for Gen G. Zeta scared of the ghosts on the B site, and that might be what hurts them. In a round they were looking to win against this broken buy of Gen G. The alarm bot chases him through. He's been tagged up, Depp with a nice run out, but it's an instant trade for Karon as well. 2v2, and now it's just last left again. The spike down, trying to isolate the 1v1s, does not get hit by the paranoia. Only 20 seconds on the clock, he has to get in.
Yeah, he's got to get this down, and this is going to give Karon an opportunity to upgrade his gun as well off of that Bucky. So the teamwork could be good, just got to Make sure you time this right to displace Laz.
I mean, you imagine that he is a boathouse, so it's going to be Karon who quietly creeps up close. Going to be the smoke to isolate it, and another one-way as well. Laz just does not have an angle. Now they're prepared to swing out together. Karon first at low health, and he just gets the headshot on the slow peek out.
My word, Karon
What
is
an aimer here.
So clean in these late game scenarios. He has been so impactful for Gen G today, and it's a thrifty. But what really hurt ZETA in this round is they take so long after this lockdown comes down. I'm just sitting there watching the map because I'm seeing if Lakia is going to be able to make it out, because he was trying to head back towards spawn, towards the alley, and he had all the time in the world. He gets out there, and then Meteor comes in through market. Yeah, it's like waiting with a sheriff with open arms.
Gotta imagine that, they were a little bit scared of, holding those close angles until the lockdown pops. And I understand that, but at some point, you do have to capitalize on the last couple seconds. And just the trauma of it keeps ZETA from winning another round. And we did hear Texture calling it out in that replay. He says the opponent have their Hunter's Fury online. So Gen G very much aware of the ult situation.
Yeah, and if you can find a pick onto him, then that's going to make Meteor's life all that more easier. Flashed. Couple members have to use the smoke and the dash, but nobody is actually pressuring off that from ZETA. That's just using a little bit of utility to buy a little bit of time.
And ZETA now grouped up on the A side, but not enough contact on the B side. That's going to help get this operator all the way over. Texture has his sights lined up. The only thing he's really concerned about, once again, is going to be that Hunter's Fury. The drone finds him. He'll take that out, but that allows his teammate Karon to be stable on site. The flash comes through, but Munchkin and Meteor cleaning house, and that gives time for Karon to start firing once again. The forces of ZETA just cannot enter the site, and Laz just waltzing into the smoke without really a clear intention gets sprayed down.
Okay, well, Hirodon is going to take out Lakia.
30 seconds left.
That's a consolation prize, most likely. He does have the spike. He could potentially go get it planted. He's not going to get an ult charge out of it because he already has his ult.
Yeah.
So this is just, extra creds is nice at this point.
For the team, because with the timing, you couldn't wait for more duels. He'll just do whatever damage he can. He finds a target, but he won't land the kill. And Gen G not having an inch of trouble in this round as they pick up a 7th win.
It's impressive, but again, ZETA sells a slight fake with that flash over on the B side, but they don't capitalize on it quick enough. They move over to the other side of the map, but by that point, they've given Gen G enough time because they take it pretty slow to get Munchkin into place, to get Meteor there at Tree, to all just kind of be ready here for that contact when it happens. And yeah, you keep the operator of Texture from doing too much damage, but the crossfires are absolutely just brutal. Good job by Karon on site by Dice, really keeping that attack from gaining any steam with his initial sprays.
And this is, once again, just the weaknesses of the old ZETA starting to show up, right? Just working off of your own assumptions and not any clear sense of information through utility. You gotta wonder, that drone not quite catching full vision, but they do have their suspicions, so it's going to be the op pushed out. Of course, Alarm Bot's still there, and Dep's ready to take it out. He knows how this works on Ascent. Been here before.
Gonna play like you're playing ISO there off those Alarm Bots.
Oh, Euron set up on a timing, but Munchkin not going to greed for it just too much. Thought about checking for how many members there might be, but it seems the call is for Gen G to back off, wait for a little bit more to group up. He's trying to bait them in, and he only catches the Sova.
Yeah, they still have to be remembering those rounds.
Laz! Texture, we heard the Odin spam, and Laz somehow gets right around it. Texture gets a little bit curious, wants to take advantage of his teammate's spam, and that's going to be the lockdown, trying to buy time. This is a little early, but of course, the members of ZETA still grouped up in mid. Dep's gonna just wrap around the entire site from mid all the way back out to B main, and they will choose. If it's gonna be a 2-2 split, we might as well just go to A, where we're gonna be able to clear things out one by one once again, but it's a nice flash from Munchkin, and that's a third! Shuts down the entire entry! The KO of Gen G slows things down. 15 seconds and a follow-up from Lakia from behind. The spike safely still on site, but Karon is still here as Meteor jumps down, and it's only Dep. 26 HP, he can't find the first kill. He's waiting for the 1v1s, and Meteor shuts him down.
Munchkin on this KO. Looking so good today. Not just the Guardian play this time. It is setting himself up, using that fragment to buy himself enough time to get that flash into place, and then he peeks the corner and vines 3. Absolutely phenomenal. That is so difficult to do. It is interesting that Laz kind of got away with a similar play to what we saw against Team Secret. It isn't the exact same formula to find the success, but he's still able to take an operator down with kind of a tricky little maneuver, but overall, Gen.G is just working so well right now. This round, though, really, Munchkin is the one that turns this around.
Oh, yeah.
He really ends this for ZETA.
I mean, even if he had only gotten, 1 kill, maybe even only 2, ZETA still should have been able to get into the site safely, but it's 3. They have to spend time on the revive for the KO ultimate. That gives time for Lockyer to peep out. I mean, the IGL, sure, he's had some ups and downs throughout his career, but today in all the matches, he has been at the center of it to bring Gen.G those victories. Now it's a switch up on the setup once again. The Nano Swarms on B to defend against the dash in onto the switch.
Take flight.
They clear the bot, but this time around they're not making any pressure towards B. In fact, they're shifting over towards A, so that's going to draw the attention of Gen.G more towards Laz's turret. Laz playing much further back this time. Going to be cleared by Lockett, and then they're just going to back right off, but
gives them the idea, though, right?
Yeah.
Only seeing that Killjoy, seeing that turret, seemingly should have been the lurk. So now the rotate will begin. Now, of course, with the alarm bot down, you can't go all the way too safely. So Texture going to take his time, checking on mid, just leaning ever so slightly more towards the A side. Now calls for Meteor to swap positions. And Laz should have heard that.
Where he's got.
It's getting very antsy, but Gen.G's not losing sight of this. They know what they've left open. They've pushed him away from Tree as well. So the operator only focused in on A main, and now we're down to 30 seconds. Once again, ZETA, not too much information. Laz did hear one member rotating over to A site, and that's all they have to work off of, hoping that the B site is just a bit weaker. And this is when Munchkin loses track of that one crucial piece of information. 15 seconds on the clock. ZETA still has to get the plant down. 2 members in Boathouse, they're still staying alive, and Karon is cleaning out. So only 6 seconds left on the clock. Can you get it in time? No, the clock is past the 4-second mark. And the round will be in favor of Gen.G.
It's good trickery from ZETA, really working the map, but it just takes too long. It just, and a great hold from Karon and Lakia. I mean, Karon has just been absolutely insanely good this map. I mean, look at this, 11 kills, 4 deaths, 8 assists. Topping the charts for Gen.G.
That's a dream scenario
so
for
many ways.
Controllers, right?
Yeah,
so many assists.
Yeah, you love this. Like, this is just when you know you're feasting on the defender's side of Ascent, is when your controller is just going absolutely bananas.
Yeah, not enough deaths either, so really being that last man alive to help bring things to fruition on those retakes. And we've seen quite a few of those rounds from Gen.G. And it hurts for ZETA. I mean, this time they had a little bit more to work with. The Laz on the lurk, even got 1 kill. But at the end of the day, didn't identify the setup on B. Didn't identify the members either, and it's just too much firepower.
Yeah, they just got to go for it at that point. I mean, you get the pick on a Munchkin right as he's popping his ult. That's nice. You took that ult away, but didn't matter. Round still did not go your way, and now you're in danger of going down 10-2.
That would be rough. Yuran, a nice fire back, though. He's been a little bit quiet compared to the opening matches. That's going to call for an early Hunter's Fury from Lakia, seeing if he can catch anyone in this choke point. Eventually, it won't be in. That calls for the counter from Yuran. He's trying to keep them at bay, but meanwhile, the site just not cleared out. The Hunter's Fury not finding the targets nor the clearance that they needed. The door still broken to jump in, and they're not checking for Meteor. ZETA is in shambles as they just cannot find their targets.
He almost had the ace. He almost had the ace. I am just...
My oh my.
I'm floored. It just seems like ZETA can just not find their footing at all. Every time something seems like it might go a little right for them, Gen.G's just not having any of it. And this individual firepower that Gen.G has is proving to just be too much in a lot of these rounds.
It's just a perfect storm of Gen.G playing so in sync, so well, getting such good reads on the timings, and meanwhile, ZETA falling apart at the seams before they even get into the site.
Yeah, it's brutal, dude. It's what can you do? you know, if they're outplaying you like that, you don't see him or don't catch him jumping across that one-way smoke after you try to displace him with the shock darts, and then he just punishes you again, and the communication, the coordination just seems to not be there. And the ability to read the map, like you talked about earlier, Will, they're not really getting the information they need before they make these hits. They're just kind of having to rely on the fact that their executes are just going to have to be good enough, their fire is good enough. Time is always running low, and we're falling back into the same habits of what we saw with ZETA from last year.
You wonder how it could be fixed. We thought the 2 rookies would be enough. It might take some time to make it clean. But so far, ZETA Division seemingly needing this extra time before stage 1 because all the same weaknesses starting to shine through the cracks once again. But the map's not over. Pistol round. This could be where it begins. ZETA Division with a sheriff in the hands of Depp. If you're trusting anybody with it, it's going to be this guy. He was, you know, in the top 3 of the duelists for power ranking so far in the kickoff so far, but after today, you got to imagine he's fallen quite far down.
Yeah, it's been a brutal day for everybody on ZETA. Just hasn't been what you would hope for if you're a ZETA fan. Certainly a lot of hope, though. I do have to say that what we saw earlier in kickoff is extremely encouraging for this ZETA squad. And one bad day does a ZETA squad not make. They will certainly be back.
Sure, Team Secret had a terrible first day, and look at how far they've bounced back forward. Of course, Destiny not in their own hands, but the firepower absolutely at the level a lot of people expected coming into kickoff. So we won't write them off for the year, but it is a bit unfortunate as we stare down the last remaining few rounds of Ascent. ZETA just looking to extend it, has to back off of the Paranoia. Texture is following deep through, makes a very quick entrance, but the counter Paranoia is good from ZETA Division. But the flash once again, Munchkin's been so good with it, as Sugar Zero finally trying to be the hero that ZETA Division needs. Spike dropped on Heaven, Meteor brought down Solo. Surely not this time, 1v3.
There's no way this time. There's certainly no way.
Tries to fake the rotation, but he gets spotted, and now down to 7 HP, and that's going to be last picking up the kill. Well, looked a little dicey with the headshot, but ZETA, they get that first step forward.
Really good back and forth utility from both squads here. A great Paranoia initially to get Hiroron out of position, and then a follow-up Paranoia from Sugar Zero, and then a flash from Munchkin. Everybody doing a nice job, but Sugar Zero, when he gets down into hell, he is a devil. He is tough to get out of there. That is his home, and he doesn't want to give it up easily. So now, finally, ZETA going to get a little bit of breathing room, potentially. We'll see. Only a share of texture. That's it. As far as purchases go, found a couple people, and they're trying to sneak in. They're trying to bait you through here.
Oh, I don't like this look where Huron's the one in wide. He's kind of stuck there. They will thankfully win out of the trade so far, but they will not be able to protect that rifle. A bit of an aggression, just hoping to really close out the round there. Depp with the awareness to switch out onto tree. That does help a little bit.
Yeah, Genji is trying to set up a bit of a trap play there and didn't quite go, you know, how you would like if you're a Genji player, but ZETA able to get enough firepower down that they can thwart the attempt. Follow up with a change in direction to the other side of the map. Now the utility will be there to alert ZETA, as they have placed themselves right outside in benches.
Yeah, you got that turret watching down. The Nanoswarms to delay as well. 0 point. Also giving a little bit of information. Just waiting to pop those on a timer. That hurts Lakia quite a bit all the way through. You love to see it. Onto that ult orb. Now Laz knows he's been weakened quite a bit. It's an easy kill onto the Spike.
Spike down.
Spike dropped. Munchkin trying to find some wall bangs, but he won't connect. Barely gets out. He just wants to stick the plant. Just a couple extra credits, please. And that's not going to be given to him either. ZETA needs everything they can to try to snowball a comeback.
Yeah, no doubt. It's a good start for ZETA. Still a lot of work to do. You got the must-win pistol. You get the follow-up. You're keeping some guns, a lot of guns, in fact, over into the next one. So still have those outlaws, still have the outlaws, still have the Bulldogs.
Yeah, just that one Guardian draws.
Yeah, the Guardian. Yeah.
Of course, you know, a big investment for the second round, but they need to. And carrying over 4, I think they'll be happy.
Yeah, no, it has to be pretty much all or nothing the rest of the way. So certainly it is Ascent. See it from time to time where teams are able to come back from huge deficits on their attacker side definitely, again, ZETA, no slouches when it comes to those kind of things. And a few tags with that 0 point, but
yeah, very nice. Make sure that it's not a fake anymore. And with that early 0 point gone, Laz feeling fairly comfortable, activates the Nano Swarms, is able to survive, but gets a little distracted by that recon, and Texture's already on the site. No one else quite there to support. The smoke comes out off of that 0 point from Charon, and now ZETA, they're trying to just shoot blindly into the site, already so scratched up. Depp, Sugars are at half health, getting ready for this retake. And they do not have that recon bolt available on your end. So just a 0 point and the paranoia, that's the best they got. The drone will try to sight a little bit. The 0 point gets taken out, only one member tagged in A main. That's not the information ZETA was looking for, but it's the information they're gonna get, and they will just have to push their way through as all the spam comes out from Meteor. Still all stuck on Heaven, the bounce down into Hell, but it's not enough of a distraction as Charon still focused on the drops. That's 2 to his name, and that's going to be the round for Gen G.
Yeah, this is such a good execute for Gen G. The flash catches Laz's turret, so he's not able to play off of that. And then the recon dart throws his aim way off, and they're able to just break the site wide open. From there on out, Texture does a ton of damage through those smokes to a couple ZETA players, and then they just keep spamming them down. By the time Depp gets to this retake, he's like 7 HP or 6 HP or something. It's not going great. And as you can see, they all just start kind of funneling in one by one, and Gen G has no problem dealing with it, and it will be a timeout for
Surely
ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta call it here, right? You can still buy back in. It's not match point just yet. Once you let it get to that 12, it just feels so impossible. But here, it's a mountain for sure, but seemingly one that you might be able to climb at least to the top. Whether you make it down safely or not in map 3 would be a different question, but they gotta get there first.
Anything's possible. Anything is possible, but it's hard to imagine with how good this Gen G squad has looked, other than the first map of the day. Ever since then, it has been all Gen G. They have been really, really starting to click, and it's been a lot of things that have started to come together. It's not just their shooting, but it's their teamwork as well. Seeing a lot better decision making in terms of, you know, setting up some crossfires, getting into positions where they can trade off of each other, getting their util to combo a little bit better. That last round, yeah.
Gen G, they think it might be that Tiles Crunch coming out with that timeout, so they're just gonna hang back.
Well, it's probably not a Tiles Crunch, but definitely could be a push for mid, potentially.
They're gonna see that deep recon bolt, and Gen G scratching their heads just a bit on what exactly the plan would be, as no solid information gained on either side. But Depp is planted into this cubby. Now, Hunter's Fury available for Lakia as well, so I have to imagine Gen G could just consider a full send once the timer reaches a certain point. Just try to get to match point.
If he gets a spot onto somebody here, they know it. See, immediately backing out are the members of ZETA, checking that corner for Munchkin. Mid is safe, so that's going to actually give them the idea that maybe A is the way to go. They didn't see any pressure out at short, and Depp's going to try to use this timing to get out in the open, cover top mid.
I like the
positioning. See if he can catch
positioning.
anybody out of there. Yeah, I know, I really like this.
The counter drone spotted at least one member from Gen G in front of B main, so he expects to rotate after they don't push into mid. He's holding that. The question is can Sugar Zero once again anchor down on the site? Because Hero Run may not be able to support depending on the smoke. There's that Hunter's Fury that pushes both of them out. They will have to exit. At least this will be a safety net, and Depp gets taken out by Meteor on the lurk. That was such a safety idea, and Texture will shut down the two members. The curveball thrown from Gen G. So often they'll be playing textbook, but not this time. They really want to put this in the bag.
Yeah, I love the Hunter's Fury just to clear space on the site. Laz would be the shocker of the century, but nope, immediately traded out by Charon. 12-4. We find ourselves in match point, and Gen G finds themselves one round away from going into the playoffs of Kickoff for VCT Pacific 2024.
It's been an absolutely grueling journey for Gen G, having to have played 9 maps so far leading up to this match, and finally trying to catch a break on a 2-0. As Texture, I mean, that's just enough time that he needed to get back into the top form that we saw.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy to think about that this if they can win this map, will be the first time that they haven't played a full 3 in a best of 3 this season.
It hasn't been easy as Dev just goes for a fast push. It's just a Guardian in his hand though, so he'll have to land those headshots, and Huron leads the way first. The drone will chase him back, but now they're getting pinched upon it, man, and it's just a massacre for Meteor. Only Huron left in the blink of an eye, Guardian to his name, but the smoke keeps him at bay. You've got Karon still watching the exit from the smoke. The bodyguard guarding the rest of his teammates of Gen G as they funnel into B site. And the spike plant should signify the end of kickoff for ZETA Division. The countdown begins. And Huron, if there was ever a time to prove it, it would be now, but Gen G is not taking any chances.
No, might as well. Might as well. Just make it impossible.
Huron, what can he do? Just has to land the 3 headshots. That's all he can do. Can't really have the leisure to bring out any of the utility. No flashes to his name. The alarm bot spots him. Sure, he'll catch one, but the paranoia, he knows the timer's running out, but he's so scared he just wishes someone would peek him. But Gen G, they want to be absolutely certain as Meteor gets a 4K, and Gen G will be the 4th team in VCT Pacific to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, just a heroic performance from Gen G today. Started out looking like they might just get blown out of the water, but they have bounced back and won every map since. They lost the first one of the day. A little bit of a break in between, came back just as strong as we saw them at the end. And heartbreak for Team Secret and for ZETA today. Team Secret, oh, they were so close to beating Gen G. They were so darn close. They sent that icebox to overtime. They just couldn't quite get it done, and ZETA just wasn't their day. Sometimes you have days like this, and that's all there is to it. Sometimes
it happens.
But
exactly. At the end of the day, this has been a long time coming for a lot of the Korean fans. For the longest time, DRX led the way for so long to put Korea on the map of Valorant, and then they just never could quite cross the finish line. Meanwhile, PlayㅡIns comes and takes over Pacific, but now, in the kickoff of 2024, it's all 3 Korean teams making it to the playoffs alongside the defending champions of PlayㅡIns.
Well, it just shows you how truly deep the talent pool is here. I mean, there's a lot of really, really good players.
Well, and Challengers America.
Yeah,
because we got Rossi coming up.
That's a good point. That's true. Yeah. Well, for a while, a lot of these players were playing in other regions.
Sure,
right?
sure.
So now they found a home in Pacific, able to come back and play on their home territory. And look what's happening. These are tremendous players, and they are showcasing why we've all been so high on a lot of them for so long. Now, what a moment here for Coach Solo as well.
Yes.
Coming in last minute as the head coach of Gen G, struggling a bit with DK, not able to get them over the line in Ascension last year.
And it's been a redemption story for this entire squad, including the coaching staff, like you mentioned. All of them, they have some reputation to their name, but not quite getting to prove it here in Valorant. And seemingly, on the doorstep of exiting the scene as a pro. But now they gather together one last time, going for another push, and so far it's a great start.
Yeah, I'm really happy for a lot of these players. I'm really happy that the world is starting to wake up to Texture and the tremendous, the insane, the brilliant play that he has. We've been seeing it for years in Korea. We've been screaming our lungs out that this guy is the real deal, and he hasn't had the opportunity to showcase it until now. And what a entrance to the global stage he has made.
Well, that's going to be that long journey for Gen G to try to get into playoffs, of course. We will have to wait to see what the matchup looks like, but for now, let's hear from our winners on the stage.
Playoff is now clinched for Gen G. I'm standing here with Meteor. Massive congrats, Meteor, today. I mean, what a match. 네, 메테오 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
First off, the resilience that Gen G showed us today, definitely worth mentioning. It wasn't easy every step of the way, but Solo said today was a great experience for the team. Would you agree? 솔로 감독님이 여기까지 오는데 정말 쉽지 않았고 오늘도 풀세트가 있었지만 그래도 선수들에게는 참 좋은 경험인 것 같다라고 얘기를 해주셨어요. 근데 경기 뛰는 선수 입장은 어떤지도 들어보고 싶거든요.
솔직히 너무 힘들었고
팀 시크릿전에서 힘을 다 빼서 솔직히 불안하긴 했지만 팀원들도 다 잘해서 잘 이긴 것 같습니다.
Oh, it was definitely so tough and difficult, and I felt like we gave everything into the series against Team Secret. So coming into this one, I was a little bit nervous about the fact that maybe we run out of the energy, but you know, we were able to step up. Everybody played well, and we were able to get the last ticket to playoffs. Well, you know, coming into today, Texture had a target on his back, and it was probably expected because he's been putting massive numbers up on the board. But you were the saving grace for the team. You really stepped up and bought those crucial time for the team to come alive. So what was your mindset coming into today's series? 메테오 선수가 사실 텍스처 선수가 오늘 견제를 굉장히 많이 받으면서 좀 흔들리는 모습, 조용한 모습을 보여주기도 했거든요. 그럴 때마다 텍스처 선수가 그럴 때마다 메테오 선수가 또 팀에게 든든한 힘이 되면서 팀에게 시간을 벌어주는 정말 멋진 플레이를 보여줬습니다. 오늘 전반적으로 어떤 마음가짐으로 임했을까요?
사실 지면 탈락하는 경기라서 정말 최선을 다해 했던 것 같고, 그리고 원래 저희가 5명이 다 잘하는데 계속 한두 명만 주목을 받다 보니까 그게 좀 마음이 아프고, 저희 5명 다 잘하는 선수기 때문에 5명 다 주목해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Well, coming into today, it was do or die. So, you know, I really had to perform for my team. And personally, I just feel like we have 5 good players and all of them perform very well. They're really good players, but maybe sometimes the spotlight's on, you know, 1 or 2 of us. And I just feel like for the viewers and the fans, I would like to get all those 5 members kind of hyped up and get your support. Well, I want to ask about the early round on Ascent, because Texture seemed to struggle, but then we saw your play cam and you said something along the line of "Yo, Texture," and then blah blah blah. We didn't get to hear the rest. So what did you tell him that made him come alive and pop off all of a sudden? 저희가 이제 어센트 초반에 플레이어 캠을 봤어요. 네, 텍스처 선수가 조금 약간 힘들어하는 모습이 있다가 또 메테오 선수가 야 나라야 하고 라고 얘기를 했는데 귀신같이 또 텍스처 선수가 갑자기 살아나더라고요. 어떤 얘기를 해줬던 걸까요?
사실 기억은 안 나는데 그 1세트 브리즈전 끝나고 로터스를 진행하는데 나라가 나 진짜 오늘 너무 힘들다, 한 번만 이겨주면 아이스박스 캐리하겠다, 그런 식으로 얘기가 오갔고, 그리고 로터스 잘 이겨서 이제 그때부터 나라가 다시 살아나지 않았나 생각하고 있습니다.
이번 제타전
제타전 말고 이제 팀 시크릿 전부터 이제 그때부터.
이번
제타전은 사실 기억이 안 나요.
기억이 안 난다. 네. 알겠습니다. Well, in terms of the Ascent we played against ZETA, I don't really remember, so I can't really tell you. But what I wanted to mention is that after playing Breeze before heading into Lotus, Texture said, "I'm having a really, really hard day. I feel like I'm so off. So please, everybody, step up, win the map for us, and I'll promise you that I'll carry Icebox." And he did, and that's how we, were able to pull off today, and I am really grateful for my teammates for playing very well. Well, lastly, heading into the playoffs, it's going to be against either T1 or DRX. So which team would you like to face, and which team do you think Solo prefers to face? 이제 플레이오프에서 T1 아니면 DRX를 만나거든요. 메테오 선수가 만나고 싶은 팀과 솔로 감독님이 만나고 싶은 팀은 어디일까요?
아무나 와도 어차피 마드리드를 가는 팀은 2팀이고, 저희가 올라온 만큼 한국 그냥 2팀이 이겨서 마드리드를 갔으면 좋겠습니다. 누가 올지는 어차피 누구든지 간에 이길 생각이기 때문에 네.
Well, we're planning to win whoever we get to face, but what's important is that only 2 teams get to go to Madrid, and I just hope that 2 Korean teams will make it to playoffs. Well, congratulations again, Meteor, and
감사합니다.
well done, well deserved. 네, 이렇게 해서 메테오 선수 만나봤고요. 자, 이제 또 저희의 의식이 있죠. Now we have our daily celebration rituals. 사인을 해주시고요. We're getting an autograph. We already see Genji fans waving their hands over here, there. Let's see which way it's gonna go. And we're back with Meteor. Anything you want to say to the fans? 팬들에게 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
응원해주신 만큼 보답해드린 것 같아서 좀 뿌듯하고 그리고 남은 플레이오프 또 열심히 해서 꼭 한국 팀이 마드리드를 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
Well, thank you fans for supporting us, and I hope we deliver to your expectations, and I'll try my best, and hopefully 2 Korean teams make it to Masters. Well, that was it for the post-match interview. I'm going to toss it over to the desk. 네, 이렇게 해서 메테오 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 여기서 인사드리겠습니다.
And thus ends the ruthless play-ins with Gen G emerging victorious to win today's really crazy play-ins. Gen G gets to join their Korean brethren in the final 4 along with Paper Rex, and the interview was quite something. You know, Texture really stepped up. He was really on fire, but the fact that he asked his teammates, he was just open with his communication with them. Like, guys, I'm not feeling myself right now. I swear I will step up back on Icebox, but please, you gotta help me out a little bit. And his homies, they did.
That's kind of sweet.
It is.
A little bit wholesome. They got the brotherhood of the team, and everyone's like, "All right, I'll take care of you, brother."
Yeah. If you take, I mean, from my perspective, just a few takeaways is that was him on an off day.
I mean, there was a moment of offness, but like even then, Gen G still carried forward.
Yeah, true. And again, being this open with your team is so huge that again, them knowing not just your strengths but your weaknesses really helps them adjust. And we definitely, as you mentioned, saw the adjustment from the other players of Gen G.
I think that's really impressive. I don't know how the other teams, Korean teams, communicate on this level. I mean, it's quite an emotional thing to reveal your weaknesses, but look, it's important to share that, and this is how you get the rest of your team to step up. And Meteor, like he said in his interview, was a do-or-die situation, and they definitely did not want to lose this.
Yeah, team culture, I mean, is a really big thing. So it's very nice to see Gen G performing together like this. And on Ascent, it's just so much clearer how Gen G has, all the right pieces, all the right performances that they can put together to give us a 13-4 win to close off the day. I mean, there were rounds, again, if you look at the bottom of your screen, round 3, somehow ZETA couldn't really convert that round, even though they had a full buy. And then moving forward, there were even some rounds where Munchkin was popping off, and like you mentioned, Asteroid, he's on the KO, and he knows how to make use of his movement and the flashes. The nade toss into A short as he held his ground, although ZETA tried their darndest to push past him. And they even managed to defend against the ZETA Division A side execute. That dashing in, the flashes coming out from Hirodon. But then Gen G had the read on it, and you had Meteor on an off angle, Chiron backside just to support with the paranoia. Everything went right for Gen G. That said, there were some nice moments from some of the ZETA Division players. Sugar Zero trying to clutch out some rounds. But I will say, I think, sometimes it's the players' emotional states. Sometimes it's just a rough day, and they still tried their hardest, and that's always something that's admirable.
I mean, just for me, it just feels like there were a lot of spiral moments as well from players like Euron and Hiron. They would have like these off moments where they were flanking, couldn't really push together with the team. As you mentioned, they execute on the A side. There was someone pushing on A short. It just feels like there's that little bit of offness that ultimately led to, again, the disconnect that we felt, that we saw ZETA Division put themselves in this series.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell this is definitely a mental issue for them right now. It's so hard coming into this final series with all of this. It's absolutely heartbreaking, but you know what? I think this is far from the last we'll see of Team Secret and ZETA Division vying for the top spots in Pacific. So now we got the final 4 teams: T1, DRX, PaperX, and Gen G. And yeah, I'm really excited for this. Like Will said, we've been waiting for a really long time. Not just for Pacific, I think for Korea Valorant in general, to see all 3 teams together in the final spots.
Yeah, we can hear the Korean desk kind of hyping this up a lot right now.
It's a
Paper X,
cool moment.
it's awesome. Yes, and then the 3 Korean teams, and you know they really show why they are a cut above the rest. And you can see it in today's games. You can see that some other teams are really close to it as well. Like Team Secret, we will not forget you. But T1, DRX have been up there. So everyone now being together, playing in the playoffs. What does that mean?
That's right. We will definitely figure out what that means. So again, here are the top 4 teams, and as you can see, some pathways were longer than others to get into playoffs. Gen.G had a really long, they had quite a journey.
Contrast, Paper X just wins like one, I'm done.
And you know what? To be fair, if Gen.G wasn't in Group C with Paper Rex, that pathway probably would have been very different.
Yeah.
Considering their performance throughout, I think they looked fantastic. So while they were fighting through the lower brackets, it's because Paper Rex was there, and they're the Pacific champions. That's a really tough team to beat off the get-go with a brand new team. Now DRX continues to look really strong. T1 too, also like Gen.G, completely reformed themselves this year. So I'm very excited for Korean Valorant.
Really, really strong stuff coming out from T1, and you can see that ZETA definitely did challenge them too. So every single Pacific team, I think, has a lot to show us.
All right, we got to talk about this. For those of you who are wondering about playoffs, this is it. And guys, this was through a random draw or through a draw. This wasn't bracketed coming from previously in Kickoffs. But now, seeing T1 and Paper Rex, DRX, and Gen.G. But T1 and Paper Rex, you know what the story is with the sibling rivalry with the Susanto brothers. This is going to be so spicy this Saturday.
I am loving this. This was I think the best case scenario draw lots we got, right? It's Gen.G having a chance to maybe dethrone the best Korean team, and then it's, as you mentioned, T1 versus Paper Rex, Excurate versus Forsaken here, and absolutely banger matches coming into the playoffs.
I mean, DRX versus Gen.G too, right? That's another like Korean versus Korean rivalry, and who knows? Finals, is it gonna be another like RX kind of rivalry again?
It's a possibility.
It's so hard to predict. Okay, this is probably one of the harder ones to predict because it's also single limb. Some of these teams, Paper Rex especially, are a little slow to warm up. And I can imagine them completely messing this up for whatever reason, and then you don't see Paper Rex in the grand finals. This is a total possibility. But all of these teams absolutely deserve to be here.
Yeah, the quickest takeaway here is at least if you win this next match, upcoming match, you're already locked in for Madrid. That's about it.
Yes.
That's the most important thing I think right now for these 4 teams.
Yes. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me once again on the desk, Quack and Asterai, and we're going to come to a close. See you guys this Saturday for playoffs.
Just believe it, they can happen. Never doubt it, 'cause you got this. Hey, it's alright. We can shout it, 'cause we own it. We can be whatever we want. There's another way. Maybe we can run like we nothing spoken.